Good morning, everybody. Hello, welcome on in. Happy Friday, everybody. What's up? The song is so jazzy. I love it. Welcome on in. Lone Jedi and Chicken and Party on Dudes. What's up, dude? Welcome on in. Happy Friday to you too, Chicken. We had a good week. Kit Kat, enjoy swearing in Jamie's chat. Be free. Be free. Go swear in Jamie's chat. I give you my blessing. Oh my goodness. Bebs Love, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us again. Welcome on in. Slivers, hello. Naughty, good morning. Brian, good morning. Barb, hello. What's up, everybody? Am I too loud today? The mic is quite far away from my mouth, so if I'm hurting anybody's ears, let me know. But hopefully we're good. Oh, Lone Jedi, did I say hi to you or not? I don't remember. Hello, welcome on in. Bloody Lion, hello. Never too loud, don't say that to me. The music is quiet. Okay. Allele? Yeah, we'll have a little bit of contemplative silence on this stream because I'm going to be painting, so let's bump it up a little bit. Thank you for that. A feedback. Let me know if that's better, if that's too loud. I feel like that might be let me see. I feel like that might be a little loud. Let me split the difference. Bump it down 1. There we go. Jeremiah Blob, hello, what's up? How's everybody doing? How's your week? Happy Friday, we made it. We made it to Friday, everybody. It's been a week. It's been a week, everybody. Good for you, that's awesome, Bloody, hell yeah. Happy post-King's Day, I think, yeah? I know Dutch things. You did greet me earlier? Yeah, you get double greetings now, Lone Jedi, because you're so special. Bring on the paint. Oh, I'm so excited. If y'all don't know what's happening today I am tackling my unusable copy of Starship Captains. I have all the minis from that game are primed this like off-white color, which, if you've ever played Starship Captains, you know renders them useless because they need to have color in order to play with them. So, in classic Ray CGE style, we are marathoning the finishing of these. There are no breaks, no mercy. I'm finishing them because if I let myself meander through these like I meander through puzzles, they'll never get done. So we are not stopping stream today until all of these are painted. And you might look at these and be like, great, that doesn't look like that many. You can do that. They're small, they're easy, they're tiny. No, fools. I thought the same thing. The reason these are all primed and off-white color, because when I went to the Czech Republic most recently, I was like, it'll be super cute if we do a stream from this like hotel we're staying in. And in my head, my great idea was like, a lot of people who don't stream often, so like most of my coworkers, get a little bit like anxious and nervous and weird on stream, right? Because it's like, especially if I'm just having them sit there and talk to me, which is what I did the year prior. I just like had a little setup and people could just come by and talk to me. And a lot of people were nervous to do that because, they're not used to being on stream. They don't know how to talk on a stream. So I was like, oh, I'll give them something to do with their hands. In theory, that was a good idea. So I spray painted all of my minis and I was like, I'll just have people come by. Everyone can just do one mini. They can stop in for a few minutes, paint a little mini. They're so tiny, it won't take very long. Look how small they are. This was my thought process. What ended up happening was it was a chaotic, like 6-hour stream in which we maybe got 10 minis painted. So I'm left with all of these that no one painted because I started off with like Tony and Steven, who like took 2 hours and like were very chaotic about it. So yeah, my immense hubris thought that we could paint all of these. We could not, and I need to paint them now or I can't play Starship Captains. So that is what we're doing today to help me body double myself and get this done. And not without losing my mind, hopefully, maybe. I've brought on Jamie Daggers, who's a good friend of mine. She's gonna be co-streaming with me while I do this. She's not painting all the tiny Starship Captains minis because she is smarter than I am. But she, I believe, is painting an equally small set of minis that she has for a game that she's playing. So she's going to be marathoning with me. She's gonna paint as long as I'm painting because she's a real one. And we love her for that. So if you want to watch what she's painting, you can pull up her stream. !guests will bring you a link to her Twitch channel. She's going to be live the whole time along with me. We're going to be in a voice chat, so probably like mute one of the tabs so you don't hear double audio, but you can be in both chats. Jamie's chat allows swearing, so if you need to Oh, I definitely updated that. Did it just not go through? What the heck? I definitely did that. What the heck? It like reverted back. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Wow. I must have not hit submit or something. Okay, let me fix that guest command. Oh, I had a cute thing written, but now I don't remember what I wrote. We are painting minis with a pro, with our friend and pro mini painter, Jamie Daggers. Go follow her. Sweet. And if we could just get a shout out command as well for her, I think that's a little bit easier too. People can just follow her directly in our chat. OMG, secret hidden bonus links to extra friends. I mean, go follow all the people in that command as well, because they're also wonderful and delightful. But Jamie is who we're going to be streaming with today. She is a professional mini painter. She streams mini painting all of the time. So if you like mini painting and you like good mini painting, you should follow her. I'm horrifically amateur. So if you want chaos, hang out with me here. But if you want like professionalism, go hang out with Jamie. You can just, if you want to count as a viewer for both of us, which helps us out, just mute the tab. Don't mute in Twitch, because if you mute the Twitch player, it'll not count you as a viewer. But if you mute the tab, then you're accounting as a viewer for both of us, but you don't have to hear double audio, which is super nice. Opcos Games, welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. Meryl, hello, I love you. Happy Friday. Thank you for resubbing for 7 whole months. Goodness gracious. And Jackal's Howl, it's nice to meet you. Thank you for that follow. Feel free to jump in chat and say hey, or just lurk and vibe, whatever you're feeling. Tox, it's good to see you. Hello, Rays. How's the weather there? The weather it's all right. We haven't gotten a lot of rain, which is good because there's still a hole in my roof. So I'm hoping it stays that way, but we're supposed to get rain this weekend, so let's hope it doesn't happen. Well, you know what? Let's hope if it happens while I'm streaming, because at least then it doubles as good content if my roof breaks. But yeah, no, it's all right. It's nice. I love springtime. Springtime's like the perfect weather for me. I love it so much. Headbanging Maniac, welcome on in. Happy Friday. What's up, friend? How's it heckin' going? Y'all, it's good to see you all. I hope you're having a wonderful week. Feed me some welcome on in. Don't worry, feed me. I know I mentioned puzzles, but we're not doing a puzzle today. We're painting minis. Your services are not needed today. Don't worry. Cosmic Ben, good morning. Welcome on in. How's it going? I'll be painting along with y'all. Got my scythe minis all over the place. Hell yeah, Ben. Yeah, if you've got something that you've been meaning to paint, if you've got a game that has some ugly gray minis that you want to paint, come body double with us. Paint with us. We'll provide some goofs and some gaffs, some good conversation, and some really good mini painting advice from Jamie and some really bad mini painting advice from me. So yeah, if you got something you want, if you got something crafty you want to do, this is a good day for it. We're all gonna just kind of hang out, do some painting together. I say that like this is gonna be a very chill stream. Depending on how long it goes, it may devolve into madness quickly. But it's gonna start out as a really chill, super fun painting stream. If you've got to work and lurk, this is a good stream to work and lurk to. We're just gonna be chit-chatting while we paint, so it should be a nice thing to have on in the background. Content. Yes, everything is content. Sarah knows, it's good to see you. I feel like it's been a minute. How have you been? Thank you for that good afternoon from Germany. I'm about to say, if you're painting for hours, it's gonna get feral. Yeah, it'll be nice at the start. I personally tend to devolve after 6 hours. That's typically when I start to have issues. Ooh, what's your next mini painting project, Bloody? What have you got waiting for you? Yeah, let me just see if Jamie's live yet. Yeah, she's chilling, she's chatting. Yeah, go say hi to Jamie. Tell her I say I love... Oh, she's wearing the Bonzinator concert. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yes, we do have Rancid on deck to bring me snacks today. He's not going into the hospital today, so he should be able to bring me, like, chili and stuff. That's what I was told was on the menu for today. I'm getting chili. So that's exciting. Thank you, Chicken, for asking. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go on a limb and say this. And I know as soon as I put a cap on the stream, it jinxes it, but I'm gonna say, I think if I focus, that's a big if. I think if I focus and Jamie and I don't get too distracted, I am gonna guess that I can finish these in the normal runtime of a Friday stream. Friday streams are long. I typically stream for 5 hours on Friday. I stream from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. I'm gonna guess that I can finish it in that time. Actually, Chicken, if you want to make a prediction, that'd be fun. Can I? Will I or will I not finish all these minis within the 5-hour normal Friday stream time? I don't know. I think I can do it. But again, I looked at these minis when I was in Prague, and I was like, this is doable. This is doable for multiple people over, like, I thought it was gonna be like 3-hour stream maybe. Everyone pops in, paints for a couple minutes, leaves. I thought that was gonna be the vibe. And it ended up being like everyone who sat down to paint a mini was there for like an hour and a half. So we'll see. DBX Runner, welcome. How's it going, DBX? Happy Friday. What minis do you have? Great question, Serena. So I am painting the minis from Starship Captains. They're the little crew minis. I have a top-down camera. What am I doing? Oh my God. These guys from Starship Captains. Wow. Also, peep this beautiful insert that we got. We did a partnership stream with a company that makes licensed inserts for Starship Captains. So I've got them in this nice little tray, which is super sick. Super sick. Yeah. Exclamation point Starship will bring you to the link where you can learn more about Starship Captains. These are not, I will say, if you're a big mini painter, these minis are not really like designed for mini painters. You know, like these are not Nemesis minis. They're not designed to cater to people who paint minis. They typically, I have a couple that got out of Prague unscathed and unpainted. This is what they normally come in the game looking like. Sorry, I have locked focus, so I don't know if these are in a good spot. There you go. This is what they normally look like, right? They're colored, they're pretty small, you know, they're like that, you know, and most people will just use them like that because they're not super detailed, and they need to be these bright colors so that you can play the game. So yeah, it's Starship Captains minis. Again, not really designed to be painted. I thought that because they were so small, that would make it really quick and fun and easy. No, actually, it makes it so much harder. I made a big whoopsie. I thought them being smaller would equate to it being an easier thing to paint. That is not true. I learned that the hard way. Nada, you should do some painting with us today if you've got the time. If you got the time. Ooh, I've never heard of that bloody. I asked what game it was as if I know mini games very well. I don't. My mini gaming knowledge is, oh my God, 11,000 points on Heck No. Someone please believe in me. I'm not allowed to enter predictions on my own channel. Someone please vote for me to finish this in 5 hours, please and thank you. I don't want to be here. I love you guys. I don't want to be here all day. I got stuff to do. I've got big stuff I gotta do. Oh, someone gave me a pity 20 points. Seriously? That's almost worse. 20 points is somehow worse than no points. That's upsetting. But yeah, someone asked how many I have left. Fantastic question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 38, depending on if I go back and color these guys who aren't primed. Roughly 40. We're gonna have to not be super detailed with these. We're churning them out. We're churning them out. So did you get a 13 on a paper instead of a 0? It somehow hurts more. Yeah, 100%. It hurts way more to get like pity points than to just fail something. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that's what we're up to today. Again, Jamie is live on her channel. She's gonna be painting something else, which you won't be able to see on this channel. So if you want to see what she's painting, you gotta have her stream up, and vice versa. Real Poly Geek, it's nice to meet you. Welcome on into the Check Games Edition Twitch channel. Hope you're having a lovely Friday. We've got a couple of new follows, a couple of new folks. I'll do my little spiel before I transition over to painting. Hello, hi, welcome to the Check Games Edition Twitch channel. We make board games. All these games on the shelf behind me are games that we make here at Check Games Edition. So that's like code names, Lost Ruins of Arnak, Starship Captains, which is the minis we're painting today, Through the Ages, Space Alert, Tash Kalar, everything you see behind me are games that we make here. My name is Ray. I am the in-house Twitch streamer here, which means it's my job to hang out with you and play CGE games on Twitch for a living. It's awesome. It's great. You should hang out with me. Sometimes we play non-CGE games, which just for fun, just to mix things up. Sometimes we're not playing a game, we're doing something crafty like today. We're painting. But if you like board gamey things, it's a good place to hang out. That's all I got for you. 11,000 on Team Ray. Thank you, Lone Jedi. God bless. Let's go. Let's go. I will not let you down, Lone Jedi. I'll do this for you now that I know you believe in me. All right, I'm gonna see if Jamie's ready and we'll hop on over there to do some painting. Alright, so let's swibbity swap over here. Let me undeafen myself. Ba-blam blam. Talk test 1, 2. Are my captions crapping out of me again today? I'm gonna friggin' scream. I swear. They are just being the worst lately. Thank you for those commands, chicken. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You'll have to let me know when Jamie jumps in chat if our audio is good or not, chicken. I'd appreciate it. What are they talking about in Jamie's chat? What is happening? I moused over to Jamie's chat and I see they worked on the other screen. What are you talking about? Oh, like the other screen. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Sometimes they just are poopy and crappy. But I tabbed over to Jamie's stream and I see in chat, you know how Twitch will auto censor stuff sometimes with like the little purple stars? Like every other message was auto censored for me. Apparently they're talking about butts, so I'll give them time to wrap up that conversation. But yeah, we're gonna be painting some minis. I'm gonna start maybe mixing up some paints. I bought, finally chat, I'm a real mini painter now. I bought one of these doohickeys. Let's see if I can get it to focus better. I bought one of these doohickeys so that I can hold it while I'm painting, which makes me feel very, very professional. I hope Jamie will be proud of me. Look at that. And I can spin it in my hand. Wow. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. We're gonna start with this basic dude. What color is he? I gotta unstick him. Oh, he's gray? I don't want to start with a gray dude. I don't know what I haven't painted any gray people. Oh, I can show you the ones that we've done. I can show you the ones that have already been painted by my coworkers.
Hello.
Oh my god, hi.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. There's kind of no way around it.
I was like, I'm just gonna switch over.
Just do it.
Here we are.
I was just showing off my chat. I got one of the like handheld spinny things, so I can like hold. Do you know what I mean? What's the word? I'm sure there's a word for it. Like,
for a second, I thought you were talking about a fidget spinner.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, a fidget spinner, right? Yeah, a handheld spinny thing.
No, it's a thing that it's a plastic handle, and I stick a mini on there with clay.
I love it.
Yeah.
Where did you get that one? I don't know.
Oh, dude, Amazon.
Oh, hey, that works.
I thought of it very last minute because I don't do a lot of mini painting. And
I feel you.
When I painted these,
I don't either.
When I painted these in Prague, there's a guy who works for CG who's very, very good at mini painting, and he heard I was doing this, and he's like, "Oh, you have to."
That's so cool.
Yeah, he was really helpful. He gave me all these paints and stuff, which I then proceeded to like ruin, which I felt really bad about. He like had these really nice paints that he lent me, and God, I've been meaning to make an edit of it so I can put it on Twitter, but one of them was like clogged at the top. And so I pushed really hard to try to get it to come out, and it exploded. So he was a very nice sport about it. But he made me like makeshift handles out of wine corks, and that changed my life. That was super helpful. So I went out and bought a real one for today. Yeah,
sorry, I'm messing.
Yeah.
I wasn't ignoring your conversation. I was messing with
you're
my
good.
audio levels.
You're good. Oh, speaking about audio, yeah, my chat is Jamie's volume good? Yeah, it was a wild moment. I have that like up in Premiere and edited. I just haven't finished it because it does make it. It was a very chaotic moment. God, thank you, Ta. I hope my roof holds as well. My roof is leaking currently, Jamie.
Hey, like I told you, if your roof is leaking, that just means you have fresh paint or fresh water.
I hate that.
To
That's cursed. No, thank you. No, thank you. All right.
I think that's cursed. We have a long day ahead of us.
Yup. We sure do. But yeah, I was showing off to my chat. This is an example of one of the minis that we painted when we were in Prague. This was painted by a Lenny. Look how cool this looks. I just want to show you this so that I can ruin your expectations for the rest of this stream. We're not doing anywhere near this level of detail on the rest of these minis. Jamie, I counted before you hopped in chat. I have 40 little guys to do.
Okay.
That's too many.
That's doable.
So they're not gonna look like this. This is not the standard to expect.
So a couple weeks ago, I speed painted my Scythe minis, the mechs, on stream.
Yeah.
And I got all 15 of them done in 3 hours.
Oh wait, all
So
15 in 3 hours?
Yeah, so if you figure how
Okay.
much bigger the mechs are
Right.
than the people, which sounds counterintuitive because the people are tiny and it sounds like they're hard to paint, but with some tricks we'll be able to get
Oh
through
my god,
these
please give me the tricks, Jamie, please.
in no time. And by no time I mean at least 10 hours.
No, don't say that. No.
I'm just kidding.
My goal is 5 hours, but I don't know that that's attainable. So.
Now, if it's only 5 hours, that's actually a pretty normal stream length for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to I'm trying to get this in the normal runtime of my Friday stream, but I am calling it a marathon as a catch-all term in case things go downhill, and that doesn't happen.
That's fair. You know what? And I can always keep the marathon going after. I can keep the party rolling.
Heck yeah.
But,
Let's go. I mean,
listen, I've got plenty of minis that I need to paint here.
For context, when I painted these original guys in the Czech Republic, I think we painted there's 8 of them. It took me like 6 hours. Granted, we were being very chatty and chaotic, but I also don't know that that's not going to also happen on this stream, so we'll see.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to be chatty or chaotic
No,
today.
we would never. We would never.
I don't think that's something that we're going to do. So I don't think that's anything you have to worry about.
All right, let me get the one I'm going to start with. I'm going to start with this lady. She's red, so that's what color her base is going to be. Yeah.
I'm going to be painting minis from Frosthaven, actually. So I'm going to be painting all the starter characters, so no spoilies.
No spoilies?
And I got this random one from Ross at a con, actually at Adepticon. And I've seen it a couple times now because it's actually my second time I've gotten this particular random mini. Oh, I just realized my overhead camera is doinked up right now. Anyway, I have this other mini that Ross gave me that I found out. I saw it in the recent Gloomhaven RPG media stuff that they've been releasing, and I'm like, oh, that's a secret Gloomhaven RPG mini that they haven't talked about. They've given out as like a little teaser.
Ooh.
But they didn't connect it to that. So I also have a Eowyn model from Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game.
Shut up, and, that's so cool.
Yeah, I have her on horseback and on foot.
Hell yeah! Oh my god.
That's just what I've been wanting to paint for me, and I've had it around forever. So I'm like, yeah, why not? I don't play the game, but Eowyn's my favorite character, so.
Oh my god, hold on. My coworker, Steven, is texting me, and I have to respond to him. He says, I truly hate to bother you on stream. Doubt. Hold on. Give me a second. Doubt. I'm doing this on purpose.
Oh, we got all the CGE friends over here in my chat, too. Oh, thank you guys for splitting your attention a little bit.
I realized that you meant like people from my audience. I got very offended at first because I thought you meant like my coworkers. I was like, what the hell? Because I'm like, they're not in my chat. What the hell?
You told me all the secrets about Ray.
Alright, let me just finish.
That's the secret.
Thank you for those videos, Zonda. I appreciate it.
Battle game at some point. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely in.
There we go. Sorry about that, chat. If you see Steven come into chat, you can yell at him for distracting me. Oh, look, Steven's in chat. Steven, how dare you distract me? All right.
I'm gonna steal your question of the day.
Steal it. Do it.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, for my chat, if you haven't seen it, our question of the day today is, tell me your favorite board game that has minis. Whether or not you're a mini painter, whether or not they exist painted in your life. Favorite board game that just has minis. I don't know if this is a good skin color or not, but it's what we're gonna try. Alright. Sorry, chat. I don't paint on stream very often, so give me a hot second to like find a comfy spot, and then I'll try.
While you're getting that figured out, do you mind if I plug a few things?
Go for it.
So, 2 things. One is that I'm currently 170 follows away from 1,000 followers.
Oh, damn.
And my goal is to get there before my birthday on May 30th. We have a little over a month, and I think we can do it. But if anyone in your chat is interested in mini painting content, I would like to plead to them to maybe give my stream a follow, check it out. I'm also going to be... I've been dabbling a little bit with Premiere. So I've been editing some footage, and my goal is to get on YouTube here soon. And what I'm going to be doing on YouTube is content like this. So I'm going to be pulling minis from board games specifically, and doing kind of quick tutorials on how to speed paint them, but also how to keep it cheap so that you can still enjoy board games and not have to be a mini painter. Or if you are somebody who enjoys mini painting, or you find a love for it, at that point you can direct yourself towards my Twitch content where it's a little bit more in depth. But the idea is to provide approachable, inexpensive, and really, really simply put speed painting for board games. So you can have your very own custom board games that you painted yourself without a whole lot of time or money investment. So that's something I'll be posting on my YouTube channel.
I am so excited for that. I think that's something that's desperately missing, I think, in board game YouTube right now. Because there's mini painting YouTube, right? And there's board game YouTube. But there's not a whole lot for, like, you know, utility board game painting. Like, I don't really care about mini painting, but I want this board game to look nice. Tell me how I can do it quickly and easily without spending a lot of money. So I think that's an awesome way to approach it.
It's so strange. Thank you. But it's so strange because mini side of my life and the board game side of my life are like divorced parents, where like they sometimes communicate.
Yeah. And
I don't say that flippantly. I truly mean this. Like sometimes they cross over, but a lot of times they're just sort of like abiding each other's existence. So it's like, it's strange to me that is the way it is, and I'm trying to single-handedly bridge that gap.
Hell yeah.
So, because I want my worlds to collide a little bit. Maybe that's a little bit selfish, but I don't care. So I have to tell my chat real quick. You're gonna lose audio and visual for a hot second because I just realized that my overhead camera has decided to misbehave. So I need to switch over to that source and mess with that a little bit.
Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. Sin the Zoid, it's nice to meet you. Welcome into the CG Twitch channel. I'm painting some minis from Starship Captains and hanging out with my good friend Jamie. I don't know if this is the right approach for this, Jamie, because I've never painted a bunch of really small minis before. But what I'm doing right now is I've mixed up like a color that I think I like for like the skin tone of some of these characters. And I'm just going through and doing like all that first, and then I'm gonna go back and do like the shirts and stuff. I don't know if that's
that sounds totally reasonable. What I always recommend for people is to, you know, when you're painting, do the thing that is furthest into the mini.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, because that face is kind of tiny and it is hard to get to. I'm trying to figure out what paintbrush I want to use. Ooh, we got some good answers to the question of the day. Sea of Legends, I've watched you play that, Steven, on Board Game House, and it seems like it'd be something up my alley. It seems kind of like the closest thing we have to a board game dating sim, because you're going around and romancing all these hot pirates. Oh, have a good day, Ta. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy the lovely weather.
So my overhead camera is still misbehaving.
Oh no!
Bear with me.
You're good. I can vamp to your chat.
I was gonna
What's
say,
up, Jamie's chat?
and just talk, but like, I need to make sure this works.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Thirsty Pirates. I gotta try it. I just don't know that I have a good group to play it with yet. And I also have spoiled myself because I watched Board Game House play a lot of it. Alright, so yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna just go through and do the skin tone for all these people so that I can then go around and do their hair and stuff without accidentally like mixing colors and stuff. So I'm doing a little bit of a darker skin tone for this model right here. One of the things I like about Starship Captains is that every time you buy the game, the models of minis you get are different. They're like randomized. So it's a very, 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 very low percentage, but you could get like all your blue minis, all your blue crew members are like the alien model or the dude with his hand in like the salute form or whatever. I got a pretty good mixture, but there's like, I think 6 different molds or something around that number that are just randomly assigned to the different shirt colors. So I'm going through and doing all the ones that have this model with that kind of skin tone. I don't think I did a very good job with it. I don't really know how to mix skin tones. That feels like a skill that I don't have yet, but I'm trying my best. I feel like I mixed the wrong colors here, but it's all right. You get the idea. I feel like it's a little yellow, which I don't love. It's like a little warm toned, but it's fine. The faces are really, really tiny, so it's not gonna... I used different colors. I had another one of this model that I did in Prague, but again, I was using my coworker's paints. Yeah, skin tones are difficult. I like this one that I did when I was in Prague. I like the way that turned out. Like, I think that color looks a little bit more realistic, but I'm very, very new to painting, so go easy on me. They could be aliens, this is true, but there is like a dedicated alien mold that I'm reserving like my pink and green skin tones for. I'm okay with that though. I think that looks all right.
We did it.
You did it? Nice.
We did it.
Oh,
but now it's upside down.
It'd be like that. My chat's asking me if, for the question of the day, if meeples count as minis. I say no. I don't think meeples count as minis. You gotta answer the question of the day with a game that has plastic minis. Minis, things that could be painted. I mean, I guess meeples can be painted, but
I think that's a fair
distinction.
I think that's a fair distinction, yeah. Excellent. Okay, and I managed to update my sub goal at the same time, because every time I update it, we keep crushing it, and that's awesome. That's so exciting.
What a hard problem to have, Jamie.
Oh my god, I know, it's terrible.
You're so
I
burdened.
hate it so much. My chat's saying that like models with details and personality is kind of the distinction there, which I agree with.
Interesting. I
think meeples can have personality insofar as they have like screen printed.
No, I gotta say stickers. I'm a meeple personality hater. I don't like it. I don't like it when people try to make their meeples like like fancy. I can't remember if I talked to you about this or not, but in the game Hamlet, they like tried to screen print onto their meeples like real character art. I hate that. I really dislike that. Personally.
Those Hamlet cursed meeples. Not good. Not a good choice.
Not good. I like to keep I'll say it, I'm a hater. I like to keep my meeples simple, one solid color. Don't get fancy. Don't try to redefine what it means to be a meeple. Just be a meeple. I don't need any of that.
I don't know. That seems a little bit like soul crushing, right? I mean, to just...
You know what? That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Just be a meeple.
Just be a meeple. Don't try to be anything different. I know. That's why I preface this with saying like this is a certified hater opinion. Like, yeah, so Cosmic Ben. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's gonna be back and forth about us reading our chat and stuff because we both have very interactive streams.
Yeah.
I like to try to read it out. So I apologize in advance if I'm reading things. I'll try to keep the things that are more cursed to a minimum, but I can't promise anything.
No, same for me.
I recently added butt spot to my stream.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, dude. I went over there and I saw a lot of butts.
It's the single most important thing I think I've ever done for my stream. Everybody loves it, and I'm really happy about that. It means that I found the people that I want in my chat.
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right, got some reference art here now.
Cosmic Ben says the Hamlet meeples look like they perpetually have scoliosis because of how they're posed. I'm not saying I'm not open to fancy meeples. I just haven't seen it done in a way that's not kind of cursed. I find it kind of cursed. It makes them look like they just have giant elbows. I don't like it.
Do you want to know what my favorite game with minis is?
Tell me, Jamie.
Monopoly.
Oh my goodness. Oh, if they're metal, does that count?
Absolutely.
Wait.
My AON, both AON minis that I have here are metal.
Really? I was just going to ask you that if that was like a thing in the mini painting community. Metal meeple. Not metal meeples. Metal like mini figures.
That was actually like the original, the OG.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's much cheaper to produce them because TinCast is far simpler than having to create a really, really nice fine cast. Not fine cast, because there's also something called fine cast, and everybody hates it. Uh-oh, Bloody Lion, did I already break that rule? Uh-oh.
You're welcome in, Alkali. Everyone, in both my chat and Jamie's chat, tell Alkali congratulations, because he just finished his final of schooling.
Right, I saw that yesterday.
He might have more, but I think it's the final. Very exciting.
I think he was saying yesterday that it was like his last one.
I have to say, so Alkali is one of my... Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I had a follow-up from Bloody Lion. I asked if I had sworn, and he said no. I said Monopoly.
Yeah, my chat's really mad about that right now.
I told you, the cursed energy is just getting started.
But what I was gonna say was, Alkali is one of my oldest internet friends, like really up there in terms of oldest people I've known the longest. And I swear to God, and I had this conversation with my partner last night. I feel like Alkali's just been in school for I feel like Alkali's been on the last year of college for the last 6 years that I've known them. I just, for some reason, I don't know what it is, Alkali, but I was talking to my partner about this the other night, and he was like, how is he still in school? I was like, I don't know. I feel like he's always been in school. He's always been in the last semester of school for some reason in my brain. I have filed you in my head as about to graduate for the last 5 years. So I'm glad it's finally happening. And I don't know why.
I respect that.
It's I know when I think about it, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Because Alkali talks about his schooling. So I'm like, I know where he is, but subconsciously I'm like, how is he not done yet?
I was gonna say, because I've been following your stream and your goings on for the better part of 3 years now, probably.
Yeah.
And the entire time that I've been a part of it, also, I felt like Alkali's been in school. So anyway, congratulations, Alkali.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, someone in my chat said, I have a presentation today on digital board game prototypes, and I hated that I added it, but Monopoly is in my slide deck.
Oh no, that's a cool presentation though. What is it for?
It's a really cool presentation.
I don't know if I'm allowed to, if you don't want to answer, that's totally fine. But I'd love to know more about what is leading up to the presentation. Is it a degree in game design? Is it a degree in media something? Curious, that's really cool.
Well, I know the person who mentioned that, good friend and mod of mine, is primarily day job wise works in IT, but
cool.
I know he tends to do a lot of work with Rose Gauntlet.
Oh, Rose Gauntlet is so cool.
To that.
Heck yeah.
Oh, it's just a fun conference at work, he says. Okay, cool. So he's getting to present at work about something he enjoys. That's so cool.
Love that for you.
More work should do that.
All right, I like my strategy of painting the skin color first, because it's making me feel like I'm making progress, because there's very little skin on these. God, that sounds creepy. But there's very little God, I don't know how to say it in a way that's not weird. I was
Ray, if it makes you feel better, I've had a Post-it note on my desk that says heads for Zambies for about a week and a half. Because my other painter friend Zambies has asked me to send her some heads and wings.
I hate that.
So, yeah, I mean, just being a mini painter, there's a very fine line between if I died mysteriously and the police came to search my belongings, what's the over-under on whether they would think I was a serial killer?
Oh my God.
And usually that's a very, very high degree of chance. Just based on the language you end up having to use. There's a lot of skin on these minis.
There's very little skin. It's the head and the hands, it's all you can see. So I feel like I'm making progress, and also I feel like I'm bad with skin tone, so I'm getting it out of the way early. So
there you go. I mean, that's key. That's key, is that morale. You got to keep the morale up.
I've got a whole little army now of minis that just have their faces painted, which is honestly very creepy looking.
I love that.
But I can also be kind of messy with it, because the hair covers a lot, comes up around the face a lot, so I can clean up the lines. So we're not being super careful.
My chat wants me to tell you hi.
Oh my God, hi Jamie's chat, I love you.
Ray loves you guys, just remember that.
Cutie. Dude, how do you... Okay, as a mini painting streamer, how do you not get your head out of shot all the time. I keep looking up and I'm like down here. Like how? I feel like I need to angle my camera down more.
Yeah, the way I have mine set up, my overhead boom is actually, it's directly vertical off of my desk, and then it has an arm that extends towards me. So when I have the camera mounted, it's actually like about 6 inches from the top of my head, but it's aimed downwards at an angle towards my desk away from me, so that basically the camera and I are looking at the Mini from the same angle. So it's more or less over my shoulder. So that when I'm leaning in, the camera has a higher angle at the Mini than my head does. But rest assured, when I get very focused, sometimes I do put my head in the shot. Like if I'm painting eyes or something like that.
Okay. I'm not talking about getting my head in the shot of my overhead cam, because that's not a problem. I have a dedicated face cam that like I keep hunching so much that I keep leaving frame.
Oh my goodness.
It's basically just a stream where you just see my roots the whole time, you know?
That's fair. Mine is kind of angled from my right. So,
got you.
So it's kind of pointing at the side of my head the whole time. You get to see my my awkwardly shaped noggin. My goodness, I've got so many friends in chat.
What's a normal shape, like, what does that
Team
mean?
Barry. That's right. To everyone in Ray's chat, I have nothing to say to you but Team Barry, and also I love you.
What does that mean? I don't like that Jimmy has a secret code with my chat. What's happening?
I'm sure some of them will know.
Yo, what's up, James Blake? Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us.
Did you get...
What'd you say?
My friend in chat is saying there used to be a tool called Multistream where you could watch several streams on the same tab. That does exist, actually.
It still exists, I think, unless they shut it down. That should still be a thing.
It does exist. Because Danny was asking if other people have your stream open in another tab. I know there's a... I know... Sorry, Buttspot is being a menace. There's another...
I love Buttspot. Buttspot is my favorite.
Witty, thank you so much for that lurk. And someone else said happy lurk, Witty, and Buttspot said happy butt, Witty.
How'd you program Buttspot? Like what?
You just go into, like, you look up Buttspot on Twitch.
Oh, okay, so it's an existing bot. Okay.
It is a bot. Yeah, you go into the chat for Buttspot, and you there's a command you type in that it's like join me or something like that, and you know, next thing you know.
That's so ominous. Join me.
Next thing you know, people like Buttspot more than they like you.
Amazing.
So you
just
too
the robots plan to take over the world.
Yeah, your stream too can be taken over by robots.
Also, Pedigree, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. We're painting some Starship Captains minis today. I'm hanging out with my good friend Jamie Daggers, who's also streaming right now. ! Guests brings you to where you can go to her chat and witness Buttspot over in her chat. Also, Lone Shark, I love you. Welcome on in.
I have an Lone Shark too.
Oh my goodness, hi. Oh, Cosmic Ben says it has to do with the Bonzinator shirts. There were pepper and berry colored, and I personally am an agent of pepper. Oh my god. That was one of the weirdest things I've had to do in a team meeting in a hot minute, because Bonz reached out to me. If you don't know, Bonzinator is a fellow board game streamer here on Twitch. Yo, thank you for the follow. Spilled Paint Pot. Nice to meet you. What's up? Welcome to the CGE Twitch channel. We're painting minis with my friend Jamie Daggers. Bonzinator is a fellow board game streamer, and she was like raising money for her merch that was themed after like a board game convention. So like, you know, like Gen Con shirts or something, but it was like Bonzinator Con. You can go to Jamie's chat. She's literally wearing the shirt right now. Bonzinator Con, but it was like a fake con that didn't really happen. It was like joke merch, right? Because it was a fake con that didn't really happen, she wanted to put names of board games on the back of the shirt that weren't real, but were like spoofs of real board games. So she emailed me asking if she could spoof Deal with the Devil, which is one of the games we make here at CGE, as, what was it, Bargain with Beelzebub or something, and trying to explain that to my coworkers, like, during our marketing meeting. I was like, hey, could we give my friend permission to, like, put our name on the back of a shirt, but it's not really the name of our game, but we, like, need to approve it.
Oh my god,
that's such
so
a cute idea. Bonz is so creative.
She really is. She was asking chat for suggestions. I ended up, I think, getting 2 or 3 of my ideas on there.
Ooh, what were your ideas? What were your suggestions?
So instead of Rolling Heights, I had Tumbling Uppies.
Tumbling Uppies. That's really good. That's really
I
good.
think
I love
instead
that.
of Guild of Merchant Explorers, I think I had like Caravan of Traveling Salesmen
Oh
or
my
something
God.
like that.
That's so clever.
It's on my back. I could,
It's
I'm
on
not
my
going to take my
back.
shirt off because that's TOS, but like maybe I can just stand up at some point. I don't know why I didn't think of that first.
Yeah, like the 2 ways to show off your shirt. One.
Oh God, Buttspot is leaving no one alive here. It was asked, is it really an alone shark if she's in 2 chats here? And Buttspot responded, is it really an alone shark if she's in 2 butts here? That may be the winner. We might need to take down quotes for Buttspot.
Oh, that's good.
And we can all vote on our favorite.
God, I think one of my favorite things I've ever implemented on like the Twitch channels that I run is the quote system, because it's such a fun walk down memory lane to like look through them every now and then of like the crazy random stuff that we've said on stream.
Oh, absolutely.
It's so nostalgic.
Oh, my dad is in chat too, and
oh my
he
God, what's
asked,
up, Jamie's dad?
how do we support both streams? The easiest way to do that is to probably keep both tabs open. But if we hit a break at some point, or a natural like pause point, I can pull up the multi-stream page and make us one.
Yeah.
So we can start sharing that link if you want. Then we can both just be on a stream, like one link to rule them all. You know.
Yeah. All right, I think I got all the ones of that model. They're so spooky now. They're just their faces. Oh,
I
no,
think you
just
should
kidding.
leave it like that.
Yeah. Is this nice, chat? Is this all we need to do? Ta-da! All right, I guess I should do this more skin tones because it's kind of boring and I want to get it out of the way.
I can be like Cursed Ship Captains instead.
Just the faceless. All right. So that
Actually,
model's
friends of mine just released a really awesome solo board game called Demon Ship.
Ooh.
So it would be like that. It'd be like your own demons on the starship.
I love having my own demons. Makes me feel so special. Also, you'll be so proud of me. I specifically chose tea today instead of iced coffee, which is normally my go-to on stream, because the cup will be hot and will hopefully remind my brain that that's the drinking cup and not the water for my paint cup. I'm hoping that extra layer of like sensory situation will help save me from drinking paint water today.
We have a really funny ongoing thread in my Discord about what are some like "you're not a real mini painter unless" comments that people have received, and one of them is always like, "You're not a real mini painter unless you've put your your brush in your drink cup or you drank your paint water and stuff." And like that is truly a thing that happens a lot, but if you're not careful, like if you don't take the proper precautions or whatever, but that is one of them that comes up very often. Oh man. So in the reference photo I have here, this character has like a checkered pattern on one of their pieces of clothing, and I'm wondering if I'm feeling ambitious enough to attempt that. I think the answer is yes.
Do it.
So the thing is, someone in my chat said I get eating paintbrush licking comments a lot. Yeah, like licking paintbrushes, because there is a technique called spit blending, which you don't need to lick your brush to do, to be fair. And I usually recommend to people not to lick your paintbrushes.
Yep.
I have a very good demonstration that maybe we can do later if we want to shake things up a little bit. But they don't actually necessarily tell you if there are heavy metals or not in the in paint that you're using. And there's a really easy way to test that if you have a magnet. So I can show you that later.
Wait, that's cool.
Yeah.
I want to do magnet experiments. That sounds fun.
Uh-huh. So I can show you later, because it doesn't say anywhere on the paint that there's heavy metals in that paint. And I'm sure there's people that are just licking their brushes and just putting that metal right inside their mouth.
Don't eat metal. Metal is bad for your
not good.
For your everything.
Humans don't eat metal. This kills the human. Other than iron, I guess we do consume a lot of iron.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's necessarily. I think that's. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I should probably stop
yeah,
talking.
like zinc and stuff. Like there are types of metals that are
True.
That are fine. Dude, I feel like I should know that, being an earth science person, like what are the minerals and metals and stuff that can go in your body. I don't, though. That knowledge left my brain.
Depends on, if you we were just talking about Brandon Sanderson earlier. I guess it depends on if you're Mistborn or not. And that's a joke for anyone who's read Mistborn. And not for anyone else.
Speaking of my earth science degree, my earth science degree won me $20 at trivia last night. I was so happy.
Oh, dang.
Don't know that it was worth the debt I went into to get it, but...
I was gonna say, you've only got a little bit to go.
Yeah, to break even on that degree, but we had a question at trivia last night, and I'll pose this to chat to see if anyone else knows it. What is the lowest layer? What is the name of the lowest layer of Earth's atmosphere? That was the question, and I did not believe I got it right, because again, I haven't activated this information in so long, but it was like deep in the Mind Palace, and it ended up being right. I'm very proud of myself. Ben, that's a good guess, but stratosphere is not correct.
I don't know why this topic, completely unrelated to medication, just reminded me that I haven't taken mine.
Oh, go take your meds, girl. Go.
Why is my brain not working very well?
Do that.
And then I was like, oh yeah, I need to go do that.
Yeah. I got you. Welcome on in, DM Scotty. It's nice to meet you. Ionosphere is a great guess, but that is also wrong. The whatmosphere. The ionosphere is real, but it is not the first level of the Earth's atmosphere. The butt sphere, there you go. Ding, 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 James wins.
It's the butt sphere, you knew it.
No, it's the bottom. That was a very good guess though, Dia. The correct answer is the troposphere. I have not used that knowledge in so long, but I won us $20 last night. Very proud of myself.
Oh my gosh. Hold on, I gotta catch up on my chat before
Yeah, you're good.
Let's see. I made the mistake of licking my paintbrush after cleaning my oils off of it once, and that's a mistake I'll never make again.
Ooh.
White spirits taste like chaos and dying. The other day,
I would love to make a perfume or something where the notes are smells of chaos and dying.
It does. It's very Thanatos.
Yes.
To enjoy chaos and dying, I think. Speaking of, you're a fellow Hades enjoyer.
I am a fellow Hades enjoyer.
Actually, I'm paying to get a really, really awesome 3D printed Zagreus statue sent to me so I can paint it on stream.
Yo!
It's like 75 millimeters, so it's gonna be nice and big. And I'm so freaking excited because ever since I played that game, I'm like, I want to paint minis in this style.
Yeah, dude, the colors of that game are so beautiful. And it's very hyper stylized in such a cool way.
It's happening.
Who did you romance in Hades rate? Guess.
I'll be right back. Share stream, everybody. Share stream.
Share stream. Okay. All hail Jamie's chair. I might actually have to remind myself of I haven't played in a long time. Let me pull up the character names. Oh, yeah. I couldn't remember their name. The answer is yes. Okay. Ooh, I want to say Achilles. Interesting.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm a Meg man myself. I see you're a man of culture, James. Well, what I will say, in a void, I think Meg is the answer. Like, I love me a strong lady who could kick the crap out of me. But in the game, for some reason, I actually went for chaos. I thought there was something very cool about, I don't know, like the esotericness of chaos. I thought they were cool.
Yeah.
That's who I went for my first playthrough, but I of course was like, upping my social with other people as well. I also really liked their version of Artemis was really cool.
Yeah, my chat's saying that Chaos is NB goals.
Yeah,
for sure.
I was real into Chaos. I really like them.
Love that.
All right, now that you did a chair stream, you're gonna have to give me a second real quick. I'm not gonna leave chat, but for my chat, so you know, I'm working on a really big project at work right now, so every now and then I do need to check my email to make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'm gonna do that right now real quick.
Hi, Race Chat. How are you guys? I can see your chat, so if you say hi back, I will see it. Hello. Greetings. I'll tell you what I told my chat earlier. You made it to Friday, and that's really great. I, as a person who is self-employed and a full-time artist, weekends have very little meaning to me, but I still celebrate on behalf of my 9-to-5ers. We still talk as if weekends have meaning, but in reality, I'm painting all weekend. I'm painting all the time. Not eating the paint though. Remember, we talked about that. So don't eat the paint. Don't drink the paint water unless it's an accident. Accidents are fine. Oh, hello, Chromatic Miniatures. How are you? Hello, hello. Friday is a real celebration. I totally agree. Hi, Chicken. Hi, Bloody Lion. Hello. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. The meds will kick in, and then it's on. And then it's game time. Good, Jamie, but rethinking our podcast after you saying Monopoly pieces count as minis. That's my favorite unpopular miniatures opinion, because nobody sees it coming, you know? One of these days, I'm going to paint Monopoly minis on stream. And, like it or hate it, it's going to happen. Because technically, Monopoly is a miniatures game. And I hate it. I hate it too. Listen, chat, nobody hates that more than me. Miniatures are my job, you know? And I don't love Monopoly, but I do love miniatures, so. Too many things to paint and not enough time. Boy, is that a mood. Oh my gosh. Just a ball of energy with nothing to do but answer tickets, and watch stream, right? So I'm painting through my Frosthaven minis today. And I keep accidentally calling it Frostgrave, which is not the same game. Very different, in fact, but also very fun. Frostgrave is a miniatures agnostic game, and I said that to Ray earlier, and she's like, I've never heard that word before. And not agnostic. She's never heard that term before. I'm sure she knows what agnostic means, but hi back.
I do know what agnostic means, but not meeple or mini agnostic. That was new to me.
Yeah, so it basically just means you can use any old mini you got.
Any old mini.
So you can play your own fantasy skirmish game. There's actually some that have
thank you for that follow, notable Joe.
Kind of like campaign style options and stuff. And they have like a lot of fantasy tropes built into the game as rules, so you can like make a Jedi essentially, but it's not actually a Jedi. Wink, wink, wink. You know.
Wink, wink. Oh, I do know. Similar to how you can play various Star Trek characters, but not really in Starship Captains. Wink, wink.
Wink, 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 wink.
Nothing to do with that property.
No, nothing at all.
Also, update for anyone who cares about my professional life. Emails were good. I just heard back from some people I needed to hear back from, so yay.
Oh, yay.
Very exciting. It's been a week, everybody. We've been working on lots of stuff that I'll be able to share with y'all soon. God, I can't wait.
Maybe if stream goes long enough.
I'll leak it.
Ray will accidentally leak it.
I've just been like vague posting about it on my stream for the last like 3 months.
Ooh, Bloody Lion has an interesting question. I will absolutely answer that out loud because I feel like that is relevant to both the stream and both chats. But the question is, do you have a tip for starting a new project? I feel like I keep putting it off in fear of having no vision yet. Well,
ooh, great question,
I
Bloody.
think it really depends on the scope of the project. If it's something that, say, I always look at minis in two different ways, right? There's minis from pre-existing IPs that do have some guidance in the way that you're painting them, right? So you have like, we'll use the Middle Earth strategy battle game for example. You know, if you're painting Riders of Rohan, you know what they look like because you've seen them in the movie, but didn't always look like that to everyone because they were in a book first, right? So
Oh,
everybody imagined them differently.
yeah.
So ultimately, I think it's important to remind yourself that there really is no correct way to paint things. It is a fantasy game, and they're your minis to paint. So there's really no wrong way to go about it, first and foremost. And I think that's important to keep in your mind, because by that metric, you really can't make any mistakes. And once you kind of let go of that control, you start to be able to make decisions more freely, I think. Step 2 is like, if that doesn't help you and you feel like you still need more direction, more guidance, at that point you can really just pull directly from the pre-existing IP, so you can just paint them exactly how they look in the movie if you want. And there's nothing wrong with that either. In fact, there's an entire subset of miniature painters that paint Napoleonic era minis. And these uniforms at that time were so distinct between year over year that people can see them on the minis and they're like, oh, those brass buttons were actually steel and pulled this year. And they'll be like, God. So you're painting the Napoleonics from 17 something or other, and they're actually looking like Napoleonic. Nobody gets that granular, but it is something that you could recognize.
Damn.
So it's there are so many extremes of people's opinions about it, but the most important one is yours. So
hell yeah. I'm sorry for this. You just said something really profound and inspiring, and I'm gonna say something just cursed.
Yeah, bring it on.
Alkalite just said in my chat, okay, time to go. And they abbreviated the Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves movie title to D&D : HAT, because that is the acronym. And I know what he's talking about because I've seen the movie, so I thought about it. But I love the concept that there's just a D&D spinoff that's just hats. It's like an officially licensed D&D one-shot or spinoff or whole system that's D&D : hats.
I actually saw that abbreviation for the first time yesterday.
Really?
And yeah, I thought the same thing. I'm like, wow, that's cursed. And I love it. If you were one of the lucky ones that managed to get that D20 shaped popcorn bowl, that could be a D&D hat.
Oh my god, it could. I don't care about I have too much random crap in my life, and I'm trying to get less random crap, so I did not buy into the popcorn D20 situation, but I have many friends who did and tried very, very hard to get them.
Yeah, no, I saw that marketing. And I'm like, my house is too small for this.
Yep.
It's where am I gonna put this?
I can only get away with so many useless knickknacks a year before my partner's like, all right, we're doing a donation run.
Oh, hi, Lunchbox. Welcome in. It's good to see you.
I like that username. What's up, Lunchbox?
I know, right? It's so good. So good.
What's your perfect lunch, Lunchbox? In a perfect world. Your mom's packing your lunch. What are you getting today?
Yeah, what's the lunch you open up and you're like, oh, thank God.
Yeah. That goes forever. What's that lunch, chat? We're like, oh, hell yeah. It's apple squares today. Let's go.
I know my favorite lunch definitely involves mac and cheese.
Oh my god. Okay, what kind of mac and cheese though? Because you had some controversial opinions in my chat yesterday about fake cheese, girl. So you tread carefully. What kind of mac and cheese?
Oh man. I'm talking
coming
box
for
mac.
you. My coffee's kicked in. There's no mercy now.
I'm talking box mac, and I'm the streamer today, so I can get away.
Are we talking about what's that, Annie's mac and cheese, or are we talking Kraft? Because there are.
You know what? I do really like the Annie's. I like the white cheddar Annie's mac and cheese.
That's good. That's
shells.
Good. I'll allow that.
With the shells.
With the shells,
Ooh.
yeah.
Lunchbox says a pepperoni hot pocket. That is a very good answer.
You had that ready to go. I mean, you better with a Twitch name like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm proud. I'm impressed.
And his stream is all very, very well branded with lunch related.
Wait, seriously? That's so cute.
He's ready. He's so ready.
Hell yeah.
I feel like you said, with a name like Lunchbox, you got to be ready to answer those questions. The people need to know. Ray, what's yours?
Oh, what's mine?
I can't get in trouble for saying mac and cheese box mac without hearing what you have to say.
Well, I preface this by saying, Chad, I'm a strange little girl. I'm a strange little weirdo.
Oh wait. Do I know this lunch answer already?
Oh, do you? What do you think it is?
Is it your regular lunch?
No, it's not the ramen that I eat now as an adult. That addiction didn't come until like a couple years ago.
Oh, see, I was thinking it was the egg with soy sauce.
Oh my god, it's not the soy sauce egg. That would be incredible consistency across my life if I've actually been having an egg and soy sauce for lunch for like 20 years.
Do you have a name for that dish, by the way? Do you just call it soy sauce egg? Because that's fun.
Yeah, soy egg.
I like that. Is that just an egg introducing itself in Spanish? Is that what that is?
Oh, soy egg! Soy egg. Wait, that's really cute. I love that.
Oh man, I'm getting a lot of good answers in my chat. We got
adorable.
Annie's so bad, James. Really? James? Really? Oh my god.
Uninvited. You can't sit with
us. What are the rules
Get
on
out of
banning
here.
What are the rules on banning your own mod?
Do it. But to answer the question, for the longest time, I used to get, God, what was it? I remember the staple was like crackers and cheese. I used to get like little Triscuits and crackers and cheese.
Oh, you know what though? A little crackers and cheese is such a good lunch.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, I was a little con artist as a kid. So my parents, I grew up in a very, oh God, I've ruined my little Amazon handle. Oh God. I'm shocked that the $10 Amazon handle has broken. Oh God. Wait, hold on. I gotta fix this. What have I done?
We'll have to talk off stream. You'll have to give me your address, and I'll send you a paint handle.
Oh, that'd be amazing. I mean, this is fine. It functions.
No, I'll give you a working one.
That'd be great. But yeah, I was a little con artist because I grew up in a home that didn't allow like traditional candy, not like in any sort of super intense like quasi-religious like situation. Like there was none of that. It was just like, you know, I didn't grow up with like chips in the house, like candy, cookies, that kind of thing. Just how my parents were. But I loved salt and vinegar chips as a kid. I loved them. Okay. But my parents wouldn't pack them. So what I did was I convinced all of my friends and all my classmates that I hate salt and vinegar chips because they're like so sour and like they would make silly faces. So they would give me their salt and vinegar chips and like dare me. They're like, oh, I dare you to eat them. And so that's how I got everyone's salt and vinegar chips from like the fellow kids at school. Is I like convinced them that I hated them. So they would like bully me with making me eat salt and vinegar chips. And I was like, haha.
That is so clever. I'm impressed. I'm genuinely impressed by that.
Thank you.
I don't know that I always thought I was a pretty clever kid, but I never did anything like that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was like, I know these kids don't like me and they bully me anyways, so at least I'm gonna bully them into giving me their snack. I reverse bullied them. I Uno reverse card them into giving me their chips every day at lunch.
I've got some really good answers here in chat, so I'm gonna carry on with them here. We got
do it.
Peanut butter and banana sandwich on cheap white bread, a bag of Zapp's Voodoo Heat chips, a Little Debbie Swiss cake roll, and a can of cheerwine. Wow, that is accurate and also sounds wonderful.
It does sound real. That sounds real good.
And also, just because it's relevant, Spilled Paint Pot, I want to show you. Just because you said the Voodoo chips, I have the Voodoo pretzels right here. That's my late night paint and snack. That's how I keep going. Love those. My favorite meals are the ones I don't have to make. Big mood.
Hell yeah.
Big mood. Although I made a really, really killer fried rice last night. And whenever I make food, I make enough for the second coming of Jesus so that we can just eat it for like 4 weeks and not have to cook. Because cooking for 2 people
is hard. I'm trying to learn how to get better with like meal prep and stuff because it's really hard.
Yeah, it's very difficult and also silly. It's silly to try.
Silly. Yo, Notable Joe says salt and vinegar chips are the best. Hell yeah, they are. Hell yeah.
My dad said my favorite lunch is lobster and mushroom risotto, but for some reason my mom never packed it.
Oh no! No, I'm so sad now.
How rude. How rude of your mother.
That makes me
to
really
not
sad.
pack you shrimp or lobster and mushroom risotto. That's so funny.
Yeah, all our Rukar says you gotta manipulate those bullies. That's what you gotta do. I was like, I'm not gonna convince them like to not bully me.
Lunchbox has some hot meal prep tips.
Ooh, give me those meal prep tips.
James says if I'm having my mac and cheese from a box, I want it to be a color that doesn't appear in nature. You know what? That's fair. I really actually I vibe with that. I agree. I want it to be neon orange.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Instant Pot is your best friend.
Oh my god, I love Instant Pots. Instant Pot slow cookers changed my life when I learned about those. Oh my god.
I was not a believer in the air fryer until we got one. Now I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is great, because then you don't need to use the whole oven. You know, it's like, it's great. It's so good. You want some tendies? You just toss it in there for a little while.
Some little tendies? Heck yeah.
Magic tendy machine.
Speaking about being a manipulative child, I was talking to my partner's mom the other day, and apparently, so this is just proof that my partner and I were made for each other, that we were little manipulative little children. Apparently when he was a kid, he used to steal the shoes of his, like, teacher, but not both shoes. He would always take just one shoe to, like, psychologically, like, so it's like, I have one shoe, where's the other one? It's not like, oh, I misplaced my shoes. It's like, where did this one shoe go?
Oh my god.
Steal only just one. He's a really nice person now, though, I promise. He's gonna be a doctor.
We've got some rancid apologetics coming on now, huh? Is that what this is?
I just feel like we would have been friends. I feel like we would have vibed.
That's fair. That's fair. Or you would have been like rivals, and that would even more fun. Because then one day you'd steal the other shoe, and he'd be like, "No, you're ruining my grift."
That's our meet cute.
Yeah, that's your meet cute.
Oh yeah.
Do not. Oh, here we go. I headed off the air fryer commentary from Lunchbox because the next thing he said was straight to air fryer, and Buttspot responded, "But to air fryer."
That sounds painful.
Which does lead me to tell you guys as a PSA, I'm agreeing with LR in my chat, do not put your butts in air fryers.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
And then abandon the one shoe somewhere on the side of the road for me to see and be like, how did someone lose just one shoe?
Well, that's the whole idea, right? Is it drives you more insane to lose one as opposed to losing both.
Oh my god.
Little master.
Yeah, it's not like you can hang shoes from a power line if there's only one of them.
There's just the one, yeah.
What about for science? I mean, you know what? For science, that seems appropriate.
No. Check Games Edition would like to make it clear that we do not condone putting your butt in an air fryer. If you get hurt, please do not sue us. We are not legally liable.
I think I'd be concerned about the individual whose butt is now in an air fryer. However, I'd be really impressed. I'd be really impressed that they managed to fit their butt in an air fryer.
Yep. It's a skill. Not saying all skills are worth the risk, but, you know.
No, certainly not. My butt certainly could not fit in an air fryer. Oh and we have a very big air fryer.
You do?
Yeah, we have like a countertop one with like a front open, like, it's more of like a convection oven than an air fryer, but that's all an air fryer is anyway. Secret time.
Feed Me Some Wad just said, we're 1 hour in, which first of all, time flies when you're streaming with someone else. I do not know how it's already 12:30. That's insane.
Yeah, hey, listen, when you want to travel far, you travel with a friend, right?
But they also want to know how many minis did we do? I've done almost every mini 5%, so...
And I'd say I'm
how
like
are you
40%.
doing?
I'm like 40% through my first mini.
Okay, and how many do you have to do total?
I should have counted before I started the stream. How many do I have to do? 0. How many am I doing?
How many are you going to do because you love your friend Ray and you want to support her in her bad ideas?
I have 10 minis.
Okay, all right. So I think we're kind of in...
And I'm finished when you're finished. So I'm just going to keep painting until you're done.
Oh, God. It's all in my hands.
It is. Quite literally. Barb's coming into my chat to make naughty jokes, and I just love that. Good for her.
You know what? Good for her.
Good for you.
Oh my god, I had such a good, like, good for her moment the other day when I was watching TV, and now I can't remember what it was. God damn, what was it? Well,
I feel like we've been struggling to find a new show to watch. While you think of that.
Yeah.
Because we're deep in. I I'm really loving that TV's doing the once a week release thing now, but at the
Ooh,
same
yeah.
time, it's kind of a drag because I'm like, well, we already watched Yellow Jackets and Ted Lasso this week, and Mandalorian's over, so I'm like, we're gonna have to find a new show.
Yeah, I'm glad they're going back to it a little bit, because like binge culture was getting a little out of hand, where it's like a show would drop and then the next day everyone would know everything, but it is sometimes frustrating to have to go back to a kind of antiquated, like, oh, once a week. But I'm glad it's kind of a mix now, because it was getting out of hand when Netflix was first a thing. It was, when they first like launched their streaming platform, that was out of hand.
Oh, absolutely. And it's wild because like I feel like I rank shows in different tiers where like I have shows that I'll watch while I'm painting because I know they're not great and I don't need to pay like, full attention to them, or I've watched them before, like if I watch Futurama or something while I'm painting, it's like I've seen it so many times, or like King of the Hill or something. I've seen it so many times that like it's easy for me to just be like, okay, yeah, I can have this on in the background. You know, so it's like if it's a show like that, then I'll usually watch it by myself. But yeah, if it's a show that's like going to be talked about with other people, then yeah, Rachel and I usually watch it together. Rachel's my partner, for anyone who doesn't know. Yeah, so oftentimes it'll be like that binge show will come out and we just want to watch all of it, but we can't just sit there on the couch all night and just keep watching it because we just feel like crap.
I have like a limit where I can only do so many episodes before I start to feel like steeped somehow. I feel steeped in my own couch. I don't like it.
And you know, the other thing is like, I don't know, sometimes I'll be sitting there and I'll watch a movie and I'll fall asleep. But if I sit there and watch like 10 episodes of something, I'm tuned in the whole time. Yeah. Don't know how that works.
Yo, Lunchbox, thank you for joining our chat. It's nice to meet you. Welcome on in, and thank you for the follow. Heck yeah. My partner and I recently started watching, because we just finished Breaking Bad for the very first time. Or he's watched it a million times. I've watched it with him for the very first time. Yes. I got so many things to say about that show. I really, really liked it. In general, like, I don't do well with stressful shows, especially interpersonally stressful shows. Like, there's different types of stress, right? My job is very people-oriented, and my social battery at the end of my workday is typically pretty low. And I don't like watching other people's fictional interpersonal stuff when it's like highly dramatized, you know, when it's really like reality TV is different, but if it's like my husband's selling drugs and I don't know what to do, like that is too much for me typically. But it's really, really good. I'm really glad I watched it. It was very stressful. I wouldn't say it was fun to watch all the time, but I'm glad I did it. But after it was over, it was like, all right, I need to detox. This was a lot to handle. This was a lot. So we started watching Love is Blind to like give us some reality TV detox. And it really is something. I don't know if anyone here has seen Love is Blind or if you've seen it, Jamie. But it is.
I have not. I've seen all the TikToks making fun of it.
Train wreck. Good Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
It's bad.
Oh, my chat.
It's real bad.
My chat is also agreeing that like a tabletop. We're going back a little bit because I've been neglecting my chat and I feel terrible. But tabletop oven, so good, the best. Buttspot has once again struck again.
Struck again.
One of my chat members said, I mean when you put it that way. Buttspot, of course, said, I butt when you put it that way. Yeah, Ted Lasso. Ray, if you haven't watched Ted Lasso, what are you doing? You should watch it.
Okay.
Listen, I know it's suspect for people because they're like, it's kind of sports related.
Yeah,
I assure you, it has so little to do with it other than
like things
it being
that have little to do with sports as possible.
Yeah, other than it being a vehicle for, you know, the story.
Okay.
It is one of the best TV shows I've ever watched.
Really?
And I don't say that lightly.
Okay. All right, I'll believe you. I trust you.
And now I keep hearing so many people talk about Love is Blind. I'm like, do I need to watch it?
You don't, girl. Let me tell you, you don't. It's trash. It's trash. It's good trash.
I like trash.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's my whether or not I recommend Love is Blind to you is very dependent on, do you want to watch it with Rachel or with someone? Because for me, it's only fun if you have someone there to be like, oh my god, I can't believe she said that. What do you think about this issue that this couple is having? Like, I think I'd get sad watching it by myself, but watching it with my partner is really fun.
I feel like I don't fully understand the pitch.
Okay, let me give you the pitch.
Let's hear it.
Okay, actually, before I do that, Alar in my chat says my partner and I are also watching both Breaking Bad and Love Is Blind right now. We're the same people. That's a really weird coincidence. I feel like
Alar's awesome.
The audiences
Alar
for
and I
those two
met
shows don't overlap very much.
We met at Adepticon, and we've been chatting through stream and off stream since then. And every time I talk to him, I'm like, we're just basically the same person at this point, huh?
Spooky.
Yeah.
All right, let me give you this Love Is Blind pitch. So Love Is Blind involves, again, very heteronormative premise. You've got like 10 men, 10 women, and they are food and sleep deprived, pumped with alcohol, and they are living in so far nothing is different than your average dating show, right? They live in two separate, like, apartments in one building, and throughout the day, they go into these pods where a woman will walk into one pod and a man will walk into the other pod. They can't see each other, but they can talk to each other. And that's how you find your soulmate. You do this for like, oh my god, my lunch is here. Thank you. Sorry, my partner just, oh my god, chat, I'm sorry, hold on one second. Look how delicious this is.
Let me interject to just say, like, so far this just sounds like a board game convention.
Oh my god, look how beautiful that looks. But yeah, so the concept is you're locked in these rooms, you talk to people, and you go on dates, right? All day with these people. All you can do is talk to them, hence the Love Is Blind. You have, like, I swear to god, like 5 days before you have to then propose to someone in these pods. So you propose to someone who you've never seen, you've only talked to, again, sleep deprived, had nothing to drink but alcohol. If they say yes, you then get to see them, and you re-propose and see if they still want to marry you now that they've seen you. And if they still say yes, then you have like 20 days to go on a honeymoon, and then you meet the families, and then you get married. And we go through that whole process with them. It's
I kind of hate that.
It's terrible.
No, I hate that.
It's all no. It is horrible. It is so bad.
I hate it, but I love it. Like, I can see why you would want to watch that.
I didn't tell my partner anything about it when we started watching it. I wish I could have, like, recorded his face when he was like, what do you mean they're in pods? Like, what do you, like, they make it very pseudo high tech and stuff, where you're like talking through this mirror but you can't see through the mirror. It's wild.
I feel like there's like some like mid-century philosophical quandary being answered there, you know?
It's weird as hell.
Talking to the mirror, but you're actually talking through it.
Yeah, no, it's terrible.
That's stupid. Let's not chase that down, huh?
If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I have a bit of a backpedal.
Give me your backpedal
for my chat here, talking about streaming shows and like how they they've weirdly oscillated between full releases and then like the more common now weekly schedules. But it's a really good point that Ben brings up, Cosmic Ben, about how they're structured completely differently, because like TV shows that are released all at once now are built to be like 6-hour movies split into parts. So like as a cohesive single episode, it's not as satisfying to watch because the story's just extended into the next episode rather than having an individual storyline each week, or not even just from like a serialized perspective, but like, I don't know. I think it's a really good point though. And I thought it was worth bringing up. So go eat your lunch.
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna mute and eat my lunch. I'll like be here and I'll be talking in chat, but I'm gonna just mute myself so you don't hear me.
I'm gonna keep going at it because I got a lot of things to do.
Chili.
My dad says it sounds like the old TV show, The Dating Game. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Kind of like where they're on one side of like either side of a screen, and they're like, contestant number 1 loves long walks on the beach and dogs, but hates cats. Oh my god, I can't read that, Ben, but that is hilarious. That's the point, Jamie. You hate it, but you love it. Yeah, that's true. It's like it's hate watching, And I totally agree, Raven TCG. It's a show about sports that like has no right being as good as it is. The pods have soundproof walls, or at least they tell you that, right? At least they tell you that they are soundproof. They want you to believe that.
Oh my god, is there a conspiracy where they don't actually have soundproof walls?
If there isn't, I'm starting one now.
That's wild.
Yeah. You heard it here first. I could use a little controversy, I think, on like Twitter, to kind of like propel my my platform a little
That's
bit. So maybe
so
I should
dystopian. I
start.
love it.
Yeah, maybe I should start some real Black Mirror stuff, huh? I'm just gonna start, you know, unfounded unfounded theories about Love Is Blind. Oh, there's a dating show in Britain where they're naked in tubes called Naked Attraction. Incredible. Oh, that's so funny. The shorter season single plot story type shows. Yeah. Like, and I miss, honestly, there are so few like serialized shows anymore. I really love a good serialized show like I don't know, like The Twilight Zone or X-Files or something like that. Like I miss that structure. And shows like, I don't know, shows like Love, Death and Robots or what else? Black Mirror, like we just said, like those have that vibe, and I really enjoy those because of it. But yeah, I feel like that's a format that we've kind of lost touch with, and I'd love to see it more. That I like a lot when I'm painting because it's kind of it's vaguely formulaic, so you kind of know what's going to happen, and you don't have to be tuned in the entire time. It ends up being a lot of fun because you can just like look up every now and then, pick up where you left off, and just sort of like fill in the dots. But yeah, it is interesting to think of it as one long movie that's split into parts, because I think, yeah, when you think of it that way, it makes so much more sense than thinking of it as a TV show, because it really isn't, right? Well, if I missed something, the commercial played. Oh, I was talking about your commentary about how shows are simply like 6-hour movies split into non-cohesive parts. Bloody Lion, I can't tell if you like or dislike my propel your platform with conspiracy theories strat that I'm trying to pull off here. Can't tell if like or dislike. What else we got? When you let a vegetable rot in your fridge, there's a chance it'll haunt it after a while, and your fridge is just way too spooky. That's James's conspiracy. I really like that. I like that a lot. Some spooky veggies. Go propel, Jamie. I fully support. Well, good. I'm glad to know. I'm glad to know that, like using conspiracies in an inert way, arguably for positive growth, because I do think my platform's rather positive. So it's for a good cause, And maybe it'll just drown out all the other nonsense. There's a way to structure an episode of a series where the episode itself is satisfying, memorable, and has its own story, while also having it have a narrative that's ongoing by adding touches of it, usually near the end or peppered in throughout general. Right, exactly. I have procedural dramas on in the background a lot because of the self-contained episode structure. Yeah, Chromatic. I was watching a lot of Star Trek a while back. I kind of fell off, but like it was really great for painting because I could just throw it on and like half pay attention and still be able to keep up with what was happening and not feel like left out on what was going on. So that was a good one. That's why I like shows like Futurama and King of the Hill and stuff while I'm painting too, because it's like it's first of all, I've seen it enough that I can just kind of tune in at any time and know what's going on. But also each episode, the stakes are so low that the frequency with which there's an episode that refers to another episode is so infrequent that it's kind of calming in that way. It's like predictable. Spread your positivity through chaos. That's my new campaign. Is using chaos to take over Twitch, one viewer at a time. So if you'd like to join me in my campaign, please do so. if you eat that fridge food, does it make your gut spooky? Yeah, that's actually where gas comes from. That's why people have IBS. That's conspiracy number 2 for today. IBS is caused from letting vegetables rot in your fridge that then haunt the new food and then haunt your tummy. Uh-oh, Bloodspot struck again. Same, Futurama Bob's Buttgers is like Buttfurt food of TV. Yeah, I'll let you guys figure out what that originally said. Kind of like a reverse word game. I've eaten a lot of fridge ghosts. I feel like that needs to be a quote. Kit Kat says, well, there'll certainly be haunting noises coming from your body. This is why Buttspot fits in so well, you guys, because you also are cursed, and I love that. I love that so much for us. Yeah, if you have gas, it's just ghosts of meals past. That's all it is.
I'm sorry, I have to unmute and tell you that that's terrible. I hate that. No, thank you. The ghosts of meals past?
Mm-hmm.
Awful, horrible. Hate it.
Yeah. Thank you. That's the content we crave. I definitely feel like I'm overthinking the model that I'm working on here. Even though I'm literally just going based off of existing artwork. And also I'm using a lot of contrast paints, like contrast style paints. When I want to do a speed paint, I don't do the whole thing in contrast, or if I do the whole thing in contrast, I tend to go back over it with things. I use it as kind of a base coat, and then from there I build on it. Oh, Buttspot. Oh no. I'm resculpting one of the first minis chromatic painted. Oh, that's so cool. Which one is it? Fridge Ghost, I should illustrate this into a kid's book. I think you should. Oh no, Luna, no. Yeah. That means farting is a religious exercise, correct? Yeah, if we chase down that logic, it totally stands, I think. I legit thought you were gonna say, I think I'm overthinking food ghosts. Never ever would I admit that. Never in a million years. You can't overthink fridge ghosts. You have to be realistic about this. It's not a laughing matter. That reminds me of one of my favorite jokes. It's a real short one, so don't blink. But you know, in terms of breakfast food, like scary breakfast food, I have to say that haunted French pancakes give me the crepes. Thank you, folks. I'll be here all day. Yeah, Fridge Ghost is pure logic. You're totally right. I did Bloody Lion. I did start with a Zenithal Prime, yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know what a Zenithal Prime is, it's essentially priming the mini to look as if it's being hit with light from above. So from the zenith of the sun, 12 o'clock kind of like angle. A lot of people use it for a method known as slap chop, which is just a Zenithal Prime and then just very thin coats over top of it, because it sort of establishes your light values before you actually start painting. So when you put transparent paints over top of it, you don't have to think too hard about adding shadows or highlights, because you've already done that with the Zenithal Prime. It's a very, very simple and quick way of painting minis. It's not. I won't say it's my favorite way, because I tend to, even when I do a Zenithal Prime, sometimes I just paint right over it, and I know that's very silly, but I do use it to inform like my lighting and stuff, like where I'm gonna place certain highlights and colors and things like that. But then I tend to put opaque paints right over top of it. I'm like, why did I waste my time doing that? But do I learn? Of course not.
I'm back from my delicious chili.
How was it?
It was delicious. It was so
Yeah,
good.
isn't Rancid's a pretty good cook, right?
Rancid
Rancid
is a very good cook. I am very blessed that I have him to do that for me because I hate cooking.
Love that.
You know what's up, legends?
Too blessed to be stressed.
No, he is a gem. My diet would not be what it is if I did not have him cooking for me very, very frequently. Yeah, it was delicious, chat. It was so good.
That's wonderful. Let's see what we got. Oh no! Someone stole one of the Monster Hunter minis from Steamforged. That's terrible.
Oh jeez.
At Gamma.
That's so weird that, like, do you remember when, like, Pandasaurus had, like, their warehouse broken into? And, like, a bunch of, like, pre-Kickstarter copies were, like, stolen of some game? Like, what's the thought process there? Like, everyone knows that if you now have a copy of that game before it got sent out, you know it's a stolen copy. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, like, there's not, like,
board game
board
theft
game
makes no sense.
Like, what's your end game?
Yeah, right?
You bring that to game night and people are like, hey, wait a minute.
Hey, hold on. You're just gonna hold people's Kickstarter copies, like, hostage? So weird. I don't know the details of it, but it was something about, like, how they, like, a warehouse was broken into or something. Someone just stole a ton of copies of, like, Skate Summer or something. Like, why?
I'm speaking this into existence just because I want it so badly to happen. I'm desperate to paint those Monster Hunter minis.
Ooh.
I would be beyond excited to paint those. I love that game so much. And yeah, I they're coming out with a new one. I know they already have one out, so I probably could just buy it. I know it was in Kickstarter recently, so I don't know if it's available yet, but yeah, at some point I want to get my hands on those because I love that game so much. I cannot tell you, for as much as I've painted in my life, I think I might still have more hours logged on Monster Hunter.
Seriously?
Maybe not.
I've talked to my chat about this before. I tried Monster Hunter, but I tried it on the Wii U, and it's really not good for the Wii U. So I had a bad time with it.
Yeah, that's tricky.
I had a bad time with it because the gamepad was really not conducive for...
It also was, like, extremely obtuse until one of the more recent iterations of it. I really liked that it was, like, difficult on purpose for the longest time.
For sure,
but
yeah.
as I started to play the newer versions, I'm like, I totally see where this is going, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's like MMOs, you know, like the audience for those things is growing up and older and has less time to do them. They know what's up
now, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like you have to kind of move with that, or you're not going to have people playing your game.
Yeah, no, totally.
It's way more digestible now, but I think they still managed to keep the character and the spirit of the game. But it's like boss battle the game. It's just so fun.
Hell yeah. No, I definitely liked, like, the concept of it. I just couldn't get a grapple with the controls.
Oh, yeah.
It was a struggle. But I was also, like, I tried it in college. I was not as... I mean, I didn't start playing, like, modern video games until college. Like, I had only played retro games. That was what I played. Like, I remember the first time I ever played, like, a first-person game was when I think I was like 16 or something, and my brother introduced me to Overwatch, and he was just like laughing at me. He's like, how do you not know? And I'm like, because I've only ever played like PS2 games. That was my childhood, was PS2, SNES, N64. I'd never played a first person game until like original first season Overwatch.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, I should probably go back. It probably isn't as hard as I thought it was in college.
And if you play one of the newer ones like Monster Hunter World, like I said, they've removed a lot of the barriers, but they've added new things. Like, it's a far more vertical game now, whereas before it was like you could barely jump, right?
Got you.
Now they have it.
I don't like games where you can't jump. It makes me feel very anxious. I
It
need
makes
the
you feel
ability to
locked down,
jump.
right? Let me see what else we got here.
Okay, real quick.
Oh yeah, LRE absolutely should play it. I haven't played in so long. I would love to pick it back up.
All right, I have a quick question for my chat and your chat. I, for some reason, as I was mentioning, like, different copies of Starship Captains come with different numbers of models, right? It's like, it's randomized. I only have 3 aliens. What skin color should I give them? What alien, like, color should they be? I want to do something fun. I'm sick and tired of my, like, tan skin tone I've been doing.
break free.
Break free, but I don't know what to break to.
Liberate yourself.
I want to do one, probably green. Wants to do purple. Okay, 2 hoots, I got you. Also, welcome on in. It's nice to meet you. And welcome on in, Darcy and Tanika. Happy Friday. What's up? All right, let's see if I have a purple. I might have to make a purple. I don't know if I have one.
I love that attitude. I'm so glad that you feel empowered to make a purple. And I'm not being sarcastic. I have a hard time sounding sincere. I really mean that.
I have a metallic purple, which I guess it's an alien, so that works.
True.
That sounds fun. Let's do that. And then I get to move on to something less boring. The skin tones are all done after this. This was definitely the way to do it. I feel like I'm accomplishing something because I'm moving from mini to mini so quickly, doing them in like little batches.
See, it's the morale thing I was telling you about.
You
gotta
right.
keep the morale up.
Okay, let's do this color.
Luna asked, so Zenithal is a lighting thing? Yes, absolutely. It can. I just don't feel like as much as Slapchop has been discussed that it's been explained very well. So maybe I should make a video on that.
Yeah.
I know Polygon recently has been talking about mini painting, and I'm like, hey, step off. This is mine.
Hey, my turn.
This is mine. No, I'm just kidding. But they also explained Slapchop, and I don't think it was like cohesively explained. So maybe I should do a little something about that. But anyway, what else we got here?
Thank you for that follow, 2 hoots. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, Bloody Lion. When the minis get that size, I like to start calling them biggies.
Biggies. Wait, that's really cute. Biggies. Oh heck yeah.
What? Oh, I was asked what weapon I play in Monster Hunter. It depends. I would say the one that I go back to the most is probably Insect Glaive. But I also really enjoy the bow.
Oh, I was supposed to shake this a lot more than I did. I forgot this is a Turbo Dork metallic. I gotta.
Oh yeah.
I forgot. Let me wipe that off.
You gotta shake it like
you're
trying to get the change to fall out of its pocket.
All right, let's wipe that off and try again. Ah! Shake.
They can call them biggies or megas. I like megas. That's good too. That's real good.
Heck yeah, Darks and Tanica, they say they still have their Wii and their PS2. Honest to God, my 2 favorite consoles. That's where it's at, man. The PS2 and the Wii. I will tolerate no Wii slander. The Wii ruled.
Yeah, the Wii was awesome. It was really doing something. And I respect that.
God, I wanted a Wii so... The Wii was like... That was the first, like, console release I remember as a kid. Like, I grew up on, like, the PS1, PS2 era. And I remember, like, being, you know, cognizant enough to, like, internalize what's going on around me when the Wii was coming out. And I remember I was watching, like... I used to watch, like, a lot of game shows as a kid when I would go over to my grandma's house. And one of them was, like... I don't know. I don't remember which one it was. If it was Deal or No Deal or something like that. Someone won a Wii, right? And... It was priced at, I think it was priced at like $300, right? They're like, it's a $300 value in a Nintendo Wii. And I remember for like the next 5 years, I was like a child, everything like that I had to buy or anything that involved money in my life, I would always conceptualize like, how many Wiis is that? Like, is that, oh my God, you make 3 Wiis a month? Oh my God, you make so much money. Like that was the benchmark for me for the longest time, was that a Wii was $300.
You just like latch on to those things.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
It's like, oh my God, your life is so easy. You could afford a Wii. Oh my God.
Yeah, what else do you need?
Like,
what do you mean?
You've made it.
401k. What does that even mean? Oh yeah, Luna mentioned a vortex mixer for the Turbo Dork paints. I have one. I just don't use it very much. I know a lot of streamers will put Yeah, it's like a laboratory tool that people use for mini painting.
Oh, shoot.
They'll use it in labs because it'll help kind of mix up ingredients. And it's just a little tabletop thing. It's got like a little rubber pad on it, and you push the paint down into the pad, and it just vibrates the heck out of it.
That's
and,
cool.
Yeah, it's super useful. I have one, but I don't have enough plugs in this room.
Yeah,
so
that's fair. That's fair.
I don't have it plugged in, but I know a lot of streamers will put theirs. I have one friend who put googly eyes on his, and
that's cute.
he has a camera on it so that when it, whenever it
shakes, you get like the really shaky POV.
Yep.
That's awesome. That's really
great.
Cool. I love that.
It's a very clever use of an extra
Shake it
camera.
like you wanted salt and vinegar chips. This is a shakedown. Give me your
Incredible.
chips.
Give me those chips.
Those chippies. Dark Santanica says my kids are playing Super Mario Sunshine right now. That's
Oh
such a
my
good
God.
one. Heck yeah.
I had this strangest desire to break out Super Mario Odyssey the other day.
Ooh, I've never played it. I've only
haven't
watched
played it.
other people play it.
It's good.
God, I get video game cravings like that all the time. Typically with like older games, I'm like, oh man,
Yeah.
I just really
harkens
want to play
back
Kingdom
like,
Hearts 2
Mario
right now.
64. It feels a lot like Mario 64, which is great. Got mine from a laboratory surplus store. Yeah, there you
That's
go. Yeah,
cool.
the Vortex mixers, the problem is if the ones that are halfway decent are kind of pricey.
Yeah.
But we're talking like $50-$60, so it's not like
okay. I was
absurd.
thinking way more because you were mentioning it was lab equipment, so I was thinking a little
Right,
more
right.
expensive. That's not.
Nah,
bad.
it's not like completely, difficult to afford expensive, but it's not nothing.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, and I also like concerning your commentary about how many Wii's something costs.
Yeah.
I still do kind of do that. Like I think about things in terms of like, I think of it more in like how many hours am I going to use this thing? So like, am I going to get how much enjoyment am I going to get out of this?
Ooh, yeah.
Like if I buy a board game for, let's say, just for ease of the conversation, let's say I buy a board game for $20. Like, am I going to get 20 hours out of this?
Yeah.
A couple plays, it's not nothing. I've
not
definitely
nothing.
played some board games I own for less time.
Oh yeah.
So,
Oh my god, yeah. Lone Jedi says that paint mixer thing is only 1/6 the price of a Wii. That's not too expensive.
Incredible.
All right, I believe I've done all the like skin of all my people, and now I have to rewire my brain to do something else for the next 2 hours, and I'm stressed.
You can do it.
Ugh. All right, I might do shirt colors next. Like do all the blue shirts, then do all the red shirts. I'm not gonna do
like that
yellow
idea.
shirts yet because yellow shirts suck, and I don't like them.
Yellow is hard to paint,
Yellow
but
is
if you are
terrible.
willing to try and experiment,
Yeah.
I might be able to help you out.
Ooh, that would be great. Because we did some yellow. We've done some yellow ones when we went to Prague and painted the first set of them. But they definitely took a long time and they were definitely very annoying. So
Yellow takes a lot of work, but
Yeah.
I can give you a little hint. If
That'd be
you're willing
great.
to try it.
well, I'm gonna start
Do you
with
still have
blue
a-
for morale.
Oh, hi, Legends. Hi. Do you have a pink paint?
Do I have a what paint?
A pink paint that isn't
I've got like
That
a
isn't
white person skin tone pink, and that's it. I got red and white, so I could make a pink. But I don't
if
have
you
a
take the
dedicated
red,
pink.
if you take the red and mix some of that like Caucasian skin tone into it,
Yeah.
little by little until you get to like a pinkish color,
Sure.
like a darker pink,
Yeah.
right? We're talking like not Barbie pink, right?
Yeah.
So you take that, and you have dry brushes, right? I think I gave you some dry brushes.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you just did the skin, so you don't want to do a
Yeah.
huge dry brush. Basically what you want to do is you want to get like a light pink coat on what you're going to paint yellow, because yellow goes over pink really nicely.
Got you. I have them
So you're
all
doing it with
white.
a
Is white a
clear
good base for yellow?
It's not bad. I mean,
bad?
it definitely, it's better than a dark color. So that's
Okay.
That's,
I'm making progress.
so I think that's fine. I think maybe don't add an extra step to a speed paint.
Okay, I mean, girl, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I'm like, listen, it's been 3 hours.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
As long as it
Oh.
is usable and I can tell that it's supposed to be yellow, good enough for me. Right,
tan, yes. Luna mentioned in chat here that tan is also a good yellow base. I totally agree with that.
Oh, Jamie, I just want to say thank you for joining me. This is really nice.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Are you kidding?
This is so much more fun. Oh, I probably should have done his beard first. Oh well.
I always get so like, I laugh so hard when you're like, Jamie's agreed to come on stream, as if like, no, it's nothing.
Coercion.
I love it. It's my favorite.
Oh no, this is so nice. It's especially when doing something kind of monotonous like this. Like these minis again are not that detailed. They're not that interesting. Having someone to talk to and to bounce fun conversation off of is amazing. So I love you and thank you for hanging out with me.
I love you too. You are so welcome. I actually will take the chance too to plug that like these hobby hangs are something I love doing more than anything. So I actually will just hang out in my Discord sometimes with my camera on and you know, like invite people to come in and sort of either hobby along or like, you know, Bonds does her Board Gamers Anonymous kind of thing. Like just invite people to come in and craft or just hang out or chit chat. Like,
yeah, I
don't always have voice chat on, but I always keep the sidebar chat open so that people can ask questions or like answer. Because sometimes you just don't feel like socializing.
Oh no,
like,
I find it very stressful to like be in a video call or whatever with my camera just always on, even if no one's in there. Because it's like at any moment I might need to say something and I find that stressful. So I get that.
Mine's my top-down camera only.
That's,
so like,
yeah,
I
like
keep
that.
Top-down and I keep the voice off.
That's nice.
So it's like if people wander in, we can just exchange a few words in you know, in the sidebar, and you know, that usually tends to be active enough to keep people engaged, but like co-working basically.
Yeah.
It's one of my absolute favorite things. So I tend to be in there late nights, but like not exclusively. So
that's super fun. Love that.
Yeah. So Legend says, so Ray didn't twist your arm and make you paint. No. I've not been coerced here. I joined in this voluntarily with aplomb.
Turn down this light a little bit. It's very bright.
I very much so chose to do this.
LR says, so if I invest 5% for 6 months, how many Wiis would I be able to buy afterwards? I kept up that benchmark for an embarrassingly long amount of time. Of like, oh man, I've made it. I could, if I wanted, could buy 6 Wiis now.
Ray's financial plan, like long-term financial plan, is just to hoard Wiis.
God.
And sell them.
Corner the market. Well, there are consoles that can be worth a surprising amount of money now because like the fat PS2, so there are 2 types of PS2s. There's the really, really skinny one that they came out with later, and then there was the original that just lovingly referred to as the fat PS2. That's what everyone calls it. And it's worth a lot of money because it's got some sort of like rare metal in it that like other consoles don't have. So it's actually really hard to come across an original PS2 these days because they were like all bought up and like sold for parts. Which is real sad.
I have to interject. First of all, I think I have a fat PS2 somewhere in my house. Again, I don't love that naming convention, but at the same time, it's an easy way to distinguish it. But I'm sorry, I have someone in chat that I haven't seen in a while. I'm super excited. Katie, hi, welcome in. It's so good to see you. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. I know.
I love that when you see a username you haven't seen in a while. That's the best.
I'm really glad to see you in chat. She's been going through it, so I'm like excited to see her back. Jamie, blink twice if Ray is forcing you to do this. I'm not
Dude, that happened when I was steering from PAX U in my apartment, or not my apartment, geez, my hotel room. I had Eric Yurko on to do Pictomania with like me and the Table Knots guys and stuff, and I didn't realize for like a solid 10 minutes because I was doing stuff, you know, I was doing my job, I was talking, I was running things, and I pan over, and for 10 minutes he'd been holding up a sign that was like, Ray's forced me to be here, like, please send help. For like a hilariously long amount of time he committed to that. He just sat there deadpan holding a sign being like, please help, Ray's making me be here.
That's the most Eric Yurko thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, no, that's... If you know Eric Yurko at all, that is not a surprising story. Yeah, Bloody, they're worth money. I don't know how much, but they are. At least when I was like going through my heavy collector's phase, I have one of the original PS2s, and I was like just like looking at how much like my collection was worth or something, and my PS2 was like very at the time, it was worth a lot of money. I don't know if it's still a thing people are buying up, but like 5 years ago, that was a thing.
Oh, Katie, don't ever feel sorry if you can't make it. Like it's just good to have you when you can be here. I'm excited that you feel, you know, like coming back in and hanging out, because I know how that can get. You know, it's hard sometimes to like convince yourself that the things that at one point made you feel better like will help in this situation when things are kind of grim or dull, or you know, whatever tends to be ailing your mind, you know. I'm very bad about like reaching out to people when I'm feeling kind of ho-hum, so I think it's good to drop back in every now and then. But you are welcome here whenever, as much or as little as you can feel present. Kit Kat says, technically I co-work with y'all for everyday stream.
Heck yeah.
Co-working is awesome. I had
it's my favorite.
I had a co-work stream with Jillian, me and Pomelo,
nice.
a couple weekends ago, and she taught me some editing stuff.
Oh, cool.
It was awesome. It was so much fun.
I would love to do more of like a true co-working stream, like the Pomodoros or whatever. Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Where you like don't talk for an hour, you all just vibe and do your work, and then you take a 5-minute break and talk to each other. I'd love to do that. I don't know if the CGE channel is like the right place for that, but I'd love to do something like that. I feel like I could use. I space out so much during my day. I could use like body doubling, because that's what I always did in like school and stuff. I'd always be that person like trying to get people to come to the library with me, because I just like to exist around people when I'm working, not talking to them. God no, like no engaging, but like just literally having people around. Helps.
We Rachel and I call that what was it? It's not. I think it's. Oh no, she's in the other room. I'll have to ask her when she drops in here. But there's a really great word that she uses for it, and I'm like, oh, that's exactly what it is. Like it's one of those words that's just like perfect for yeah. What do you call it when we like we'll just both be listening to music or something? Ray says hi, by the way. When we're both like listening to music, but we're working on the same thing or near each other. Companionable silence, is that what it is?
Oh, I like that.
It's like the perfect description for it. I was like, yeah, that's what it is. Rachel's feeling a little under the weather, so.
Sorry, Rachel.
Poor thing.
Also, hi Mela and Fractaline. Welcome on in. Happy Friday. Welcome on into some. Speaking of co-working, we are co-streaming with Jamie Daggers right now, which is that disembodied voice you hear. Exclamation
hey,
point
it's
guest.
me, the disembodied voice.
Exclamation point guest brings you to her channel where she's painting some Frosthaven minis. I am painting the minis from Starship Captains. They are very tiny and very boring, but we're having a fun conversation while I do it, which is delightful. Fractaline says when I'm not watching Ray, I always have a co-working stream on. Yeah, they're the best, dude. I love them. I watch them a lot.
It's great for like our modern era where we are all working remotely, or mostly. Hopefully, you guys are working remotely because it rules. But
I felt so bad when like the wave of the people who got a taste of work from home then had to go back to work. As someone who's pretty much only ever worked from home, that seemed brutal. Because you didn't know what you were missing initially.
The resuming office work was a non-zero part of why I quit my last corporate job and opened a game store.
Yeah, dude, it sucks.
Because it was far too early, frankly. But like, aside from that, I was like, this is stupid. We're wasting our time being in offices. Yep. Like, I don't want to sit here and talk about sports that I don't care about, or like
that's what
whatever
Fractaline says in my chat too. They say like, if they had to drag me back into the office, I will find a new job. Yeah, I support absolutely. That. Heck that, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I want to talk about those things, but I don't want to talk about them with people I don't really have any like.
Yup.
I don't know. I just don't have interest in. You're forced to know them in a lot of ways. You know what I mean?
100%. No, I've been super spoiled with work from home.
Katie says, "I love when my boyfriend will color while I paint. He's not really into art, but he'll color by number, which is fun."
Wait, that's so cool. Really cute. Shut up. That's adorable.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
I freaking love that.
I had Rachel join me on stream earlier this week. It was a stretch goal from a fundraiser stream that I did, and We had so much fun. Like, I coached her through painting a mini.
Oh
It
yeah,
wasn't her
I
first
caught
one.
little bits of that. That looked like a lot of fun.
It was so much fun, and people always love when she comes on.
Yeah, she's great on stream.
I know, right?
Really
She's a
is.
natural. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, Luna says it was weird not having people in my store during that time. Yeah, I totally agree. But like in a weird way, I feel like it kind of prepared us all for the world that we live in now. You know?
Totally.
I kind of like it. All my friends are in my computer.
As God intended.
Am I going to Dragonfall? I don't think I am. I really want to, but I also really want to go to ReaperCon, which happens at the same time as
Is
Nova.
that a painting specific convention? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, ReaperCon is hosted by Reaper Miniatures, who's like a very big
Gotcha.
producer of minis, and it's in. I want to say it's in Austin. It's somewhere in Texas. I don't remember, but and then Dragonfall is kind of a newer con that's happening in it's in Indiana somewhere now that I think, if I recall. But anyway, it's kind of a newer con that's picking up a lot of speed, and yeah, I want to start going to more mini focused or painting focused specifically conventions, because I decided this year that I'm going to lean more into competition painting, and
Heck yeah.
yeah, so I need to find more either online competitions or more cons that have competition painting, so that I can improve and get feedback and stuff.
That's so cool. I love that. That's like sick that you are a competition painter. It's so cool.
It feels like an imposter thing right now, because I'm like, I've participated in competitions, but like, other than placing in Gen Con last year, which was kind of an open competition, so it's like you're not judged against other people's work, you just are judged on certain specific values, and if you meet them, you place, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's not nothing.
No, it's not.
But it's it's not like I guess I frankly don't care like what the style of judging is, so that is just as valid in my opinion. But
absolutely. Well, if it helps with your imposter syndrome at all, I brag about you all the time.
Aw.
I have a friend, one of my partner's med school peers, big into Warhammer painting, and I'm like, oh my god, did you know I have a friend who's a professional? She paints minis.
That's
and
amazing.
She makes money
Thank
from
you.
it. I brag about you whenever I meet someone who's like into minis. I'm like, oh my god, did you know I hang out with Jamie and she does it for a living? And then they're always like, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm so cool because I know her. I know.
I'm legitimately blushing.
It's so true. Literally last night I was at trivia. One of the people I was playing trivia with was really into minis. I was like, oh my god, did you know this is my friend? And I like showed him your Instagram, and he was like freaking out. I was like, yeah, she's my friend. No
Aw.
big deal.
Oh my god.
No big deal.
I'm hitting that weird point where like I'm no longer anonymous.
Yeah.
In a lot of these spaces, which it's so strange to me, because I don't know.
That transition
I don't
sneaks
know,
up on
like-
you, and it's really freaking weird. I don't like it.
I'm like, I don't know. I'm not somebody, I don't mind like the attention. Like, it's
Sure.
not like it bothers me, but I never know how to take it. I don't know if I'm supposed to be like, oh yes, it's me, hello. Like, I should just, because that's not me. That's not who I am.
You get like used to it. It's weird. It's weird because it kind of goes from 0 to 100. I feel like, where like you start off, no one really knows who you are, and then you start networking and you start meeting people, and yeah, becoming a known quantity is weird, and there's like kind of no way
Very
to
strange.
prepare for it. I mean, we had someone in chat the other day, Hexstar, whose wife is, or partner, is going to be publishing a game at the end of the year. He was asking,
I saw that.
Yeah, he was asking for like advice for her, hoping, if it goes well, that, people will know who she is and how to prepare for like going from having it just be a hobby to being a thing where you're a known entity in the space, which I thought was really interesting. It was a really interesting thought experiment of trying to prepare for it ahead of time, which is tricky.
Oh.
But that was interesting.
I'm checking on my chat now, because they've been responding to my commentary about cons and stuff.
Sure.
I need to, the thing with cons, and you probably, I don't know, maybe from previous cons, I'm sure you remember this, but like The hardest part is the hotel room because it's so expensive.
Oh yeah, that's one of the biggest. I mean, the tickets are not that expensive.
Right.
The finding housing and finding it early enough, like that's the other barrier is you have to commit really early, or you get crap housing.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I need to find more people, especially in the minis space, that want to split hotels, because I know people in the board game space that do, but like, I cannot afford to go to a hotel and pay for the whole thing myself. Like, maybe I can split one with one person, but like, I'd prefer to have like 4.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of money. Oh.
Well, that's how a lot of big companies get away with like getting people to work for them and like not paying them, because they'll pay for their housing. If you, not to plug, but if you work for CG, we do pay you in addition to giving you housing. But a lot of big companies will just give you housing, and that's enough for a lot of people, because that is the biggest monetarily. I mean, except for the travel, but that's different for everyone. The hoteling situation is a big barrier for most folks.
I'm also like spoiled because Arwen usually takes care of that.
Oh, that's nice.
Like, usually she's
having a friend who handles it is super
Yeah,
nice.
she's on top of it.
Hell yeah.
And so like, if ever there's a moment where she's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to that con, I'm like, well, I guess I'm not going to that con either, because I did not plan ahead. So when I go to these mini cons, I'm like, I have to do all of this myself. Like, had Olivia not invited me to Adepticon, I might not have gone, because 1, I wouldn't have been able to afford the hotel by myself, and 2, I didn't know anybody else to share it with. So
Fractaline says, for me, it's the flights. Flying from a small airport to another airport is very expensive. Fractaline, I feel you. Ever since I moved out from my parents' house, which we used to be like close enough to drive to like Boston and then go through that airport, ever since moving out of there, I have been doing rural Pennsylvanian airports, and it's super annoying because you half the time have to go backwards to like Detroit or something to go to Europe, or even just if you're trying to fly to Gen Con or something. You always have to go to some middle ground first, which jacks up the price like crazy if you can't get a direct flight. Even if we're super close, it's the fact that it's just a teeny tiny airport. I went to the...
Yeah, like, even out of Cleveland, sometimes it's kind of tricky.
Yeah.
Even though Cleveland does have like international flights.
Oh, that's nice.
It can still be pricey.
Yeah, the airport I used to live in, Scranton, which has not a big airport by any means, but it was an airport that was open. And so I was used to flying out of there. It's small, but I was used to it. And then I moved here, which I won't say where, but it's a really small town in PA. And I have to drive like half an hour to the airport or whatever. It's like a local rural airport. And I got there, because this was the most recent time I went to Prague. I got there like 4 hours before my flight, because I'm just very anxious when flying internationally. And I know that the headache about the international flying happens kind of once you're in Europe, but I just like to be there ahead of time. I just need that. I got there 4 hours early, preparing to just, sit on my Switch until my plane took off. And security wasn't open. That's how small this airport was. They're like, we don't even let you go through security until it's 30 minutes before your flight.
Yeah, they're like, Dave doesn't show up until...
Yeah, no, literally some dude just walked up and like unhooked this little tiny rope and was like, you can go through now. I'm like, I could have just... There's no security here. What do you mean? Like, I could have just... It was not like the doors were closed or something. They just had like a little rope that was like, please wait for Dave to come back. Like, did not love that.
People are saying they brag about me too. That makes me feel very uncomfortable in a very nice way.
Make JB uncomfortable. Tell her how much you love her. Oh, hi G, welcome.
Jack's Hobbies says, Jamie, I'm not sure if you know, but the mini painting subreddit has painting competitions every couple of months. I'm gonna have to look at that.
That's cool.
And Chromatic, you're totally right. You're totally right. If you enter competitions, you're a competition painter. You're totally right. I need to adopt that mindset. Mela says, I recognize a raised painting, but what am I painting? I'm painting the beginner classes from Frosthaven today. I was like, I need to paint some board game minis, so pulled out my Frosthaven minis, and I'm getting to work on them. So,
how's your progress going?
Almost done with mini number 1, which sounds crazy. I feel like the other ones are going to be a little bit easier because some of them have fewer bits and bobs on them. This guy the drifter is just a mass with junk.
What does that mean?
Just like a backpack and a cloak with layers and a couple different types of like leather on them, and
God, I wish I could be someone who layered. I feel like it always looks so cool. Those people who always have like the jacket and the cardigan and like all the different things.
Oh yeah.
I, for some reason, don't like layers. Like tactilely, they freak me out. I don't know why. I'm strange.
I sweat when I eat. Like I'm such a warm person all the time. And I want to be a layer wearing person.
They're so cute.
As soon as I put a second layer on, I'm like, well,
hate it here. And I run very, very, very cold. I like never sweat. I am a very frigid lady. But there's something tactilely about like layers on layers that freaks me out. I don't like it. I don't know.
Luna is saying, speaking of being recognized, I was showing off some minis to people. They're like, no way I follow you. And I was
That's the coolest thing. That's the coolest thing.
And also, she said I should try for media next year for Gamma. I actually did. I applied for hosted media, and they were like, sorry, you're not big enough. I'm like, wow, okay, thanks.
They are just starting out their media situation. Give them a couple years to figure out what they're doing.
I'm a little bit frustrated with how they're handling media passes for Origins this year. They're just giving discounted tickets, whereas
what has it
I
been
wouldn't
in the past?
care about that normally. Like, I don't think that is unreasonable, but when previous years they were offering free tickets for media, I think it's a little strange to do that rug pull without a lot of notice. I mean, it is what it is. Gamma has to make money. It's Origins is Origins is already hurting. Like, I get it.
This is true.
I have
the numbers
no
on Origins
problem.
are down already, so
I have no problem paying it. I just feel like, if I were somebody who complained about things, which I'm not at all.
Yeah.
I'm far too socially anxious to complain.
Same. Same.
But yeah, I can see like, Gamma. Gamma gets a lot of flack. Like, I feel like they're just kind of making their own bed with that decision. I don't think a lot of people are going to like it.
Well,
I personally don't care.
Oh my god, hi Barb. Barb, I love you. Welcome to chat. Hello.
Booth pricing skyrocketed. Yeah. Oh, hi Barb. Hi.
Also, Morgan says, hi, I'm painting the Sanctum minis. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Thank you for painting the Sanctum minis. I can't wait to go back to painting my Sanctum minis because those are minis that are actually meant to be painted. I am painting the minis from Starship Captains, which I can't really say the same thing. Like, they definitely, like, they're gonna look nice painted, but they were not made for painting, so it's a little bit monotonous. Like, there's not enough detail for it to be super interesting. So
I have to say too, I'm very flattered that you ran with my idea of getting your coworkers to paint it, and I'm sad that they didn't do it more for you, but I just think it's such a fun idea. It was a cute idea,
and I do have some very cursed minis painted by my coworkers. Like, there are some. I was just expecting a whole crew full of them, and that was overly ambitious for the people.
Well, that's now a memory you get to keep,
Exactly.
Like, it's so cool.
No, I'm still very happy I did it. I have some very cursed minis now because of them that I will cherish forever.
Yeah. Heather's saying that booth pricing is really expensive at Origins this year. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, it's a hard position to be in because Gamma, like, the way that they function does not benefit them in a lot of ways. Like, as weird as that sounds. They as an acting body for like the larger board game industry, it's not like they make money by existing. They have to find other ways to do it. So I totally get it. But I think it's super important because then you have things like for people who don't know, maybe like aren't aware, Gamma also like serves local game stores too. So it's not just board game companies. When I was a member of Gamma as a store owner, they use the existence of Gamma to do like insurance group buys and things like that like otherwise a small store wouldn't be able to afford. So like it's actually a super good resource for people of all different like employment types in the industry, or even small board game companies. Like they don't have the buying power. But through Gamma, they are afforded that opportunity. So it's helpful because the U.S. healthcare system is silly.
It sure is. It sure is.
$8 background checks. That's another great point. Like, yeah, they use the weight of Gamma to do good things. So it's like, I think it's a very worthwhile institution.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely gets a lot of flack because whenever you're in that type of administrative position, it's hard to do everything right.
Yeah, like you can't get everybody to agree with you, and that's, you know, especially over the past years, they've had so many changings of the guard.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
That it's been really difficult, I think, for them to have any sort of like marching orders going forward with any consistency. I don't envy their position. I do think they get a lot of flack.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my god, so many monochromatic shirts. I don't want to do it anymore, Jamie.
You could do something fun, like you can start working in some contrasting colors. I know, again, that doesn't sound like a speed paint thing, but like if you're gonna paint blue, you could start red and then paint blue over top so that the areas that kind of...
That's so much work. Normally I'd be all for your helpful tips. I don't know that I could do them today.
Yeah, Luna, I feel ya. I feel what you're saying too. They definitely need to like take a beat and figure things out, because they've been, like I said, they've been struggling with leadership for a while, having to bounce from person to person. So
I want to change. Would this brush be better? Maybe. Yeah, let me try this brush. I don't think my brush is gonna change my outlook on life, but for some reason I feel like it'll make me...
You never know.
Actually, no, I hate it. Never mind. Going back. No, I hate that one. No, thank you. G says, are we just describing our own wardrobes? Yeah, with monochromatic shirts. Dude, I don't know if you were here for when we did mod trivia, but we learned during mod trivia during my really dumb 12-hour King of the Castle stream, which, by the way, Jamie, if you were watching that and you're like, hey, that looks like fun, don't do it. It's too much King of the Castle. Never ever do that. But we played mod trivia as a break during that stream, and we learned that Bloody Line has over 100 solid black shirts, and I got photographic proof. Isn't that insane?
It's like a cartoon character's wardrobe, you know?
Speaking of cartoon characters, right, that have the same wardrobe, I don't remember what piece of media it was, but it scarred me for life. It was some either Winnie the Pooh episode, Winnie the Pooh movie. It was definitely animated. It wasn't from the book. Well, maybe it was. There was some Winnie the Pooh media that I saw that showed Piglet. Do you know Piglet? Yeah, the little pink pig with the little striped
I'm aware of
outfit.
Piglet.
You're aware of Piglet. Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
There was a shot of Piglet, and then on a clothesline was a bunch of Piglet outfits. See, now I was not aware that what Piglet was like a shirt. I thought that Piglet was just naked all the time. It implied that like Piglet was wearing its own Piglet skin. I didn't like it. It scarred me forever, and now I need to share it with all of you.
That's cursed.
Isn't that cursed? It's like little Piglet outfits. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look it up. Because I don't know that I did it justice explaining it. My brain is very tired today.
No, I feel you. I feel you. I hate it. Thank you.
Piglet clothes.
Piglet.
Clothes line?
Ooh, Luna's starting her Golden Demon prep. I need to start doing that. I have a diorama planned for Golden Demon next year. There's a mini painter on YouTube who does these cigar box dioramas. So they have this like really cool 3D element to them, and I've been inspired to do something similar, having no prior experience, because what I do have is the audacity.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my god, okay, I found it. So it's not their whole body, but it's like that, you know, there's Piglet is like light pink little pig, and then their tummy is like a darker pink and striped. Apparently that's a shirt. That's not just them being naked. It's not just their body, that's their shirt.
That as a shirt.
Didn't get that, and it freaked me out when I saw them, like, different versions of that exact same version of that shirt just hung up a bunch of times on a clothes hanger.
Oh, that is
It just
not
creeped
good.
me out. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I hate that. Thanks, I hate it.
You're welcome. Glad to be of service.
Chromatic, I totally agree. Chromatic said Chromatic said, it's so funny to me to hear people say like things like the painting is so much work as someone who could paint forever, but then trying to get her to play a board game is like pulling teeth. Like, no, there's so many other rules and people affecting me. I
Totally
think mini painting it's a strange thing because it's both the best solo thing to do and also the best group thing to do, in my opinion, at least.
I like that it works both ways, because a lot of cozy activities like that don't go both ways.
Agreed.
No, I have to say, having painted on stream with you, it's way more fun to have someone with me hanging out.
That's why I like doing the paint hangouts on my stream, because it's just, I don't know, it's so much more fun when you have people to just chit chat with and just kind of shoot the breeze.
I think that's kind of just like the whole concept behind Twitch too. Like, as a streamer, I mean, it's nice to have someone on voice chat talking with me, but it's also just nice to have my chat there to just have people to talk to. And that's what got me into streaming, was like, I already play games, but it's much more fun to play games like with people.
I think the thing that I've been like the next hurdle I need to figure out as a streamer is like, so I stream for long periods of time. Usually I'm like 5 or 6 hours. That's
impressive. That is very impressive that you do that.
And thank you. I do that about 4 days a week. And you know, it doesn't feel like work to me, although I know it is something that takes energy from me, right? So
yeah.
I'd be conscientious of that, but at the same time I struggle a little bit knowing what to do when there's like not dead air. Like, I can fill dead air just fine. In fact, I like to let things hang a little bit sometimes, but I think that's important to like use that to, you know, like make people feel more comfortable. You don't have to just incessantly talk the whole time, contrary to popular belief. But like, my thing is like, when chat has been kind of dead for a while, I'm like, I never know what to do to like re-engage people, or if I should bother, you know, like if people are just kind of chilling and enjoying themselves, like, you know.
Yeah, no, that's one of the hurdles, especially when you're streaming by yourself, you know, you've just got that empty space, can be tricky, but I don't know, I just incessantly talk to myself. I am one of those people who just never allows there to be dead air, because I can't stand silence, so I'm like, well, you're just gonna hear me talk about nothing forever.
No, that's funny, because Rachel and I talk about that a lot, because you were saying earlier she kind of seems like she does pretty well having no streaming experience.
Yeah.
But she and I talk about this all the time, that she's somebody who has an internal dialogue.
Oh yeah, me too, 100%.
I don't. I have zero internal dialogue. Like, I'm not somebody who
just
talks.
Static.
Yeah, like whatever I'm doing is happening in real time in my head. You know, like, it's not something I talk myself through, which, as I understand, is extremely strange.
Yeah, that's real weird. That's really weird. I talk to myself constantly. In my head, sometimes out loud, and like, that's genuinely, it's funny you mention that, because I get asked a lot, you know, what's your advice for streaming and yada yada, what do you need to do before you can become a streamer? And I'm like, practice talking to yourself. That's the biggest skill, is learning and enjoying filling dead air when it's just you know, just talking to yourself. So it's interesting, because I think you're really good at like vamping and creating conversation, especially because you do mini painting. Like, it's not even like you're playing a game that has content being made by itself. You know, like when you're playing video games, right? You can always fall back on what's happening in the game. So I find that hilarious that you don't have an internal dialogue, but you're quite good at it on stream.
Oh, thank you. That makes me feel better, because it's like, I don't feel self-conscious about it when I admit that to people, but at the same time I'm like, I wonder if it would be easier or harder if I had that going on, you know? Like, it's hard to say.
That was something my partner needed to get used to when we moved in together, is that, like, I'm not always talking to you. Most of the time I'm just verbalizing my thoughts out loud. You don't need to do anything. I'm just talking to myself.
Yeah. No, I get that. Honestly, I like when people do that, because then, you know, like, when you have another presence in the house, sometimes it's helpful to like be aware of where they are, so you don't like spook yourself or something like that.
Oh my god, yeah.
So if somebody's talking to themselves, it's like, okay, no, I dig that, because then I'm not worried about getting snuck up on. Katie says, I'd much rather paint than play a board game.
Interesting.
Confession time.
Confession time.
One of my favorite things to do on board game night is just show up and paint while other people play board games.
Wait, that's really cute, JB. I love that.
I like other people enjoying board games, and I do love board games. Like, I love playing board games, but like, if it's a game I'm not wild about, I would much rather just sit there, watch other people enjoy it, and paint.
That's awesome.
Or like hobby or something like that. But usually I can't get away with it because people are like, oh no, I don't want you to feel left out. I'm like, no, I assure you, this is what I want.
Yeah.
I'm not good at talking about painting while streaming. I'm too scared to stream art. I feel like too much of a noob. Katie, you should just do it. I think you'll surprise yourself. Or at the very least, give yourself room to surprise yourself.
I totally get that, though. I want to say that fear is valid, like with art streaming in particular. I feel like that's scary to start doing for the first time. It's why I've always couched my mini painting streams under like I'm learning from other people who know what they're talking about. Like, I'm scared to just hop on and paint by myself. Or do any sort of art thing on stream, because it is scary. You're opening yourself up to like other people's thoughts, but I feel like it's always scarier in your head than it is in real life. Like, no one's ever been mean.
For sure.
I've never seen anything bad happen, but I like totally get that initial extra layer, because it's like you're starting out streaming is also scary, but then also streaming something creative and subjective is really hard.
It always strikes me as strange that I never think about the like the streaming part of streaming until I'm in it. Like, I never think about how difficult it's going to be to like make something work on stream until I'm doing it, and then I'm like, oh man, I should have thought about this more before I started.
It's so funny because I'll like every now and then I'll get YouTube video recommendations in my feed or something that are like, how to grow your stream from 5 to 100 followers or whatever, right? Like streaming tip videos. And I feel like one of the ones I always see is like, plan out what you're going to talk about. I can't do that. I can't. Nope. Like, every now and then I'll make notes if there's like a funny story that I could see myself accidentally forgetting about. I'll make a note of it, but like, that's such a weird tip to me. And I'm sure it works for some people. Like, obviously it's something that people recommend because it works for a lot of people, but it's just not my style. I need to have a more spontaneous, because that's what's fun to me about streaming, is the spontaneous conversation and where things go. Like, when I sit down to record a pre-recorded video, I become so freaking awkward and terrible if I know what I'm going to talk about. I hate it.
I remember you saying that, and when you said it before, I was like, I don't know, like, I feel like I would do all right. But now that I'm like doing pre-recorded content, I'm like, oh no.
It's so much harder if you've only ever streamed. Like, you could definitely do it. It's a skill you can teach yourself, like how to be comfortable on camera. But it does not, just because streaming comes naturally to you does not mean pre-recorded video is going to come naturally to you, from my personal experience.
Yeah, no, I feel like I can do a script all right. Like, I can write a script just fine. But when it comes to like performing it, which is strange because I used to do like stage performance stuff. So it's really strange to me that I have such trouble doing something like that. But
what kind of stage performance stuff did you used to do?
I used to be in theater. I used to be in so many choirs, all the choirs. And I did show choir for a while, about 6 years. So it's like, it's kind of a perfect circle of me coming to streaming as my job, because like in some ways I've always been kind of in the entertainment portion of my life, and I enjoy it a lot. I was telling Rachel the other day, I'm like, one of my favorite things about streaming is like getting to know my audience, and like when they come back in, just being like, hey, how did this go, or something like that, and just like making people feel seen. I just love that. I love making people feel like observed in a good way, in a healthy way. You know what I mean? And
making people feel like they have a space where like people know who you are, people care about you, you remember like the things you've been talking about. Absolutely.
Yeah. Olive, hi. First of all, hi, hello, welcome in. And she says, I cried when I was meant to do a sponsored stream because it meant I had things I had to say, but
no, that would make me so anxious. Oh my god.
You were also a show choir kid? Oh my god, that's so exciting. We're gonna have to talk about that sometime.
Real quick, Jamie, I'm gonna BRB and make some coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I'll babysit chat.
I'm just doing very, very monotonous painting, and I need caffeine or I'm gonna fall asleep. I'll be back.
I feel that. Yeah, no, I'm not the kind of person, like, I'm so much more comfortable doing improvisational things, and not like improv, but like I'm so much more comfortable just coming up with things off the top of my head than like to sit here and try to, you know, create something. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. I'm gonna plug this because my bot just reminded me. For anyone in Race Chat that doesn't know, I'm Jamie Daggers. I'm a full-time mini painter. I do this as a career. Yeah, so I stream full-time here on Twitch, and I paint minis for people and sometimes companies, and yeah, I do commissions as well if that's something you would like. All sorts of fun stuff. I'm trying to hit a 1,000 follower goal by my birthday at the end of May. And as of now, I'm like roughly 170 people away. So if you want to help me hit that goal, would love to have you over here. I'm painting 4 days a week usually. Actually, Fridays tend to be hit or miss with painting. I typically use it as a rest day, and we play games like Cult of the Lamb. But we try to mix it up every now and then. Sometimes I have, like last night, I had a sponsored board game stream. We did Papillon Gardens on stream, so that was a fun little roll and write. Get to serve both communities as often as I can, if I can help it. So, love to have you if you want to swing by and join the community. Whether or not you want to learn about mini painting, you know, I tend to talk about all sorts of things. I think I'm putting final touches on my first mini here. Oh no, I was gonna do that pattern. I can do that. I can knock that out pretty quick. I'm gonna freehand a pattern here on this like little belt deal this dude's got, and then I think we're done with that guy. Oh, Becca and Brian, thank you guys so much for the follows. Thank you so much for pushing me toward that goal. I've decided that if I do hit that goal by my birthday, I'm gonna get a tattoo. A stream themed tattoo. So there's a joke in my chat that because they can't see my legs, that I obviously must be a mermaid. So that's why so much of my content is mermaid themed and stuff. And yeah, so I've decided if I do hit that goal by my birthday, I'm going to get a scale tattoo. So scales like on my forearm or something like that. So been watching from the CGE stream. Thank you, Brian. That's so cool. Thank you so much. Let me actually see if I can do that multi-stream stuff while Ray's making some coffee. Also, I know it seems probably crazy and maybe a little bit like hold on one second. I know it seems crazy that I haven't been taking breaks, but I tend to stream for about 5 or 6 hours at a time, and unfortunately, I don't take as many breaks as I probably should. It just happens to be how I do these things. I promise, if it's concerning to you, I'll do my best to make sure I take more breaks. But if you want to watch both streams at once, here's a little linky you can follow to multi-stream. It looks like you can have both streams up in the same window, and also swap between chats if you so choose. If you want to bounce back and forth, if that would be helpful. Barb, I just switched over to the CGE stream, and Barb typed they have C, G, and E as separate as separate emojis in their chat, and it's just like Barb just typed out egg with it. Phone says no to being fancy. Boo phone. Boo. All right, if you're on a phone, sorry, you can't do that. But if it would be helpful for me to post that link in the CGE chat too, let me know. I will happily do that. But yeah, as we're going to, whether you're in the CGE chat or in the in my chat, if you have questions about what I'm doing, or generally about painting, just the wider world of painting, please feel free to ask. I do this full time, so this is quite literally my job to know those things. And the same goes for Discord too. If you want to join my Discord community, I am basically always available on there to offer painting advice or some constructive criticism or any number of those things. I even do one-on-one instruction. So if you want to do some learning of your own, I offer individual like online help, like painting and whatever you want to cover, really. But outside of that, I'm also, I mentioned at the top of stream, I'm going to be doing a speed painting, not necessarily speed painting, but like a, kind of helping people who are into board games but don't necessarily want to be mini painters, but still want painted minis in their board games, which is a totally reasonable thing to want. I'm going to be starting a series on my YouTube channel, to be announced at this point, but to cover painting board game minis in an inexpensive and approachable way, so that people who want that sort of thing, who want that like egg. I'm just waiting for somebody to type that in chat and have Buttspot come back and just be like butts, because yeah, that's what would happen. But anyway, if people who enjoy board games and having custom board games, things like that, but don't necessarily want to be mini painters, my goal is to create a series where you can inexpensively and without a ton of pre-study figure out how to paint those minis in an approachable way. So if that sounds good to you, I invite you to join in and have some fun.
Also, hi, I'm back.
Hi, Ray.
I have my coffee. I am not.
Do you want me to share the multi-stream link in your chat?
Yeah, that'd be great. If one of the mods could permit Jamie, that'd be great. So you can get the link in there. Yeah, I am not superhuman like you are. I can't do like like the fact that you haven't gotten up to like get water or something is wild to me. Like I need to move every couple hours or I go insane. So thanks for entertaining my chat while I got a little coffee. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate it.
Of course.
Also, hi, Tony.
Oh, Caffeinated Miniatures, you're too kind. Thank you so much.
And Barb, I gotta say that was not one of my foreseen uses for the CGE emote, but I love that we can now just say egg in really big letters. Something tells me that's gonna get more use than the actual CGE logo combination. So
that
love
makes me so happy.
Dude, it's awesome.
Minis, that's so kind of you to say. Thank you so much.
Yo, Tony, what do you think of their new graphics? Don't they look schmexy?
I'm so jealous is what I am.
I'm so happy with how they turned out so far.
It looks so good.
Thanks. I am very, very lucky. We got someone in CG who helps me with my graphics, so.
This is relevant to you. I actually had I had our good friend Catskills do some work for my merch.
Oh my god, I love Catskills. Oh my god.
I recently got I got all of it back and I'm really excited because I got one of my logos that I designed. One of the things I always say here on stream is like this concept of make marks, which is making art is hard to do and like a little bit like intimidating. Yeah. But like everyone can make marks. You've done it since you were a kid and you never thought about it then. So why think about it now? Just do something and it'll come out. Like the art will follow, right? So the make marks thing is a logo that I had Catskills create for me, and then I was like, wait, this is perfect because it's a fist holding a paintbrush, right? Kind of like coming at you like it's punching, right? And then a circle of paint around it that kind of follows the arc of the paintbrush.
Yo, that's
and
awesome.
It was like that circle of paint is super customizable. So I'm like, hey, would I be a jerk if I asked you to make a bunch of different Pride versions? So yeah. I have a ton of different iterations of that I'm going to be putting on stickers soon. And
that's
I'm really
so cool. And I love that you picked Catskills. It's so, I love when my friends, like my Twitch friends come together like that. That's so cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Makes my heart so happy.
Yeah, she did such a wonderful job.
Speaking about like just trying art for the sake of it, not necessarily trying to be good at it. Chat, if you're not a mini painter, do you do other types of like crafty stuff? I feel like we're very obviously mini painting focused during this type of stream, talking about, mini painting stuff. But if you do other art, I'd love to know what what kind of talents y'all have in chat. Like other artistic talents if you're not a mini painter, or even if you are a mini painter and you're just multifaceted. What do you do?
One of
what
the
are your
things
crafts?
one of the things that I do in my Discord too is we do a monthly art contest where
Ooh.
I have like a matrix that I designed that's like 3 different columns, and it's a D12. So I roll D12 every month for 3 times in a row, and the first column is like what is the color palette we're using, or like what is like the primary color that I want you to use. The second column is like the theme, or like the environment that that we're using for the month. And then the third one is like another element, whether it's like a physical element in the composition, or like a perspective, or like some sort of just concept that I want to kind of come across in it. So this month is the color is, I believe, orange.
Okay.
The theme is solar punk.
Oh, I love solar punk.
The element is like rain or reflection, and the idea is that like no matter what your art is, the goal is to pick have the community pick the person whose art most aligns with the theme. So it's not about how good your art is, it's how well you manage to kind of like stick to the prompt.
Oh my god, that's kind of that reminds me a little bit like Monstrosity, where it's not about how good is your drawing, but it's like, does this capture the vibe of the monster that was being described to you?
Because I think it can be intimidating when you're like, oh yeah, it's a painting competition, like it's got to be good, or not painting, but art competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's more about like, how well can you translate this to make other people experience a similar emotion? You know what I mean?
That's super cool. I love that.
It's been a lot of fun.
Ooh, Chicken says that they're learning how to crochet. I know how to knit. I don't know how to crochet, but I had a friend in high school who was like a crazy crocheter. Had like their entire room was just filled with little crocheted animals, and I feel like crocheting you can like bang out faster than knitting. I feel like crochet's faster, so maybe that's what I should pick up, because I always abandon my knitting projects because they take so long. So that's so cool.
Yes, Luna, let's hear it. Start the list. Let's hear the mediums you know. Luna's really fascinating. She lives on like a farm of her own, with lots of dogs, which is like the dream, right? But she's also like very multifaceted. So I'm excited to hear her list of things. Oh
my god, that was
on
my
Mod Trivia,
you're right, Chicken. Sorry, there was a lot of very cursed things in Mod Trivia that my brain, mostly from Barb, that my brain couldn't process.
I feel that. Sometimes I crochet. Yeah, I hyperfixate and do too many things. Boy, that's a vibe.
Oh man.
That is a vibe.
I just get such a barrier when I think I'm not going to be good at something. Like I don't like going through the learning process. And I know that that's not special. That's true for many, many people, but it keeps me from trying lots and lots of things. Because I'm like, oh man, if I'm going to have to spend years getting good at this before it's like worthwhile showing anyone, I have a hard time making myself actually try it.
I feel that. I am similar in that, like, I have a pretty good aptitude for things, but I have a hard time, like, continuing the learning process. So, like, I'll pick something up, and I'll be really, really good at the basics of it, and then once it starts getting hard, I'm like,
not for me. I'm good.
No. It was fun while it lasted, but no, thank you.
Tony says my art is business, and numbers. Jeez. What a sad life.
That works. That works.
Tony's also in here flexing about how he got to meet Travis from Critical Role at Gamma. Of course,
I heard you saying that yesterday.
1 year I don't freaking go. Stupid. I've been bombarded with pictures from both him and Steven rubbing it in. They were like, oh, ha 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 ha, you said Gamma was boring. Ha 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 ha. Hanging out with Travis. It doesn't bother me, Tony. I don't care. It's fine. Oh god, this keeps breaking on me, my stupid handle. Come on. Oh god, it's falling apart.
I'm telling you, you gotta remind me, I'll send you one.
No, I should just have bought a better handle. I just didn't do like any research. I just got the first thing I saw.
So many. I have so many. Please release me from my prison.
How do I?
Don't spend money, just use mine.
There we go. We got it back together. Also, thank you, Raven, for that follow. Welcome on into the CGE side of the program today. I appreciate it. If you're listening to Jamie's stream and you don't know, we're a board game publisher. We make games like Codenames Lost Ruins of Arnak and Starship Captains, which is what I am painting minis for right now. They're very tiny and very annoying, but
Oh my god.
we're making it work.
Olive in my chat said that she makes silly little emotes for people sometimes and then make cosplays. Oh my god, I want a silly
I
emote.
want
That's
a
so
silly
cool.
little emote.
I know.
I
love silly little emotes. I made a silly little emote.
I believe
Of
I'm
a
done
dancing
with my
neighbor.
red shirts. Oh god, I gotta do yellow now.
You
And then I have to do
it.
gray, which is even worse. Gray's even more boringer.
More boringer, huh?
More boringer. Alright, time to do some yellow.
Well, if you're wondering how my freehanding's going, not well is the answer I will give you. Because, you know, I decided to do something unbelievably ambitious.
God, that's my whole life. Unbelievably ambitious and then bad execution.
Yep.
Ugh. Okay. Getting my little
I did something
yellow out of
similar.
my
A
books.
friend of mine has a mini that she created for her stream that she gave to me at Adepticon to paint, and other people had done it already, and they did a really good job, and I was like kind of intimidated. I'm
Oh
like,
no.
I was like, okay, well, mine's gonna have to be extra then. So I made a background to go with it. I was like, I see your well-painted mini, and I raise you something I did not need to do.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Tony is in my chat telling me what went down with Travis, but in emojis.
Oh my
So
god.
he goes, here's the story, and it's the Travis cowboy hat emoji, then the Tony gasping emoji, then a bunch of love emojis, then the Eleni sorry emoji.
Oh my god.
That is, honestly, I can understand. We went on an emotional roller coaster just now, wow. Also, spilled paint pot. That is a great tip that Jamie has already given me and I've already ignored because I don't care. I mean, thank you, I appreciate it. It was the start with pink if you don't want to do yellow. Do a pink undertone. Very, very good advice that I should follow, but I just want usable minis. That's the end goal here.
You'd be surprised. Don't look at the individual mini. You know, like when you're done with it, don't look too closely at it because you'll be surprised of the magic of a bunch of completed minis. How little the single mini matters.
Right. That's what I'm hoping for. It's just they all kind of blend together. I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily gonna be an upgrade from how they just come out of the box, but that's fine.
I think I've changed my mind about this freehand. I think I'm gonna paint over it because I don't like it.
No, wait, no, let me look at your stream. I bet it's not bad. Hold on, let me look.
It's not great.
Let me look.
It's down here in the corner.
No, wait, what? No, that looks good, shut up.
I don't know.
You're not allowed to redo that, absolutely not.
Maybe I'll just
No,
wash
ma'am.
over it so that it's not as prevalent.
I think it looks cute.
Oh, hey, do you want to hear my friend Luna's insane list of activities that she's
Oh my god, of course.
proficient at? She's clearly leveling by doing crafting. Pottery, silk, screen printing, copper blade etching, woodblock printing, canvas oil painting, canvas acrylic painting, sewing, stained glass, jewelry, glass slumping, watercolor, pen
I'm
and ink,
sorry, can we
charcoal.
walk back to glass slumping?
I don't know what that is either.
Define
Pastel,
define
mixed medium,
glass
weaving,
slumping.
wood weaving, metal art, sculpting, and chalk art.
Wow. I think this yellow shows up fine. All right, chat. I think that looks that's just fine.
Oh, and chromatic
Tony says
most
dry brush yellow all over the whole thing, then dip it in water. Get out of here.
Oh my god.
Were you there for that disaster, Jamie?
I heard you say that yesterday, that Tony painted a mini and then just dunked it in water. I was like, ugh.
Well, what happened here, let me tell you the saga. Also, hi Q, thank you for joining us. Happy Friday. The saga of what happened was, so this guy who works at CG had a bunch of different types of paint. The main kind that we were using were like a speed paint, right? So it's like, it was kind of thinner. It was meant to sort of cling to the recesses and like do shadows automatically or whatever. Is that type of paint. And I was trying to explain that concept to Tony. I was like, it's the type of paint where, you don't have to be super detailed. You just kind of wash it over the whole thing and it'll cling to the recesses and make shadows. But he interpreted that as these paints are washes, meaning I should put it over the entire thing, regardless of what color it is, which is not what I meant. So I am doing my own thing, and I look over at him, and I just see him taking this one color, and he had done a beautiful mini. It looked great. So he thought he was adding a wash at the end as like the final touch. but it was like gonna just completely erase everything he'd done.
Oh no.
So I was like, Tony, no, it's not a wash. What are you doing? And in a moment of panic, he goes, okay, and he dunks it in water to try to get that layer of paint off. I think I have the result of that somewhere. Where was
Honestly,
that?
Not bad instinct.
It was so cursed. It was this
Not
guy.
bad
This is
instinct.
what it ended up looking like. He's alright. He's alright. He's cute. But he's seen some stuff. He's been through.
He's an android. He's just leaking a little,
He's just
you know?
leaking. Yeah, I think that yellow actually looks quite nice. I'm happy with that.
Oh, Buttspot is just ruining things all over again. Oh, glass lumping is a jewelry thing. If you've seen cool necklaces that have a square rectangular piece of glass with different color in it, that's slumped glass.
Oh.
Yep, I know. I'm
going
going down a rabbit hole later then.
That's very cool. What the? Are you a professional artist? Is that the gig?
She actually owns a game store in California.
What the heck? That's so cool.
I know.
For those of you who are just joining either my chat or Jamie's chat, question of the day today is tell us what is your favorite board game that has minis? You don't have to be a mini painter, you don't even have to like minis, but I'm sure most people most people who are into board games have at least one board game that has minis. What's your favorite one that comes with minis? Again, whether or not they're painted, doesn't matter. What's your fave? I don't think I ever answered it. I'm not sure what my answer is. I might say Nemesis, but I'm not sure. I have to think about
Luna
it.
says Ankh. Ankh is her answer. Ankh's a good answer.
I'm unfamiliar with Ankh.
Ankh's got a lot of tiny minis, kind of like Spirit Island, though, in addition to like larger Egyptian god minis. So that's kind of a tricky one, but I respect it.
I mean, I didn't really own a lot of board games that had minis until I started working at CG. CG only has like a handful, but they were some of the first ones that I owned. Because I've always just, as I've mentioned before during these painting streams, painting never really, it's not that it didn't call to me, I always thought it would be fun, but I just felt like it was so much work to get into it that I just actively avoided games that had minis because I thought they look ugly when they're not painted, but I didn't know how to paint them. Which is why Jamie's new YouTube series is going to be so helpful for people who are in that exact same situation.
That's what inspired it, because I was like, you know what? It's like I have the knowledge and the skill at this point to convey those things. So like, why not share it and make it something that anyone can do. Oh, Becca says, I like Marvel United. That's a really popular answer, and I love that Marvel United is the one that people are doing because they're chibi minis. So they're very fun and also like approachable.
Yeah,
which is
cute.
Cool. James mentioned I should do a chainmail stream. I've been really wanting to learn how to do chainmail. I think I'll do that.
Hell yeah.
Gloomhaven absolutely counts as a board game. Yes, I'm painting Frosthaven right now, so if it doesn't, I'm in trouble.
Q says that they saw recently a nice touch to Arnak where people brown wash the tablets. Yes, I've seen that as well. I've had a couple people show me their tablets at shows. It adds, if you don't know what that is, there are these little tablets in The Lost Ruins of Arnak, which is a game that we make, and it's got this like indented text on these like, mystical, so cool. Fictional tablets, and if you brown wash it, it makes them look really old and like mysterious because they're obviously just like a white plastic if you just buy the game straight up. It adds such dimension to it. I really love it.
So my YouTube is live. Like, you could follow it right now if you wanted to, but there's not a ton of video content on there. There's a couple things. Bloody Lion asked in my chat about it. Speaking of brown wash, for context, if people know the game, oh gosh, what was the one that James was playing that he said he didn't like? You're in a dream world and shoot, what's it called?
Wonderland Wars?
No. It's another one of those board games that has a ton of minis. Aetherfields, yes. Because Chromatics made Aetherfields. So Aetherfields, when it released, they had options for like washed minis. So like Sundrop was one of them, and it was basically like yellow minis with a wash on it.
That's nice. I haven't heard that offered very often. That's cool.
Yeah, it's an inexpensive way for them to offer like semi-painted minis that look pretty good, all things considered. I think I'm nearly done with this guy.
Yo. I'm over 50% done with the shirts. And then after that, I'm just doing the pants, and I think I might be boring and do all the pants black. I know that's kind of lame, but listen, there's so many. As I said at the top of the stream, these minis are not getting the personalized individual treatment like they got in Prague. It's not happening.
That's okay. Oh, Luna, I would love that. I'm always looking to collect new art forms. I love the perspective that it gives you when you learn new things like that, because then you can use that like conceptually or figured literally in in your preferred art form. Like, I can't tell you how many things I've learned that I'm like, oh, I could use that in mini painting, and then I do, and people are like, oh, that's really cool. Like,
Aww.
This isn't a great example of it, but in my competition piece, I made these tiny little arrows that were like lodged into the ground as part of my basing. And the way I made them was like toothpicks, and I took a card sleeve, like a Dragon Shield card sleeve. Yeah, I cut the red plastic off of it and made tiny bits of fletching out of it.
Oh, that's cool. God, that's so creative. Jesus.
I absolutely love basing. I do a series here on Twitch every now and then called Basing Club, where we just go through and do bases for an evening. And one of the things I did just like on a whim was like open my basing drawer that just has a bunch of junk in it that I keep for just that reason. I'm like, all right, I need you guys to guess what this is from. Like, look at my trash and tell me what you think it is.
Trash.
Let's get to be a gremlin.
I gotta say, altogether, these are looking kind of nice. I'm happy with them. I think I have 3 more. Oh, why do I have so few yellow shirts? What's wrong with my set of minis? I feel like I have a shocking lack of yellow minis.
Olivia, hi. I've woken from my illness to make it to the stream 3 hours late, but you know what? You're here. If you guys want to watch both streams at once, just follow this link.
I feel like I should probably redo this guy's purple skin. I feel like I should do a second coat on these guys first of purple. Let's do that real quick. Because I feel like with the Turbo Dork metallics, the first coat is kind of patchy.
Yeah, the first coat never shows up perfectly. Yeah, it's one of those things where like it's an additive process.
Yeah, let's redo. I should redo the skin on these real quick. Yeah, Lunchbox, that is my experience as well. Turbo Dork is a 2-coat situation, pretty much minimum.
Oh yeah, at least.
But they look really nice once you've got all those layers on there. But yeah, you can see this is like really patchy right now, so we're gonna go over it again.
Turbo Dork had a special color that they released at Adepticon only. And I want to offer to both chats. I have 6 of them. So Greg and I are friends outside of, like business stuff, or we became friends through it. But he's like, I told him like I forgot to get a color while I was there, and he's like, oh cool, I'll send you one, and he sent me 6. So
what a homie.
I would love to spread the love if somebody didn't get one and wants one. Turbo Dork's a 3-coat minimum. Honestly, you ask me, Turbo Dork's like a 5-coat minimum.
Jeez.
Olive says, my best friend and her husband collect board games, but they have Olive games as a category, aka easy to pick up on and no deduction games. Okay, that's okay.
Why are they called? Oh, Olive, because that's what their name is, Olive Games.
Yes. You know what, though?
Yeah, go
ahead. I think having somebody who knows your proclivities concerning board games is kind of a cool thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. Speaking about, lighter games or whatever, we are having another board game night this weekend with this couple that we've been hanging out who are brand new to board games. And we successfully taught them Wingspan last weekend, which I was very happy with. Sometimes Wingspan can be a lot for people who are kind of new. There's a lot going on, you know? So I need to think about what we're going to bring for them this weekend. So I don't know, Chad, if you've ever, like, you know, introduced someone to the hobby, like, through Wingspan or a game of Wingspan's Weight, where do you go from there? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to be so gentle and careful with them because they live right across the street from us, so they're going to be such perfect board gaming, like, companions. So I need to not mess it up and introduce them to something too heavy or also, like, bore them too much, you know?
I would say, honestly, I would recommend Everdell.
Oh, okay. See, I don't really like Everdell. That's the problem.
I played it for the first time this past week.
Really?
And my partner Rachel was like, "Oh, this is kind of like, it kind of feels like Wingspan."
I can
and I'm
see
like,
that, definitely.
You know what? I never thought about that, but it kind of does have that vibe. The tableau building, you know, the light worker placement themes.
It's of a similar weight, I'd say.
She's adding from the other room, delightfully shaped.
Delightfully shaped? Why, because of the big tree?
No, because everybody always said, like, you know, whenever I'm like, oh, I like to make a joke about, like, edible board game components.
Yeah.
And, you know, so the conversation always goes back to Everdell because of those dang berries. And I've never like thought about it because I've never played it before this weekend, but they totally are.
They're such a good, whatever material those are made out of, I want more board game components made out of whatever that is. It's so squishy and nice. I love it.
Oh, it's so great.
Yo, Ola Plays, thanks for joining us in our chat. I appreciate it. They say, I've been doing this with friends and they've latched onto Calico and Cascadia. We played that a lot. Yes, I did introduce them before we went to Wingspan. We did Seven Wonders, Cascadia, and Codenames were the three that they had done, and then we jumped to Wingspan after that. So Calico, what'd you say?
Cascadia. I need to get Cascadia. I've never played it.
Cascadia's so good. Oh man, I love Cascadia. That's a real good end of the night game because it's super simple, but it still scratches that, you know, thinky part of your brain without being a giant rules overhead. But yeah, Calico's a good suggestion to go to next. I have Calico.
I think I'm calling this guy done. I think he's done. First one down.
Nice.
Here's the reveal if you want to see it.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm coming. All right, I'm looking. Oh, dude, that looks sick. That looks so cool.
Thank you.
Oh, you've got a very fancy handle. Wow.
Yeah, it's just one I got off Etsy. It's got, like, these removable tops, so it's magnetic.
Oh, nice. Oh, sick.
Yep, so first one down.
Heck
9 more to go. No, I haven't played Cascadia. I've not, no.
Yeah, Cascadia is great. They also they were showing off, like, either a new Cascadia or an expansion. I saw Eric Yurko posting about it from Gamma. Some sort of extra Cascadia something.
We actually, damn it, Jamie, making me buy things out here. Sorry, Lunchbox. That's a unfortunate side effect of watching my
People
stream.
say that all the time about this stream, too. They're like, oh, I gotta go buy new board games now. It's like, yep, I gotcha. Yeah, sucked in.
We also were talking, I was talking with Maddie, Lost My Meeples from
love Maddie.
From Twitter. And he's insisting on bringing Too Many Bones to Origins, and I'm like, oh no, Maddie, I have it. Just let me bring it because you are flying here.
Yeah, what the? Yeah, why is that the hill he's dying on? That's very strange.
But also, like, Too Many Bones, very intense game to bring to a con. I'm here for it though.
Ooh, Bloody says Clink. That's actually not a bad idea. I own Clink, and I don't think I've ever played it with my partner, so it would be new to him too. Because I think there's an element of, like, intimidation when we're, like, trying to teach this couple a game, right? And it's a game that both my partner and I know, and they don't. So, you know, I mean, they've been really good sports, and they pick things up very quickly. But I think it'd be nice to have something where my partner is also learning it, just to sort of make it feel like that playing field is a little bit more leveled.
If anyone was just watching my stream, was just wondering why I was slack-jawed for about 30 seconds there.
You okay?
Someone just told me, my friend Luna, who's at Gamma this week, said that Merc and Dagger previewed a Halloween edition of Boop.
Shut up, really? That's so cute. Shut up. What are the cats in, like, outfits? Define Halloween edition. What does that mean?
I did say something about Bones. We're friends and I are planning to play Too Many Bones at Origins. I'm gonna be bringing. I think I'm gonna bring my copy. I only have like one expansion character
don't
until
let
Riffle
Matt fly with too many bones. That's silly.
Until Riffle shows up, I only have one character, but yeah, I'm gonna bring it. What, Olivia? What did I do now? There's a ghost cat, and the other cats are dressed as witches.
That's
I cannot.
so cute.
I cannot.
Oh my god! Hi, Arliel. Happy Friday to you too. What's up? Hello.
Vagrant Song is one of my absolute favorite campaign games. It's so good. Actually, we have one of the people who designs the missions for that has been here in chat before.
Wait, seriously? That's sick.
Yeah.
That's a cool flex.
I can't remember his username. But he's joined us before. Yeah, the Vagrant Song's awesome. It's so much fun. Wait, Olivia, did we not talk about... I thought we talked about playing Too Many Bones at Origins. I'll bring it. Yeah, I'll bring it. Absolutely. It's drivable for me. It's like 2.5 hours. It's not far.
Aw, Arliel says I'm... Sorry, I have a paintbrush in my mouth. Hold on.
Oh, that's okay.
Arliel says I'm having the best day. I just wanted to share that love. That's so sweet.
It's so exciting.
Arliel, I'm so happy you're having the best day. That heckin' rules. It is Friday. Yeah. Friday is... I'm so happy that it's here now.
I did say that I don't usually take breaks, but I am going to take a very uncharacteristic break to go refill my coffee.
Do it. I got you.
As a celebration for finishing my first mini, I'm going to give myself
drink some water, girl. Go.
Oh, there's a copy in the library. Okay, cool. I don't know. Maybe I'll just bring mine. It hasn't been opened much, so I'm gonna use it as an excuse to actually open and play my game. So I love that game. I also need to get Cloudspire to the table as well.
Ooh, I've never played Cloudspire.
I did a learning game of the solo mode, and it is super cool. Play your CTG stuff. Listen, I want to so bad. I just need to convince. I need friends who want to play heavier board games with me.
That is the eternal struggle, isn't it?
Yeah. If you guys are not checking out Chip Theory stuff, they are a lot of fun. I love their stuff. And also Raven CTG in chat gets directly supported by that. So okay.
Go get your water. Shoot, go hydrate.
Enjoy being babysat by Ray.
Hi, Jamie's chat. What's up? Here, let me pull up Jamie's chat. I can look at it. Alright, let me...
I'm just leaving my stream running, so have fun.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Hi, Jamie's chat. What's up? Halloween Boop releases in August, I believe. I recommend everyone get it. I'm on it. I don't own Boop yet, so... Assuming it's just regular Boop with a new coat of paint, that might be the only edition I should own. That sounds delightful, oh my god. He says it was funny when I joined friends to play... I joined friends to play with, but no one of them ever played Catan. And since then we played a bunch of times. Oh, nice. Nice. Well, you gotta start somewhere, you know? You gotta start somewhere. Kiddo was able to properly and appropriately advocate for their own mental health at school today, and I am a very proud mama. Arliel, that's fantastic. That's awesome. I'm so glad that you're taking the time to celebrate that. That's huge. All right, Jamie's chat. What's up with you guys? Let me see. What's she painting next? Ooh, God, I'm so jealous looking at Jamie's chat now because she's got really complicated minis. Not that I don't love the Starship Captains minis. They're delightful, but they're so tidy. And they're kind of boring. I think I'm gonna be happy that I've done it. And this is a really fun way to get through these. But I wouldn't say that these are like super fun on their own just because they're so small. But they're gonna look sick when they're all done. Even right now, them all in a group look really nice. I did just look it up and there's ghost cats on the cover. Okay, hold on, let me look up the cover. Let me look. What's it called? Is this Boop Halloween edition? I gotta look up board game. I'm getting Betty Boop Halloween costumes. Shut up, that's so cute. It's Boop. Oh no, see, you all failed to mention that they changed the title in this edition to have a bunch of O's, so it's like Boop. That's so cute. I love that. I want more stuff like that. We were talking about the other day, because they're doing a re-theming of Bonanza to be all flowers. Someone in chat mentioned that to me last stream, and I want to see more of that. Like, not expansions, not, new versions, but literally just re-themings of games. I think that's a fun idea. The same game with the same mechanics, but re-themed, but for perhaps like a different audience. I think that's kind of cool. You don't see that very often. And I just was thinking about it because there's been 2 back-to-back instances now, both Boop and no, not Cascadia. Yeah, no, Bonanza and Boop now. And I can't think of any other time I've seen that before. So I think it's a cool concept. I don't know if it like economically makes sense to release the same game twice with different art because you have to pay 2 different artists, for 2 totally different games. And I would imagine most people wouldn't own both, but it's a cool concept. I don't know. I feel like it hasn't been explored a lot. I think it's cool. I mean, I'm sure it's been done before, but like, I don't know. I feel like it hasn't been done a lot. Yeah, and the fact that they have Beth doing it is amazing. I bought Bonanza to play with my casual gaming friends and they refuse to play because they find the art ugly. Oh no. Yeah, the art on Bonanza, we were talking about that yesterday. I wouldn't say it's ugly, but it's very stylized and you either kind of like it or you don't. I feel like it's a good move, especially for older games. Because there was definitely a vibe that games of that era had in terms of art style. That hasn't always aged super well, so. Oh, welcome on in, Hexstar. Happy Friday. What's up? And real quick plug, while Jamie's doing her coffee, if you're a part of Jamie's chat and you have no clue who I am, this disembodied voice you've been listening to for the last 4 hours, hi! My name is Ray. I work for Czech Games Edition. We're a board game publisher. We make games like Codenames, Galaxy Trucker, Lost Ruins, Varnak, and this game here, Starship Captains, which I'm painting minis for right now. My brain is exhausted, so I can't even do my spiel. But I stream here typically 3 days a week. Friday, I typically do like a 5-hour stream. Tuesday, Thursday, usually around a 2-hour stream. Typically, we're playing board games, but every now and then we do something kind of crafty like this. So if you're really into minis, you won't see a ton of mini painting on this stream, but you will see it occasionally, oftentimes with Jamie, because it's just so much more fun to paint with Jamie. Hot take maybe, I hate the revamp of Catan games? What do you mean? That is a hot take. Alla says the art on OG Bonanza now feels very camp. Yeah, I can agree with that, but can't get newbies to play it. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Olo. It's, if you were around, or if you were playing games during that era, right, that early 2000s to 2010 era of board game, I think you now can look back on that type of art, which I don't know how to describe it, but if you were there, you know what I mean, like the Bonanza type of art. I feel like you can look back on it now with like a nostalgia, because like I like my copy of Bonanza. I think I will probably still get the flower version because I think that's cute. And because the same thing that Olo said, it's hard to get new people to play it. But like, I personally think it's kind of camp and fun. But I think for new people who don't have that nostalgia, it could sometimes just be unappealing as opposed to camp. You have to have that sort of perspective, I think, for it to cross over into camp for you.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Did you miss me?
I miss you so much. Oh my god.
Oh. Cool.
We were talking about, oh god, I'm getting paint all over this. Oh Jesus. We were talking about the difference between art from old board games, old being like 2000s to early 2010s, being ugly versus being camp. And we think Bonanza's kind of camp if you have like a nostalgia for it.
Yeah.
You know? And if you don't, it can be kind of just ugly. I can see how someone might think that.
Heather mentioned that like cons are like family reunions, and that is so accurate.
Oh my god, that's a great way to put it. Absolutely.
It's so accurate.
That's why I love them so much. I can't wait. I'm sick of the con dry season for me. I'm glad I wasn't at Gamma, because Gamma isn't really for me. Like, that show isn't really for me, but like, man, I miss seeing everybody together, and it's such a breath of fresh air when the winter comes after you've done this insane back-to-back con season of the summer. But it's felt
my
long.
thing is, I wish I went to Gamma this year because as a content creator now, like, it's so much more important for me.
Mm-hmm.
but you know, it was just not possible.
Yeah.
I would have to fly out to Reno and like get my own hotel. It just wasn't happening.
100%. But I'm excited to get back to conventions. I'm ready for it. I've had my slumber, and now I'm ready to go back. All right, I gotta move on to gray shirts now.
Yes, so paint pot. That's exactly what it means, actually. We're just family you haven't met yet.
Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna mix up a little gray here. A little gray.
Yeah, there's a good chance. There's a good chance that you have met people in my chat. I'm sure, and the two parties just don't realize it. I find that like, because I mentioned earlier, I have like 1 foot in board gaming, 1 foot in minis. So I have like 2 families that I'm trying to like get to unite.
Am I dumb? Why won't this open? Oh, it's child locked. More like Rachel locked.
Uh-oh.
I was sitting there trying to open that for like an embarrassingly long amount of time. It is just child locked.
That's the other best part about streaming is like all the embarrassing things you would otherwise not be witness to.
Oh my god.
Everybody gets to see now.
We've got a nice little boring gray for the boring cadets who can't do anything in Starship Captains.
What a bunch of idiots.
What a bunch
Also,
of losers.
when I took my little break, I looked at Barb and I don't talk much on Instagram. We just send posts back and forth to each other.
I love that for both of you.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's the highlight of my day. And she just sent me a post that says, "Are mashed potatoes just Irish guacamole?" And
What does that mean?
Rachel from the other room is just going, wait a minute.
Yeah, Barb sent me an Instagram post the other day that was like the really old, like early 2010s meme format with like the really big white text. It was a picture of a stream, and it was like streamers be like, there it is.
Yes.
Did she send that to you too?
I don't know if she sent it, but I saw it and I shared that, and I was like, I feel like if you don't get this joke or like you don't like it or something, I'm like, I feel like you may not like my sense of humor.
We may not get along.
I love that kind of like just really stupid, really dumb humor. Very abstract. I love it.
Oh my god, Tony, get out of here with your flexing about meeting Travis. I swear to God, I'm gonna time you out.
Kit Kat, I'll keep that in mind. I'm actually so I'm gonna be going out to visit Olympian this year.
You are? Is that officially happening? I know you were thinking about it. I didn't know it officially happened.
He jokingly started talking about it in chat, and then he was like, "No, seriously." He's like, "No, seriously, you should come out." And I'm like, "Wait, what? Like, I've never been to Seattle before. I would love that." And he's like, "Yeah, like, let's do it." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And so we're just gonna paint for like an entire week on stream, and I'm super pumped. I think we're gonna do it in July.
Oh my god, that's so cool. He's offered that to me before, and I don't know if I know
a lot of people in Seattle from my stream. So we'll get to do like a little meetup. I'm sorry, I kept cutting you off.
No, you're good. I also kept cutting you off. You're good. I was just saying that I have also got that offer from Olympian. It just doesn't really make sense for me right now, timing wise. But like, he totally means it. At first, I had the same inclination of like, oh, haha, I wish. And then I was like, oh crap, no, homie means it. Like, that's happening. Okay, which is cool. Olympian's the best. He's a really cool guy.
He really is. You'd be hard pressed to find, like, it's not that there aren't, people not worth like interacting with in this space, but you'd be hard pressed to find anyone who's just outright like awful.
Yeah. Oh my god, what's up, Odin Mercer? Of course you show up right as we're talking about Olympian. What's up, friend? Good to see you.
Yeah, Gamma is no longer in Vegas, and I think they're moving it to Louisville next year.
Yes, they are. Or they're somewhere in that vicinity. Odin, how have you been? It's been a hot second. How are you doing?
The
right.
Reno venue is strange, but I don't mind it.
Ugh. I don't like it.
I like the self-contained nature of it. I
That's
like that
true.
it's all just kind of in one place.
That
You
is
don't really
that
have
is
to
a
go.
very good point.
Don't have to go anywhere.
For those of you who don't know, Gamma, the show, has recently been held in Reno in like a casino type situation. Which, yes, it absolutely has the benefit of like people all being in one spot, which is nice because at other cons, it's like people will go out to bars or go out to other people's hotel rooms, and you have to kind of know where things are happening in order to find them. But like at Gamma, it's all you can't. There's nowhere to go. It's Reno. Like no one's walking around and leaving the hotel. It's just not what people do. So that's nice. But I just don't really like the casino atmosphere. It's not for me. But
Nah, me neither.
ooh, Chicken says Seattle should be nice in June. Have fun.
I'm so excited.
I'm so jealous. That should be so much fun. I would love to visit the Pacific Northwest sometime. Someday I'll have to take Olympian up on that. It just hasn't made sense timing wise yet, but
Yeah.
that should be so
Yeah, no,
fun.
I've never been out there. I've been to a lot of places in the US, but not there. And I've never been to Europe either, so I'm jealous whenever you get to go out to Prague. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool. I'm officially taking my mom with me to Prague next time I go.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so CGE does like 2 internal events a year. One is Czech Gaming, which is what I did a couple months ago, I guess at this point, where we playtest all the games that we're thinking about publishing this year. Oh, have a good lurk, Chicken, no worries. And then the second one is called Summer Camp, which is kind of what it sounds like. It's more of a vacation style thing where like, yes, you're with all of your coworkers and you do work in the morning, but in the afternoon you're at like this resort or something and you can all hang out, you go hiking, sort of like a bonding type thing. And you're not allowed to bring your family to Czech Gaming, but you're allowed to bring your family to summer camp, so people will bring like their kids, and there's a joke that like the median number of kids at CG is like 6. Everyone has 1 million kids. So everyone brings their like big families and stuff. And last year I brought my partner, but this year, now that he's starting his like clinicals, because he's in med school, if you don't know, he won't be able to come. He just can't take 2 weeks off in the middle of the summer. Just not feasible for the foreseeable future. And so I asked if I could bring my mom, and they said yes. So I'm gonna take my mama bear to the Czech Republic, and it like makes me cry just thinking about it, because I've mentioned on stream before that she was like my total inspiration for getting into this industry. She's a big board gamer. She's been a big board gamer my whole life. And she was the one who like introduced me to Catan when I was 7 and like encouraged me to pursue a career in this industry. And I'm just so excited that I'll get to show her around like my company and like the office and bring her on this like free vacation.
So cool. And the offices that you were in when you were streaming this year were beautiful.
They're so pretty. They're so pretty. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, J Fools? Welcome on in. It's good to see you. It's been a hot second, J Fools. How's it going? Happy Friday.
ADHD vibes unintentionally cutting people off because of excitement. Yeah, big mood. Big mood.
God, I do that all the time. I feel so bad, but it's like I just have something to say, and I've had to learn to try to like rein it in.
Nah, don't worry about it. Not for me. That's fine.
Well, it's also, I find that if I go long stretches streaming by myself, like not having a guest on, I find that it gets worse, because when you're streaming by yourself, you're the only person keeping the conversation going. So I get in this habit of just kind of not taking pauses. When I'm talking, you know? And I don't typically allow for like normal conversational pauses where someone else would jump in. So when I'm streaming with someone else, I have to actively be like, okay, I should pause and see if this other person has something to say.
I'm terrible at engaging in those pauses in real life conversations, so I love streaming because I actually get to like finish my thoughts when I'm talking, which is not something that happens in regular conversation.
Yeah, totally.
There's actually like an ongoing joke in my group of friends that everyone kind of talks over me because I already don't have a voice that carries, and so it's like usually the 1 or 2 people that are listening to me get to hear like the silly one-liners that I'm shooting out, so it's worth it. But like, hi puppy, you want to say hi to everybody? You speak? Good girl.
Oh my gosh, so
good.
smart.
Oh, good.
Oh my lord.
Anyway, yeah, so it's nice when I'm streaming because I'm like, oh, cool, I can actually like figure out what I want to say and like get to the end of a sentence.
Absolutely.
Kit Kat, yes, I do eat burgers. I would love to try that while I'm out there.
I'm gonna BRB real quick again.
I don't very often. I actually was talking to somebody the other day on stream about this, where like I'm not like a vegetarian or anything like that, but I don't like pursue I don't pursue meat, I guess, like in a diet sense, unless it's chicken, I guess. Like all I eat is chicken, really. But if somebody offers beef or like lamb or something like that, like yeah, I'm gonna eat what's prepared for me. I just don't seek it out all the time. But I would absolutely try it. Like I'm the kind of person that will try a local, something or other, just because it's unique and novel. And who knows if I'll ever get to do it again. So I'm definitely a fan of that. I'm glad you've already talked to Olympian though, because I don't know like how much I will be able to plan that, like it'll be hard for me to do it because I'm one person and you guys are a lot of people versus me maybe like thinking of a place where we can all meet up or something like that and then just having a game night or something. I feel like that'll probably be easier to coordinate. So that'd be really cool. We don't eat a bunch of beef here because one of the housemates can't eat much. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not sure. I'm not going to read that out loud because I do want to help Ray keep her stream family friendly, but it does sound good. Yeah, Heather, if you go to Gamma next year, or Ches does, indulge that, and I find a way to get there, you let me know. We could carpool, and also maybe even share a hotel room, because it's drivable next year for us. Because it'll be in Louisville. Some good pinball down there too. Ooh, okay. Hi, Race Chat. How are you guys? Barb, did you hear us talking about the meme you sent me?
Yo, Zamora, thank you for
I
that follow.
agree with it entirely.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream.
As somebody who allegedly has like some Irish heritage, I agree that is exactly what mashed potatoes is.
Hello, I'm back.
Are mashed potatoes. I guess it's multiple mashed potatoes. So, hi, welcome back.
Kit Kat, I'm assuming in reference to me bringing my mom to Prague, she says, I got to bring my parents into Origins on a Sunday when I was working for WizKids, and they were amazed at the scope of the show and all the people. They were like, oh, so this can be a real job. Oh my god, that's a big part of my motivation, Kit Kat,
Yep.
because you say board game industry, and most people are not picturing like the scale of something like Essen or Gen Con or something. They can't fathom all of these weirdo nerds in one room together taking up that much space. So it's cool. It feels like it legitimizes it to like show your non-game industry friends like, look, this is real. This is a real thing. I swear.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, hi Olympian. We were just talking about you. Welcome.
Oh yeah,
did we
summon Olympian?
Terrible things about you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just awful. kind of good you showed up now instead of earlier.
Yeah, now that it's over, we finished with the slander. How are you doing, Olympian? How's your Friday? Olympian was gonna come hang out with us for the Codenames co-stream next Friday, but he's busy doing work stuff for the foreseeable Friday. So I hope that's going well for you today, Olympian. Hope it's all good.
I hope it's at least enjoyable work stuff.
Yeah.
Or semi-enjoyable at the very least.
I mean, it's not as cool as playing Codenames with us, but fine, True. I guess.
Very few things are, though. If that's the bar you set, then I feel like everybody's going to be disappointed.
Oh, that needs way more white. Oh, it's too dark. You got 29 minutes before it starts? Well, good luck, Olympian. Godspeed, friend.
Boo work. Yay board games.
See, that's the cheat code. I made board games my work. That's how I cheated it. anyone got any cool plans for this weekend? Because I've got that little gaming double date coming up. Got to figure out what I'm going to teach them, but that's what I'm doing.
Sorry, thank you for the biddies. I didn't see that. My audio's turned down real low because I decided instead of wearing headphones today, I would play Ray's voice through my speakers, and my microphone really likes Ray's voice, so I had to turn it down.
That's cute though.
And now I can't hear my alerts. But thank you so much for those biddies. Support your local Jamie. I like that sentiment a lot.
Aw, Tony, thanks for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the mods. KitKat says that they're finding an SUV to lease. That doesn't sound like fun. I asked for fun things this weekend. I mean, maybe it's fun for you. Maybe that's my own bias. Anything that has to do with cars makes me horrifically anxious. So maybe it's fun for you. I'm not here to judge.
Getting a new thing, a new toy, you know, like that sounds fun.
Yeah, I get that. I wish I was one of those people who was like a car person, just because I feel like it's a helpful life skill to enjoy and know a lot about cars. I try to interact with them as little as humanly possible.
The thing is, I think it's one of those skills where if you know about it, you get tapped a lot to do things.
Oh my god, that's my partner. My partner knows a lot about cars, and he's always going over and helping people fix their cars and helping them read through the manual, and he also just likes fixing things, so he's one of those weird people who like enjoys that kind of thing, so it's not too much of an imposition on him. He gets like really excited when he gets to go help someone with their car.
Oh, that's cute though.
Yeah. I've almost worked up the courage to take my my student driver sticker off my car. I have a little like, please be nice, I'm not good sticker on my car. Because I used to have really bad driving anxiety. It's getting a lot better since I moved to a more rural area.
Yeah.
I still have it for when I like need to go into the city or something, but
you should get one that says baby on board, and then underneath it says it's me, I'm baby.
It's me, I'm baby. I follow someone on TikTok who like makes driving stickers like that, right? That's like, please let me merge, I'm gonna cry, like that type of stuff. And I really want them because they're really cute, but I'm afraid that like when you go into the comments and stuff, 50% of them are like, oh, so cute. And the other 50% are like, I'd be so mean if I saw someone with that. I'd tailgate them harder. I'm like,
oh my god, no.
People suck because they're like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm a fine driver. I get anxious when there are tricky situations. I've never been in an accident, knock on wood. I have never done anything like dangerous. I just get a little scared, okay? I feel that. Get a little nervous, but yeah, the reaction to those like TikToks and stuff where people are like, oh, that would make me even more angry, makes me think that it's not smart to get one of those and it might just antagonize people more. So
at that point, my suggestion to that person is to sell your car and get therapy.
Yeah, honestly, like, I'm just trying to be real with you. Let me merge or I'm gonna cry. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, hey, save me the tears and please let me merge.
Yeah. Save me the tears eventually. Because it's not going to make it any better to like torture you.
It doesn't make anything better.
You know what will make it better? Therapy.
How many of the 40 has Ray done? So I've almost 50% finished all of them. So I'm about halfway.
How do you like that?
How do I like...
I feel like Steven came in ready for a gotcha there.
How do I like what?
And you got him.
Oh,
you got
yeah.
Him. You got Way to go.
Steven's always trying to get me, though. That tracks.
Not today.
Not today, Satan. Barb says therapy is cheap. No, therapy is expensive. Cars are cheap. Doesn't feel like a legit. It doesn't feel like a excuse, Barb.
I don't know if I agree with that either.
But they actually came in handy because shockingly, you can't just buy one student driver sticker. They come in like a pack. So I had one on my Prius, yeah. And we had a bunch just sitting around, and just for decoration and for fun, we stuck them up on our fridge, just because why not? We had friends over, and they were like, hey, are those the student driver stickers? We're like, yeah. And they asked to have one because the wife has a stick shift that she's trying to teach her husband how to drive.
Yeah.
So we gave one to them so that when he's driving her car,
Aww.
he can like have it on the back so people know that he's like not good at stick yet, which is really cute.
Oh, so in response to your question about the weekend,
my
chat has a couple of responses.
Heck yeah.
My friend Clute, aka Hack and Slash Minis, I'm running a Pathfinder 2 e-game that takes place in D&D Forgotten Realms during the time of Troubles.
Ooh.
So there's 7 players, and half of them are from Karatur, so I have to get everyone into adventure going to get them all together on the Sword Coast. Ooh, that's a tricky needle
hard.
to thread.
So they're not starting in the same area?
I guess not. I am very jealous. I've wanted to learn Pathfinder. I feel like it's something I've been missing.
That's something you can do when you visit Olympian. He's a hardcore Pathfinder Pathfinder boy, yeah.
I have a hard time role playing, but I do really love TTRPGs.
Oh we've talked about this. We need to play a game together.
I know. I totally agree. I think my problem is that I haven't had the right group.
Yep. That's super valid.
I played with the same group for like 5 years straight and never had much experience outside of that. But I also feel like during that time, I'm a creature of novelty. I need something new to like keep me interested.
I get that.
I feel like I've done it all. I feel like I've done it all with D&D. And surely I haven't, but like
you haven't been DM'd by me yet. You haven't seen it all.
That's true. That's true.
I will say though, going back to that comment about having them all start in different places, like I think for the start of a campaign that's tricky and takes a lot of skill to do well. But I have kind of a DMing hot take, which is like a lot of times people will say to not split the party in D&D. So not have your characters like someone go off and do one thing and everyone else go off and do another thing. That's considered like a no-no, at least for like beginner DMs or whatever. I friggin' love splitting my party. I think it's so much fun. That was one of the biggest pieces of advice. Like when I was learning how to DM and I was watching all these like DM advice videos or whatever. And they're like, don't split the party. It becomes a nightmare. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. I want a nightmare. I want this to be a chaotic mess. Because my favorite thing about it is if you're role-playing the seed with like, say 2 characters, right? And the other 2 are somewhere else. I love that the other 2 who are somewhere else have to sit there and listen to this conversation and they can't do anything about it. Especially when there's like high stakes or something. Yeah. Like if you're strict about your table talk and being like, hey, you're not here, zip it. You can't say anything.
Well, I think it's a sneaky way to teach people like, like information they're privy to, like in-game and out-of-game knowledge.
Yes, it's really good for teaching new players that concept. 100%. I hadn't thought about that, but that's so true.
I think it's also really cool because you as the DM, it gives you a lot of control over putting someone who might not be super good at a particular aspect of TTRPGs with someone who is really good at it, and they can work together to kind of like teach each other.
100%. It can also help bring people out of their shell. Like if you've got one personality that's really like dominant, you can remove them from that situation, not in a negative punishing way, but you can send them off to do their own thing and put some of the quieter players together and help, by necessity, help them come out of their shell a little bit. And I also just love like rapid switching back and forth between groups. Like again, if I typically do it during like heists or when there's something intense going on, like rapidly, you can like build in cliffhangers, which is so much fun. You're with one group and you're like, well, we're gonna stop there and we're gonna switch back to these people. That's such a fun dynamic. I love it so much.
Yeah. The other thing I like a lot that we were doing before I kind of stopped playing D&D was like text-based roleplay. I can do that so much better than I can in-person roleplay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always feel awkward roleplaying.
That's fair. It's weird. It's awkward. I totally get that.
Court says, sorry, my dog's barking.
Oh, you're good.
Her hero, mailman, is here. Kit Kat says, I want to run a game. Want to play with me, Jamie and Ray? I mean, I would try. I would definitely try it. I would absolutely play. I'm actually going to be in a D&D one-shot next month.
Yo!
With another mini painting streamer. It's Oops All Goblins.
That's so awesome.
Like a goblin character.
I love that.
And Court says there's so many fun systems that aren't D&D too. I'm a big fan of RP heavy games. So if you look at my background, I don't know if you can see it, that shelf right there with Pikachu on it, all of those books from Pikachu to the left, other than other than my Locked Tomb series books right there, those are all RPGs that I've never played. I want to play them. I just got one called Alchemistresses that is...
Alchemistresses? Shut up, that's so
Oh,
cool.
Ray, have you not heard about Alchemistresses?
No, that's so cool. I like the name. I'm already sold. You got me.
It's a magical girl TTRPG.
I'm sold. I'm in.
But
I'm all the way in.
You are inhabited by the spirits of like these primal forces that were formerly like heroes. So you don't have to be a girl to have a magical girl transformation.
Of course.
You just are inhabited by the spirit of someone who was at one point like a female warrior or a non-binary warrior or something like that that uses elemental powers, and that you build your own spells. So like if you want to be a healer, you can find creative ways that like your fire energy could be healing, like cauterizing a wound or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, encourage you to be really creative with your structure. God, it just sounds so cool.
So
and I was
cool.
like, I'm in 100%.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be playing in a non-D&D game. Actually, this Sunday, quick plug, you can watch me roleplay if you want. This Sunday, I'm gonna be starting a game. I used to be much more into the TTRPG streaming world, and it just became too much, so I don't do it much anymore, but there's one group of people that I just love. I love playing with them. They're so good. Whenever they want me in a game, I'm like, all right, fine. Fine, I'm there. And it's gonna be a system called Brindlewood Bay that's all about old ladies fighting crime, like on Cape Cod.
Yes, I've heard of Brindlewood Bay.
We had our first non-streamed like session 0 where it was actually really fun. It was kind of like an improv session. Our DM couldn't be there because they had other stuff going on. But we all sat around, and the story for this campaign is that we are like a book club. So we're reading a murder mystery. We're like big fans of this one murder mystery author, right? And her most recent book has come out. And our session 0 was, again, an unscripted non-DM game where we basically just yes-anded each other. We role-played like our book club meeting where we basically canonicize what this series of books is about by being like, oh my god, I love chapter 52 when the dragon came or whatever. We kept adding on, and we recorded it for our DM, so our DM can go back and like canonicize all that stuff about like, what is this author, what kind of books does she write, by us just kind of inhabiting our characters and getting used to playing in them, and also just making up what this book series is about. It was a lot of fun. It was a really creative session 0.
Hack and Slash Mini says Golden Girls meets the Justice League.
Yes,
I'm in.
That's exactly what it is. I'm so excited.
God,
I am so excited. I can't wait.
And Olympian also suggested Glitter Hearts and Thirsty Sword Lesbians as far as magical girl TTRPGs go. I actually have Thirsty Sword Lesbians, and I've heard really good things about Glitter Hearts. Basically anything that Indie Press Revolution sells, I'm in.
I'm the exact opposites. I've never played what was the Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I've never played that one, but I've played Glitter Hearts with the designer. It was so much fun. Glitter Hearts is great. Highly recommend.
Yeah, I would really love to play more of those. Not that I would really love to play more D&D and Pathfinder and all that, but I just don't play any of them because I just feel like I got burned a little bit.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, you have to put yourself out there in such a way that it's tiring, it's exhausting, and you could definitely burn out on it. I think that's completely understandable. Oh, hold on, I gotta catch up on my chat. We have a lot of splitting the party hot takes. Hold on. Tony says it can be really boring if it stretches out too long as a player. Yeah, you have to be like a good DM and know how to read the room and when to switch back and forth between scenes. That's why I try to always do it when it's like high intensity. Like, no one wants to sit there and listen to one player RP them foraging for berries. I mean, maybe if it's really fun, but you get the idea. It has to be the right time for it, and you have to be really good at pacing the switches. I try to do really quick switches so people don't have the time to get bored.
Hack and Slash said something similar. He said the biggest struggle is keeping everyone engaged.
Yes, 100%.
One of the complaints newer players had with 5e was that some characters seem to have the never-ending combat turn and takes everyone out. That is 100% true.
Yep.
Someone in my chat, also in my Discord, if anyone is interested in this, has offered to run a text-only Kids on Bikes campaign.
Oh, that's so fun.
So it's like the minimum participation is like 1 post per day from players. So like,
so it's like an
totally
async game?
Yes.
Wait, that's so
And
I've never heard of anyone doing
amazing.
that before.
But he hasn't had enough people buy in to start it yet. So if anyone's interested in that and sounds fun, check out my Discord and count yourself in.
Very cool.
Olympian says, let's do it. Let's put together the most unhinged group of streamers to do this on the regular. Yeah, let's do it.
I'm down. I'm down. I think that's what I'd like to do, because I used to be much more into TTRPG streaming, and that community is great, but it's also so much. It's so much.
Court says she'd be down to do TTRPGs anytime too.
Shut up.
I
oh my
love
God.
that idea.
I think what would get me into it is if it was just a bunch of chaotic people from the board game sphere, who aren't like quote unquote like TTRPG people,
Yeah.
Again, I love that group of people. It just can be sometimes too much.
Right.
And it's also
I want it to be like it's not like a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing with one person who does kind of thing, unless that person's the DM, I guess. Because then I feel like it can be intimidating, for people
100%.
who don't have a grasp of what's happening.
Yeah.
It's me. I'm people.
Oh my God, Barb says CGE TTRPG stream when Reggie, Felix, Tony, Angie. I would love to DM a game for Tony. I actually think that'd be a lot. I think Tony would be a really fun player.
Sorry, Barb, don't you mean CGE EGG
CGE
stream?
I love chaotic players. I mean, it needs to be a mix. You need to have at least one person who's like a note taker or like gets what's going on. But I love chaotic energy, unsurprisingly.
One of my favorite characters I ever played, and like one that I would love to reprise sometime, was just like, so I play a lot of fighters just because like I just really enjoy.
They're a fun class.
I enjoy fighters because they're pretty flexible. You don't have to worry about spell slots or anything. Like they scale really nicely because you get extra attacks as you go on, and so it's just this nice like kind of you can expect to know what happens next. It's very solid. But I was like, every time I do that, I start to get bored because there's not enough for me to do. And so I'm like, I'm gonna take a fighter. I'm going to build them in such a way that it makes sense with their character, that they just take just the most just egregious risks at every opportunity.
Yes, risk-averse players are not as much fun.
I was like, I'm going to build a character that is just an action hero and just does the wrong thing every time.
Yes.
That way, if my rolls happen, it's going to be super fun because it works out.
Yes.
And if it doesn't, big deal. We'll figure it out.
That's a big pet peeve of mine, is players who don't enjoy failing. Like, for me, whenever I play a character, I never min-max my character to where they, like, make sense. I like to make characters that don't work, because I find failing in TTRPGs, that's where the most fun storytelling moments come from.
Much more interesting. It's so much more interesting to fail.
Totally agree.
Oh man, Court and Olympian are just going ham here. They really want this to happen. I'm down. I'm serious. Let's make it happen.
Oh, I added too much water to this paint. It's all watery now. Heck.
Add more paint.
Add more paint.
Mm-hmm.
Will that fix it?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Ooh, have I ever played the Savage World system? I have not, but I think I've heard about it.
Oh my God, Court, welcome to my chat. She says characters with one low stat are such a joy to play. It's my favorite thing. My favorite thing specifically is to play a low, either low int or low wisdom character. I love playing characters who are oblivious. I love it so much because I can just not think and just be like, I don't know how social structures work. I'm gonna just do this. I
feel like it's such a careful balance though, because like the joke is like, oh, you rolled really low on your perceptions check, you can't even see the room kind of thing. Like,
oh yeah,
it's funny, but there's like nuance there that you could totally play with.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a raid.
You got a
fireman,
raid.
welcome in.
What's up?
Hi friends.
Hi Jamie's Raiders.
I'm co-streaming with a disembodied voice today.
Hi. Oh, this hair color's ugly. Ew. Ew.
Welcome in, guys. How was stream?
Just do straight brown, maybe.
It's nice to see you, Bennett. I hope you're having a good Friday. We made it to the weekend. I'm painting Frosthaven minis, and my friend Ray here works for CGE. She's painting miniatures from their board game Starship Captains and asked me to join her on a marathon stream so that it would be less
It'd be less
less
lonely.
long and painful.
Hi, Jamie's Raiders. This is Ray. I'm painting some really tiny minis from our game Starship Captains, and I am slowly losing my grasp on reality. At least now I've moved on to the hair, so something's a little bit more interesting now. Yeah, we're getting there. Getting there.
That is the command. It's just not working for some reason. 1 Inch Heroes, hi, welcome. Yeah, so I wonder if it'll work this time. Nope, still didn't work. All right. Cloudbot is misbehaving. Buttspot's working fine.
Buttspot's here to stay.
Buttspot is just a menace as usual.
Dipping in water, that'll help. Tony, get out of here. Get out of here with that nonsense. LR says, I 100% agree. I love playing characters with weaknesses and such, and a good DM will make critical failures interesting and fun. Totally agree. I love playing TTRPGs. I love them, but my one pet peeve is when people don't give their characters flaws or don't allow their character to fail. Because for me, I don't know, I like a little scuffed game. I like a game that's a little bit, crazy stuff happens, and I like to play really high comedy games, and if people take it too seriously, it bugs me. Holy Fireman, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. Nice to meet you. Feel free to jump in chat and say hey, or just lurk and vibe. Whatever you feel like.
I don't know why my Cloudbot is just rebelling today. It's already on the weekend.
It's checked out. It's Friday brained.
Yeah.
Wow, I accidentally made this hair swoop down really far, and it makes it look like he's wearing a toupee.
Bennett, I would love to hear what you were doing in the stream today. If you wanna share that in chat here. I'm assuming you were doing some artistic pursuit of some sort, because every time I do get a chance to catch your stream, you are doing something wonderful and wild and new. So it's exciting to see.
Oh, heck yeah, Holy. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Alright, I feel like I'm starting to see the well, maybe not. I was gonna say I'm starting to see the finish line, but
Uh-oh.
Well, I just realized I have to paint the bases. Because I'm right now I'm doing the hair, which is small and is quick. And I'm just kind of doing brown and black because I don't want to try to figure out how to make blonde. That's not happening. Sure.
I get it.
That's too much work for me. So we're doing black and brown. Those are the only two options. Maybe I'll do one person who has like fun colored hair, but again, we're speed is our top priority, not detail. But I realized that after that, the pants are black. That's really easy. And then I have to do the bases because the bases need to be like the color of the shirt, and that's annoying. I don't want to do that. Heck.
I think that's a really good way to do it, though. Is that way they are, you don't have to like. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll leave the underside of the bases the same color, so that if you need to quick ref.
Yes. Yeah.
Just, like come over and look, but like. I think for Starship Captains, I think it would be better if they are, like the color of their actual base color.
Yeah, because like their shirts are the color that they, that they need to be. But when you're looking top down, sometimes they're not super visible. So I want the bases to also be a matching color, so it's just really clear. Especially because I stream this game, and with my top down camera, those shirts can be not super visible. So I want to make sure that we got that going. Oh wow, oh my gosh, sorry, there's so much going on in my chat. Bloody Lion says, my first D&D character was a wood elf whose biggest flaw was accidentally dropping things all the time. I love that.
Yes.
I once dropped a snow globe in a shop. Oh, hold on, there we go. Once dropped a snow globe in a shop. A genie came out, which we had to fight, and then my quest for the rest of the campaign was fighting a snow globe to give back to this vendor. So any conversation I asked, do you have any snow globes? Maybe. Bloody, I love that. That is precious. That's so cute.
And you know what? You have defined character growth opportunities.
Absolutely.
Because then you're like, the one moment where it's like, oh no, we have to count on Bloody Lion to carry this thing, and we know how terrible he is.
We know how that goes.
Things. And that's your moment where you're like, nah, I got this. I've been growing as a character.
That's so cute.
Holy Fireman says, was painting some zombies from the Hellboy board game. Oh, tried out a lazy, fast rust method that worked better than expected.
Nice.
Love that. That's so appropriate for what we're doing here today. In fact, both of our questions of the day is, what is your favorite board game featuring minis? I'm surprised we didn't hear any Zombicide. That's usually a solid answer.
That's a very good point.
I think mine might be Mythic Mischief.
Ooh, that's a good one.
But I don't get to play it nearly enough.
It's always the way.
Those are minis I would really like to paint as well. I want to get my hands on Fractured Sky too. It looks really cool. Katie says, I don't play board games, but I have fun with cool models at any rate.
Heck yeah. Valid.
Hey, you know what you like. You know what you like, and I respect that.
LR says Savage World system is really great for making dynamic characters because it has hindrances you choose during character creation, which gives your characters flaws and traits that work against them, making things so fun. Rewards role-playing traits. I love that. I love a game that incentivizes you to have stuff wrong with your character. It also doesn't always have to be like super intense, you know, like my character's got this really complex trauma or whatever. Like, I love what Bloody Lions was, which was I just dropped stuff.
Yeah, like, it doesn't have to be super complicated.
I love that.
Olympian says, you're going to go ham with all the minis we have when you come visit. I'm so excited. I've actually been thinking about maybe trying to get a half-decent squad of Infinity ready for my visit. Because I know you said you really like Infinity and you don't have anyone to play with. So I need to learn the game, and I need to get the minis, and I need to paint them, but
there's
totally
some steps that need to happen first.
Yeah. Yeah. Need to buy the minis, which at this juncture is the most difficult part, but also because I don't know anything about the game yet. Maybe the first step is to learn about the game. There are these really, really cool sci-fi minis. They're beautiful. They're from a company called Corvus Belli. And they are also diving into a fantasy version of a similar skirmish game soon, which I'm very excited about for Warcrow. They, I emailed them and they put me on their media list. So I'm hoping once that starts coming out with more detail, I'll be able to paint some of that on stream. I'm actually going to be painting some Shatterpoint on stream here soon. It's the new Star Wars skirmish game. Super excited about that. Prep meeting time, Lurk. All right, Olympian, thank you so much for being here.
Bye, Olympian. Good luck with your work stuff.
I have a lot of minis from Star Wars Legion, which is a larger, like, war game style Star Wars game. And they're really cool. They're really cool. So I'm excited to see how Shatterpoint turns out. I've seen the minis already, and they look rad as hell. They're on the bigger side too, so people who enjoy games like Marvel Ultimate Alliance, because the minis are a little bit bigger and easier to paint, they're definitely on the same the same level.
Nice.
They were demoing a bunch at Adepticon, and from what I hear, they were demoing it at Gamma too, but it was really hard to get a slot because it was packed all weekend.
Yeah.
So
Gotta read this from Barb. She says, my favorite D&D character was a rat that accidentally gained sentience and intelligence. They went around in a mech suit shaped like a porcupine and would eject a mechanical rat from his butt to handle smaller dexterity things. He was so fun to play because I aged him up rapidly, like the scale of a normal rat. So by the end of the game, he was such an old rat begging for death.
Oh no!
That took such a turn I wasn't expecting.
God, that is the most garbage thing I've ever heard.
I know, right? You can line that up with like a million other chat comments and be like, Barb wrote this one. Yep. That's Barb.
I have a story about a TTRPG. I don't know which one it is, because I don't think they shared it with me at the time, but they were playing a game in which you're playing as woodland creatures, and theirs was a mouse. They were playing as mice.
Yeah.
And their character was like hard pressed on just leveling baking for whatever reason. And
Love that.
so they leveled the heck out of baking, and everybody was like, oh, you're kind of useless in combat, but that's okay because we still are just having a lot of fun, and you're goofing around having fun role playing or whatever. And then late in the game, this huge like flood happens, and all the players are like scrambling to figure out what to do because it's so sudden they didn't, like have any recourse, except for the baker mouse, who bakes a boat out of bread.
Shut up. That's
and
so
ended
cute.
up being the only one who survived.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was just like another one of those situations where it's like you can do so much fun stuff with role playing. It's just too fun. Ooh, Alaris's Marvel Crisis Protocol. That's another really great system. It's so much fun.
Sorry, chat. I just got a slightly concerning email about being charged for something I didn't pay for.
I'll keep them company. Don't worry, Ray.
Yeah, give me a second.
It was me. I sent her an email saying that she owes me for I don't know what yet, but whatever. We'll figure that out as we go. We're just that's not how concerning emails work. You got to hit them with the shock factor at first, just to kind of put them on their back foot. And then you worry about the legitimacy of it. So my original plan with these was to do a little bit on some of them at a time, and I've completely abandoned that plan. And now I'm just doing whatever I want, which seems to be just like slowly painting one model at a time, which isn't the speed paint I was hoping for, but you know what? It's fine.
Oh my god, I have to enter my password for this stupid website that is apparently charging me for something, and I have this stupid Lord of the Rings Elvish keyboard, which is fine for most letters, but when it comes to special characters, I don't know what anything is. Oh, I did this to myself. Oh, what's the @ symbol? Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
it is.
God. It's 2, okay.
Yeah, it's 2.
Jesus
Speed
Christ.
is relative, yeah. Speed is relative.
So much work.
Okay. Yeah, because I suppose me painting one of these, in a couple hours is relative to someone who might take longer to do the same mini. Plus, I like to tell people it's all preference. Like it's your mini, you're customizing it the way you want to. Like the amount of detail that goes into it is entirely up to you. And I like a lot of detail in my minis, so.
Yeah, interesting. That, oh god, I'll have to deal with that after stream.
Chromatic says, for some reason, I find I have this stupid Elvish keyboard deeply hilarious.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting, oh my god, I hate everything. Ugh. All right, we'll deal with that after stream. Yuck.
That's a later problem now.
It's a later problem. I don't know why I checked it, because it's like I'm not gonna go call and figure it out now, but I'm like, I need to know.
Yeah.
If like my whole bank account just got drained or something.
Yeah, just to make sure like the worst hasn't happened.
Yeah. It's not great, but we'll deal with it. It's a future Ray problem, exactly, Barb. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it when I'm done painting really tiny bits of plastic, obviously.
Yeah. Until then, let's have fun with it.
Heck yeah.
Or at the very least, have it. Like an Elvish keyboard is just something that happens to you.
No, I spent way too much real life money on it. I did it to myself. Don't worry. Don't you worry.
Someone came in here and replaced my keyboard with an Elvish one.
Well, it has all the letters. Has all the letters in Elvish, but then tiny English letters up top, so I can like know if I'm ever unsure. But it doesn't have that for the special characters for some reason. It just has.
Oh, that's rude.
I mean, it has like, I guess it's because it prioritizes the number equivalent as opposed to the special characters. So it has the Elvish character for the number, and then the, you know, not Roman, but the whatever you call it, regular numbers.
The elves had to have @ symbols. How else did they reach each other on Twitter? Barb says, I bet it was Rancid. His shoe prank has evolved.
You know what? I should have seen the red flags earlier.
Yeah. Honestly, you had this coming, I think. You ever feel like there's inevitably a point in stream, because this keeps happening to me lately, and it's very perplexing to me because I never know what to do. There's inevitably a point in stream where like it's a natural quiet, but a quiet kind of falls over both you and chat.
Ooh, yes. Yeah.
It's always at like the 4-hour mark.
Yeah,
which is where
no. There's definitely a rhythm to it for sure.
It's so strange, and I never know what to do.
Just say something random. It's usually what I do.
Okay.
Bloody says, so Ray, do they all have skin and shirts now? Give us a 4-hour progress update? Yeah, okay, chat. Look. Here, I'll swoosh them into frame. Ta-da! So they all have shirts. They all have skin. That's great. Anyone who I'm giving black hair has hair. I started on brown and then I got bored, so then I went to all the black hair. I'm just kind of doing it randomly. I'm gonna try to do like 50-50. Maybe I'll throw in a couple fun colors, but I don't know that I got the time and patience for that. So that's where we're at now. Everyone needs their hair. This particular model that has the lady holding the book, their books need to be colored. And then we need to do the pants, and then we need to do the bases. I'm gonna pick up the pace, chat. We're gonna, this is getting done today, I swear to God.
You know what? I just had a great idea.
Love it. What is it?
And I think I'm gonna do it from now on, is like whenever we have this lull, because inevitably it happens and people are busy, so I don't want to like drag people out of it, but to like bring my energy up, because I definitely like reflect the chat energy back. I might just start having like a dance party, like whenever the 4-hour mark hits.
Do it.
And the energy is down. I'm just gonna start playing like, I don't know, the Venga Bus or something, and just have everybody start dancing.
Yeah, holy, they have shirts and skin. I know, they're so lucky. Who gave them the right?
What's that like?
Have both a shirt and skin.
Bloody Lion knows what I'm about. Just came in here and started screaming the Venga Bus lyrics.
Hell yeah, Bloody.
Incredible.
Bloody understood the assignment, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Always does, too.
Truly.
For what
Truly.
it's worth.
I keep looking at my camera and thinking that there's like a white, like I've missed a spot, but it's just that this black is so reflective that it just has a little shiny spot on it.
Uh-huh. That is the torture.
Alright, we got it. We're moving on. I think I got one more of this model to do. How many have you done? What's your 4-hour progress update?
I'd say I'm like 1 3/4 in of
Nice.
1 3/4 minis. I pivoted a little. I was gonna go for a speed paint, but I was like enjoying it so much that I just decided,
Yeah.
nope. I'm just gonna continue to enjoy it instead of trying to force myself through it faster.
What are the like parameters of a speed paint? Like what's the difference between just not being super detailed and being like, okay, this is officially a speed paint?
Yeah, or like I think in my opinion, like speed painting would be more like using something like a contrast paint, which is like a one coat like solution kind of thing. Which can totally be fine. I think I've seen a lot of people do some amazing things with just a contrast layer and then dry brushing.
Yeah, I believe it.
But like I just get more joy out of the more detailed paint work. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, do what makes you happy. Ray was looking for something into the crab hands. Yeah, whenever I'm surveying my surroundings trying to find something, I get little crab hands.
Ooh, Spilled Paint Pot says, painting a new Malifaux crew with oils. Oh, that's awesome. Currently dip my forearm in oil, and somehow it's spreading like triples every time I move. Oil painting is something I'd really like to experiment with. I have a set.
It's
I think
hard.
they're just cheap. I think they're just cheap oils. But I'm going to try it. Because on minis, it's cool because you can just blend like crazy and never have to think about it.
I had never even thought about oil painting. I've only ever thought about that in terms of like canvas painting.
No, there's a couple of mini painters who strictly do oil painting, and you know, it's amazing what they can do in such a short amount of time. Oil paints, you can really blow through some minis with oil paints.
Oh wow, this looks terrible. Oh my god.
Ask not for whom the Venga bus comes; it comes for thee.
God, this looks like a helmet. Goodness. Oh, I missed that other model I was painting because her hair was very clearly defined. This model, the hair is not clearly defined, and I keep accidentally getting it on his face a little bit. Heck.
I'm sure he'll forgive you.
Remember when I thought I could do this in 5 hours, chat? That's so funny. That was so silly of me. It was pretty goofy.
How are you feeling? Do you still feel like you're at 50%?
I think I'm getting closer. I'm gonna just like bang out the pants. They're just getting black. They're not getting anything special.
That was an interesting sentence you just said.
Yep. And so I think that should be quick. I mean, after I finish the hair, this is the last of like the super detailed stuff I have to do. The pants should be pretty easy, and so should the base. So I'm optimistic.
Well, that's good.
Optimistic.
I was questioning it, and then I was like, oh wait, no, we're actually at 4 hours. So like, I was like,
I hope we're more than 50%, but we'll find out.
Yeah. I mean, listen, if we're not, I'm here. Let's do this.
I appreciate you so much.
I'm dialed in here. I'm ready to go.
Tony says, I think your timeline guesses are always a bit off. I just believe in myself more than I should. That's the problem. I have too much faith in myself.
I think that's a good problem to have. Bloody Lion agrees with me, but is doing so in my chat so that we keep it above board. Keep everything copacetic over there.
Oh God, I keep getting this hair on their faces. I'll switch back to brown. I think I've done enough black. Especially when I go into the beards, I think the black is gonna look really harsh.
Yeah, it can be kind of like blacks can be used as neutrals, so it's like it's nice because then you can use it to kind of draw boundaries around the really colorful spots. Sure, and it really helps them stand out. But when it's used like by itself, it can really be very stark.
Very harsh, yeah. Welcome in, Strongbow Jim. It's good to see you. Are you a lefty?
Oh,
no,
hey.
Not at all. That's
my
why
dad.
I'm painting with my right. Also, hi, Jamie's dad. That's who I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure, and I thought it'd be really weird to call someone Jamie's dad if they weren't Jamie's dad. I was like 95% sure, but there was enough doubt where I was like, I shouldn't do that. That would be
That's
weird.
okay. Better be sure.
Oh no, I added too much black to this. God, this brown is just ugly. I just don't like it. I keep trying to add like white or black or something to make the hue better, and it's not.
What's the next con we're both gonna be at? Is it Origins?
Oh, I think
I'm
not. I think I'm officially not going to be at Origins, which is very upsetting. I'm going to be at Gamescom Canada. It hasn't been officially officialized, but
yeah.
I should be at Gamescom Canada doing some really cool stuff on their main stage.
I'm excited for you.
Thank you. I'm excited too.
Remind me as we approach it. I will make sure to bring you more paints.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the next one we'll both be at is probably Gen Con, if I'm being realistic. I might try to pop into some small ones, but that's the next one I will definitely be at.
I will be bringing like all of my paints to Gen Con, but I'll make sure to bring extras that you can take with you.
Nice, thank you. I love that you're always like the painting fairy for me. Every time I go to cons, I come back with paints from Jamie.
Well, I tell everybody here in stream too, I'm like, this is my job, so like, I like to test out new stuff, new products, and like see if it's worth it. Because then people don't need to spend the money on it. I will, because I'm going to use it anyway, or I'll give it to my friends or something like that. Like, it makes more sense. Or to my dad, because he's also learning painting.
Aww. So, how's that journey going for him? How's he doing with it?
Wonderfully. He does such a good job with it. He goes down south for half the year to visit my sister and stay with them like in the warmer climate, you know. So
yeah, totally.
You know, half the year he can't really spend time painting because it's a pain in the butt to bring it down there, or like it's hard to do around the young kids. So like he's back in it now. He started picking it up again the other day, and I'm really excited.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. Ooh, J Fools says if you could only go to one US con, what would it be? That's a great question, J Fools. I know my answer, but Jamie, what's yours?
If there's only one con I could go to?
Yeah, one US con, that's all you get.
God, that's so hard. Do I have to pick between miniatures and board games?
That's all you get.
I feel like I'd have to pick Gen Con, because it's like the perfect balance of the two.
Yeah. That is, unsurprisingly, to folks who know me. Oh god, I gotta not talk. This is so tiny.
I would say Gen Con or PAX U.
Ooh. I know Gen Con really well. I know my way around.
Bloody Lion says, I just imagine Jamie going to cons with an 18-wheeler full of paints.
Truly.
And Chromatic responded, it's more like a Mary Poppins bag. And Bloody Lion agreed, that feels more Jamie.
No, I'm so appreciative of it though, because I don't really know what paints to get, so I just won't get anything. I won't try anything new, because I don't know what I'm gonna like, and I typically will, oh god, that looks terrible. God.
Paintpot said it's their first time going to Gen Con this year.
Who said that?
Spilled Paintpot?
Yo.
And they said they don't know what to expect.
So wait, this is their first Gen Con?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I love giving people Gen Con advice.
My first time was only last year, so I have nothing of value, or not anything
true.
Significant of value to contribute.
Gen Con is great. My first question is always, are you going by yourself or are you going with a group? Because that will affect the type of advice I give you.
My problem was, while we wait for that response,
yeah?
I was in a tournament at Gen Con, so I spent like almost 2 whole days playing a game instead of enjoying Gen Con.
Oh, yeah.
Which I'll never do again. Not because the tournament wasn't fun, but because like I lost so much time. I think by the end of the weekend, I only had like 4 hours in the dealer hall the entire time, which was not enough.
No, that hall is huge. You need to dedicate like in total at least 1 whole day.
Oh yeah.
More if you can, but if you're doing other stuff.
And that's kind of like if you're hauling butt,
yeah.
you know.
If you're hauling butt.
I think the interesting thing is seeing what different companies do at Gen Con, like what their approach is, because I feel like you can absolutely hit some major sales there, but it doesn't feel like a good sales con, in my opinion.
For most people, Gen Con is not, for most companies, Gen Con is not a we're here to break even type of show. Some companies do, if you have like a really big release, but the goal is typically just exposure for your games and getting that media coverage and getting the hype and the recognition for your game is typically more.
Yeah, I feel like Gen Con should be more about like spectacle.
Yeah, totally.
And getting people to like be familiar with and recognize your brand personally. Because there's just so many people there, it's hard to stand out. But I think if you commit to it, you know, it's possible. I think I'm going to be helping out with miniature hobby events this Gen Con.
Ooh, that's cool.
Which is, yeah, it's cool. It's like the specific to minis group that runs all the events for it. And I actually got added to the list for this this really, really cool activity called the Aces of Painting.
Okay.
And it's a 1-hour speed paint session with like the who's who of mini painting.
Ooh,
and
cool.
It's for charity. So we all paint the same mini in an hour. And then, you know, they vote on the best one. And it's, you know, people take donations for charity and stuff like that. It's going to be really cool. I'm super excited.
That's sick. Ooh. Sorry, I'm trying to paint these stupid beards.
That's okay.
Having a terrible time doing it.
I hear the Gen Con KDM setup is nuts. I've actually never seen KDM at Gen Con. But again, I spent like 4 hours in the dealer hall. So I'm sure it's there. I just didn't see it. Whoa. Okay, Spilled Paint Pot said it's not just their first Gen Con. They're going solo. Okay. That's cool.
That's not super rare. A lot of people go by themselves. I will tailor my advice now that I know that you're going by yourself. Hold on. Okay, let me finish this dude. Okay, so if you're going by yourself, I mean, the first thing I'll say is Tony said it in my chat as well, bring water. Bring water, bring comfy shoes.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you've been to, okay, question number 2, I need to ask you, have you been to a con before? Is this just your first Gen Con? Never been to a con before?
This is their first con completely.
Okay, so first thing I'll say, Gen Con, you think you know how big it is? You don't. It's so big, it's very overwhelming. Especially if you've never been to a con and you like kind of don't know what to expect. Expect more, just in general as a good rule. So build in time and allow yourself, I know you're probably spending a lot of money, a lot of time to go there, but allow yourself to like take breaks because it can be super overwhelming if you've never been to a show before. So don't beat yourself up if you pack it up at 2 p.m. That's okay. Let yourself do that. It can be a little bit hard if you're not in a group because you don't have people built in to play games with. But my rule with Gen Con is hover. In general, like, it's typically a social faux pas to hover over people in real life. At Gen Con, when you're walking around the hall, you're gonna see people playing games in booths all the time. And if you wanna just kind of watch and hover, and if you're too scared to jump in a game and you just wanna get a sense of how the game plays without sitting down and committing, you can just watch. That's cool. Like, that is a weird thing in most places, but at cons, it is not weird.
And for anyone, like, just as a general blanket offer for anyone in chat, in either chat, if you happen across me at Gen Con, feel free to just accompany me. Like, it's not going to bother me if people hang out and do whatever. Like, I can't promise I'll be doing anything interesting, but, like, if you just need somebody to walk around and hang out with, like, that's why I'm there. So let's do it. You know, we might as well do it together, right? So...
J-Full says, is Gen Con physically bigger than Essen? No. Essen is way, way, way bigger than Gen Con. Gen Con is the biggest convention, board game convention in the US, but Essen is the biggest in the world by a very, very significant margin. I'm very scared to go to Essen for the first time this year.
Oh god, Essen is like a dream con for me. I would love to find a reason to be sent to Essen because there's no future in which I will be able to afford to go to Essen on a mini painter budget.
It's not a very accessible situation.
I think the only way I'll do it is if I become a world-class painter and be somehow spirited to Essen.
Melo wants to know, am I doing the facial hair? Absolutely not. Nope. No facial hair, no eyebrows. These people are not getting pupils. That is, they can't afford that. They can't afford my time to give them pupils. Tony says, Gen Con advice, there's an event hall and an expo hall. Event hall, you should generally plan to do things in advance. That is a very good point. The event hall, you typically need to get tickets for ahead of time if you want to like play an RPG or something with like a sit-down group or something. But I would only sign up for a couple of those and focus mostly on the expo hall because it's less commitment, less pressure. You can drop in, drop out of stuff more easily if you get overwhelmed. I mean, this is also advice for the socially anxious if you're like me. If you're not socially anxious, you'll do great. Like, you don't need any of this advice. But I find Gen Con can be quite overwhelming if you don't know what to expect.
James, I appreciate your vote of confidence in me because he took issue with me saying become a world-class painter. I'm not shy. I'm not shy about the fact that I'm a good painter, but I'm not world-class.
But there are tables to play games at Gen Con. Yeah. So in the expo hall, it'll be a bunch of vendors, right? And most of them, not all of them, but most of them will have tables in their booths where they'll be running demos, so you can sit down and play. That is different, as Tony said, different than the event hall, where you can like sign up in advance to play a game. That is a different situation. And oftentimes those demos in the expo hall will not be the full games. That's something to know if you're not expecting that. Like, you're not gonna play a full game at most booths. If you come to CGE, however, we do run full demos, but that's not the norm. I've never been to Gen Con except as a vendor, so I've never really gotten a good look at the whole thing at once. Lone Jedi, I feel you. I've never been to Gen Con as an attendee either. I've always gone with publishers, so I don't have the best grasp on the attendee experience. And the last... sorry, go ahead.
As an attendee, I can co-sign everything you've said at this point, even from a publisher standpoint, like only being there as a publisher. Because everything you said is completely on brand. The only thing I will add is Ray said drink water. I'm going to also say drink water just to drive home how important it is to stay hydrated. As soon as you think you've had enough water, drink a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then maybe a little bit extra just for good measure.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot drink enough water.
At least for us at Cosmos, our booth is a 10 to 15 minute explanation, and the demo hall is where we do full games. Yeah, a lot of publishers split it up like that as well. If you want to make sure you can get a full demo of a specific game, sometimes they'll have versions of that in the event hall as opposed to the expo hall, because the expo hall, as it's kind of in the name, it's to like display stuff. It's to give you the quick pitch, to show you what the game is about. It's not for you to play the whole thing. The other thing that I'll touch on, in addition to the like cover advice of like that's not as weird as you think it is, you can also jump into games. Like, people who are at Gen Con are there because they want to play games with people. So don't be shy. If there's a booth that's looking for an extra person to play a game, jump in, you know? And that's how you can make friends, and you can form groups of people to hang out with by doing that, you know, by jumping in games that happen to have a lot of singles.
The laughter you heard was not at you or anything you were saying. If you hear me just randomly laughing, there's like a 99% chance it's just Buttspot. It's Buttspot. Because someone said, oh, most definitely, and Buttspot said, oh, but definitely.
Butts definitely.
Because Bloody Lion asked if I was referring to paint water, you know, like making sure you're drinking enough paint water. I do not recommend drinking paint water, but if that's you know...
That's your vibe?
If that's your vibe, I'm not here to yuck anyone's yum. You can do what you please, but I would not recommend that. The other thing I will say, and this is like, I don't know, I wouldn't put this in the take this like without critical thought category of advice. But one thing that we joke about with other cons is like find a designated extrovert.
That's actually really good advice if you can. I don't have advice on how to do that, but if you can,
it can be tricky, and you don't want to just like force yourself upon someone.
Do it.
But like, I know I am absolutely willing to be that person, and I always take on that role without complaint.
That is amazing. That's so good of you, because that's such an important role.
It's just who I am. So I'm like, you know what? If other people can't do it, I am fine being that person. just don't ask me to make choices. I'll pull the group, and I just need the group to like actually give me feedback. I just don't like being in charge. I'll be the person who will talk to people for you, but that's about it. That's where the service ends.
God, I hate this one model, this one dude saluting because he's got a beard. I'm so sick of painting this small man's small beard.
And a beard.
I'm sick of it.
What just happened? My bot's freaking out now. It just told me that Holy Fireman's raiding, and he already did that 45 minutes ago.
Oh, fun.
Oh, he's catching up on all the commands we sent earlier, and now all of a sudden he's just like blowing up
freaking
chat.
out.
Yeah. Oh, Bloody Lion said Meryl's telling me not to drink paint water. Man, Meryl, you're no fun. No,
I know,
I'm just kidding.
right?
Don't drink paint water, please.
I say you can do whatever you want. That's CGE's official stance.
I feel like that might not be the case. But only one of us works for CGE, so I cannot say with certainty. Leafy Decays, what's up? How are you? Welcome in. It's so good to see you.
Oh my god, I think I'm done with the hair. Oh my god, chat, we're done! It's pants time! No more.
Leafy, today is a bit of a different stream than I normally do. I technically am guesting on well, we're co-streaming, but I'm here with my friend Ray from Czech Games Edition.
She's having a breakdown.
She has decided to undertake she's having a breakdown. She decided to undertake a very ambitious project today, painting 40 miniatures that are like 10 millimeters high from a board game.
Don't ever do that. It's dumb.
That the company she works for makes, called Starship Captains.
Don't do it.
And of course, I took that as she asked me to come on, and I took that as a personal challenge. So I'm here to help marathon stream with her to help keep her sane while we do this. And I'm painting Frosthaven minis.
Going to cry.
You're doing fine.
I'm not doing fine. I'm so sick of them. So angry.
It's so good to see you in chat. Thank you for joining me today.
Yeah, Jimmy's being so nice. I'm just like screaming.
Wow, I'm sorry. My Cloudbot is just going crazy right now. Guys, please go check out Leafy Decays. We just recently became buddies. She's another mini painting streamer. Got to hang out in her chat the other day. She's painting this cute little orc.
Aw.
Thanks.
I like cute orcs.
My nails are kind of jank, but I love how they turned out. I was kind of manifesting warmer weather when I did this. Orcs are so fun to paint.
There's
you need
too
to
many.
You need to get some orcs to paint. Yeah, it's a miracle whenever I can keep nail paint on without getting other paint on it, and I've managed to do it this whole time. I'm pretty impressed with myself.
I'm not gonna dunk them. I haven't reached that level of just dunking them in paint. Dude, I can't. There's so much.
That's the old army painter technique. Army painter used to sell these little tins of wash that were designed
for dunking?
Yeah, to like upend your mini and just dunk them in.
Oh god, I just dragged my paintbrush all across my table and just... Okay. It's fine. Everything's fine!
Character for your table.
Dude. This was such a stupid idea.
I'm so sorry about this bot. It's just going crazy right now. I've been painting the same mini for 10 hours.
Welcome on over. Welcome to the far more feral side of this right now. I'm painting these stupid things and I'm sick of it. Welcome.
Worksley, thank you so much for that follow. This is my chance to remind everybody. I'm working towards a 1,000 follower goal for my stream here before my birthday, which is May 30th. And I've agreed with chat that I will get a stream themed tattoo.
Oh, that's fun.
Once I reach that goal.
That's really fun. Yo, thank you, Meryl, for the 100 biddies.
I'm gonna get scales on my arm.
Wait, how big? How big? How many scales are we talking?
TBD. But
one for every subscriber.
One for every subscriber.
I love that. That's gonna look sick, though.
I'm excited. It's gonna go with like the mermaid branding and everything. And also, I grew up doing competitive swimming, so it's kind of like a callback to that too.
Wow, it's multi-layered lore.
Just like scales.
That's so cool.
I was thinking I might try to do like a rainbow fish sort of thing too. How cool would that be?
Oh my god, I've seen a lot of like that like pearlescent color for tattoos recently that I think would be really pretty.
And I wanted to get it somewhere where, you know, you could see it on stream. I was eating a pear that I cut up for breakfast, and I'm now eating it at 3:42.
I find streamer brain is very similar to con brain, where it's very easy to like forget to eat because you don't really know how much time has passed.
I was telling someone, I forget what, it might have been in your chat yesterday actually.
Ooh.
When I went to Adepticon, I was so bad about eating properly.
It's hard. That's actually okay. Whoever it was who asked for convention advice, look at your phone. Notice what time it is. Log when you eat, because it's genuinely so easy to just get in this headspace where you're like, time doesn't exist. And when time doesn't exist, I don't need to eat food. And you can actually like make yourself sick. So please eat food at cons. It can be weirdly hard to remember.
It's hard, but you can do it.
Even if that's like not something you struggle with. Like I'm very food oriented. I think about food all the time. And somehow at shows, it becomes really hard.
Leafy, thank you so much for that lurk. Enjoy getting ready. We'll see you if you come back. And if not, I hope you have a wonderful trip and a good rest of your day. Yeah, when I was at Adepticon, one day I think I had a granola bar for breakfast. And then I did not eat again until dinner time that night, and I had a single square of cheese pizza, and that was everything I ate that day.
At least it was square pizza. Square pizza is more fun.
It was really good pizza too. It was from Chicago, so it was like, oh yeah. Olivia brings a good point. So one, remember, like I said before, so again, feel free to approach and hang out with me if you want to, if you see me at a con. 2, ask me for snacks. I carry around a backpack.
She does. It's true.
Full of snacks.
This is true.
And Ricola. Olivia said Ricola. Bring Ricola, some sort of cough drop of your choice.
Yeah, you won't be able to speak very quickly.
Lose your voice.
Yo,
so I always have Ricola and snacks in my backpack.
Thank you for that raid, Duchess. What's up? Welcome on in. It's actually a great person to have in stream right now. We're talking about Gen Con and first-time Gen Con advice. And Duchess is a convention pro these days. Will Cook for board games. It's nice to meet you, Beyond Dead. Thank you for joining us. Welcome on in. I am painting the minis from Starship Captains today. I am painting all of them, which I would not recommend you do in one sitting, in order to keep me sane through this process, because we're not stopping stream until these are done. This is the challenge I have given myself to keep us sane. Today we have Jamie Daggers, who is in Discord voice chat with me, hanging out. And she's also streaming on her own channel right now. ! Guess will bring you a link to her channel where she is painting some minis from Frosthaven. And she's gonna hang out with me until I'm done because she's the best friend ever. And yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Listen, I wouldn't pass up a chance to have a hangout and paint with one of my greatest friends.
Heck yeah.
Never miss a chance. Because, like, I'd probably just be sitting here painting minis anyway. So... Chromatic in my chat mentioned something a really good piece of advice, which is bring stuff that you would bring, like, hiking.
Ooh,
so, like,
yes, that's a great way to think about it.
Beef jerky and like trail mix, like things that are kind of quick snacks but high protein. That's a really great con tip.
Yeah, no, that's really good. Food and water and like making sure you're keeping yourself in check with all that. Maximum priority. Because time
I think
just disappears.
Another really good tip that I'd like to mention is that, like, if you ever go to a con and there's a person teaching mini painting named Jamie Daggers, take her class.
Hell yeah.
Very fun. I missed out on Gen Con this year. I missed the deadline for submitting a class, but I'll probably be teaching at PAX again this year. And I'll probably teach more than 3 classes, because apparently it was impossible to get into my class, which made me sad.
Duchess has some really good advice. She says, first time Gen Con advice, just get a badge and go to take it all in. Don't try to overschedule events. I think that is very, very good advice. There can be major FOMO and a feeling that you need to do everything. You don't. It's your first con. Just take this as a learning opportunity to see if you like conventions, you know? Learning what's going on. Figuring out kind of how to do
ways
it.
That you don't end up liking cons, that's also super
fair.
Super
Tons of people, just it's not for them. I worked for Fowers Games and my first SN loved it. Oh, Fowers Games is awesome. I feel like that must be a really fun company to work for. Tim Fowers is really, really sweet guy.
Oh, Olivia says I bring my 1-pound hiking chair to Gen Con with me because there's almost never a guarantee you'll find a spot to sit. That's a great idea.
That is, oh wow. Yeah, that's another thing. Cons are not very accessible. Not just in terms of like, you know, wheelchair accessibility and whatever. Also just like if you have back problems or something where standing for a really long time is hard for you, that's something to consider. And think about ways to solve that, like bringing some sort of hiking chair with you or something. There are places to sit, but you typically have to go find them. I mean, you can sit down and play a game. I've when I was demoing, I don't demo at CG, but when I was demoing at Resonum, I used to have people all the time who would be like, it'd typically be like older people because they've been following their kids around all day, and they'd be like, listen, I don't care about this game, but I'm gonna sit here and listen to you teach it because I need to sit down. And I'm like, okay, gonna take that as a challenge to actually make you want to play it. But yeah, finding spots to sit can be tricky. But you can game the system and just play a lot of games and just steal company's chairs. It's valid. We're not mad about it. Yes, and comfy shoes are a must, Duchess. 100% agree.
I do want to put this out there too. I was in a stream the other day where someone was also talking about cons, and they were like, I'm like a person who's older. Like, older is relative, right? It doesn't matter what age they are or what they were comparing themselves to. Banish that thought from your mind.
That you're older?
Yeah, it doesn't, not physically speaking, but like socially speaking,
yes,
right? Like
100%.
That is not a prerequisite to hanging out with people that are younger than you at a con. Like, I would much rather have someone of whom is not the same age as me, but is a fun person to spend time around, than someone who's my age and is just kind of like there. You know what I mean?
100%. Totally agree.
It almost doesn't occur to you. Like what an age discrepancy might be when you're hanging out with people at a con like that, you know?
Wow, I just got this paint color all over this base. The quality of my work has gone down dramatically. Do you see this, chat? There's just like black in between her legs. Love that. That's great.
I'll have to harass you with this too, because when I was teaching my partner Rachel the other day to paint mini painting, I kept whenever something would happen and she'd complain about it, I would just tell her, that's mini painting, baby. And I've just decided that's going to be my new catchphrase.
That's mini painting. That's show business, baby.
That's showbiz, baby. Exactly. That go on a t-shirt.
Yeah, Duchess says we get a lot of those people that just want to sit in the CGE room. It works, yeah, because then you can trick them and be like, yes, well, to sit, you must let me teach you bunny, bunny, moose, moose. That's the price.
That's a good price.
You know what? I think it's fair asking price. God, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, about the age difference thing. Yeah, I think that's a very getting out of your head about like, you know, these people won't want to hang out with me because I'm old or because I'm too young or whatever. Like, I'm a baby in this industry, and you have to kind of just get over that. Because it'll
as best you can.
Yeah. Because you'll self-select out of situations that could be really fun. And board gaming is such an inclusive and all ages hobby, you know. There is
this is
nothing
not
inherent, like, you know, that you need to be older, you need to be younger, or whatever to enjoy it.
this isn't pandering, and I don't mean to suggest.
Heck.
I actually have no idea what the logistics of it are this year. But if you can manage to get to the charity board gamer event that they host every year,
Yeah.
that is a wonderful place to meet
Really
people.
good place to meet people. I totally agree. No, Chris does a really good job of that every year.
He absolutely does. And it usually is hosted in the CGE room, which is why I said I don't know what the logistics are this year. I don't want to speak out of turn here, but
I think, but I don't know. It's too far out for me to know if we're doing it this year. But our room is always, I mean, if you've never been to a show before and you've never seen our room, we have got like a giant room at like Gen Con and PAX U, so we're not in the expo hall, which means that we can kind of have whatever hours we want, but also it means that when we're done demoing games to people, we just have this giant empty room, so we like to loan it out to fun folks from the community who are trying to do meetups and stuff, which we're always happy to do. Oh my god, I'm so sick of these pants, dude. Heck.
you're doing fine. You're doing a good job.
I'm losing my mind. I've painted so many little bums.
That's a good day,
So many
though, you know?
tiny bums.
Our jobs could be wiping bums.
That
so
would
I
be
mean,
worse.
not that that's not a wonderful calling, but like I know I would prefer to paint bums than wipe them.
That's true. You know what? Thanks for that perspective. Oh, I gave this man very high-waisted pants on accident. He's a trend setter. Good for him. He looks great. Oh my god, this is such a callback to like 6 hours ago. when we were talking about Love is Blind, we were watching an episode last night where, like, of course they can't see each other, right? But contestants are always trying to get around asking what people look like. Because people don't understand the concept of the goddamn show.
Of course.
And one guy was asking what the woman in the pod was wearing. And she says high-waisted pants. And he goes, ugh, I hate high-waisted pants. Who? What? How? First of all, how do you hate high-waisted pants? They're flatter than everyone. I love them. I think it's such a flattering shape. It's better than low-rise pants that, like, only cater to really skinny bodies.
Like, ultimately, people should wear what makes them comfortable.
Absolutely.
But, like, just try them out. Just try some low-rise.
They're, like, uncomfortable.
I mean, high-rise.
I don't know. I don't like low-rise jeans. I think they can look really good on people. I just find them uncomfy. And he was like, I hate them. First of all, you're shooting yourself in the foot there, homie. She just said that that's what she's wearing. Like, in what world were you like, ah, yes, this will make her like me?
Yeah, surely she'll care about my opinion about high-rise pants.
I was so upset.
All I'm saying is that low-rise jeans are a one-stop bus ride to butt crack.
They sure are. They sure are. I hate
nobody
them.
wants to be stuck in
You're always
butt crack.
pulling them up. They're so uncomfortable. Ugh. They can look really nice, but the second you try to live in them, no ma'am. I'm a high-waisted girly until the day I die. There was, like, people were getting cheated on. There was all this drama, and I could not get over the dude who said he didn't like high-waisted pants to the girl who was wearing high-waisted pants. Very upsetting.
Yeah, that's a dumb move.
It was a big dum-dum. No, that show is wild. I highly recommend if you're looking for just something absolutely ridiculous.
I don't know that I'd be able to, like, refrain from just being completely... Like there's a part of me that knows that the impulsive part of my mind would do things like answer that question, first of all, completely inaccurately, and second of all, like, just completely off the walls. Like, oh, what are you wearing? Like, nothing. Like, no pants. I'm wearing underwear here. What do you think I'm doing? Like, come on.
Dude, my favorite part is when the couple, right, when they proposed in the pods, they then get to see each other for the first time, and they have this big whole dramatic lead up where they're behind like frosted glass and you can only see their silhouette, dun dun dun, and they open up these like frosted glass doors, and there's this big long hallway that they have to walk to like meet each other. It's terrible. It's so long. It's so uncomfortable. So people like run it because it's that long. it's runnable.
Oh no.
But the people who don't run it, they just pan to like a solid 30 seconds of just them awkwardly walking towards each other. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's my least favorite thing about the whole show.
I feel like if you're trying to get me like to sell me on this, it's not working.
But it's like it's bad in a fun way.
Yeah, for sure. It's like Survivor.
It's so cringe, and that's what I adore about it.
Yeah.
Is the unfathomable levels of cringe.
Oh, so another one of my community members said, I have the problem of, quote, these people don't want to hang out with a boring person, so I'm not going to say hi. The people that do that are generally amazing people. Well, most of them anyways. Here's the thing, though, is, you know, I know it's difficult, like, it's a social anxiety thing more than anything, but, like, trying to give people the opportunity to make that choice themselves, I think, is more important.
That's a great way to think about it.
And, you know, it's like, otherwise you might be depriving them of a person that they actually vibe with a lot, and you won't know that until you get to know what their feelings are about you. Like, that's not something you can kind of pinpoint about them prior to meeting them. I think it's important to keep in mind that, like, there are just so many different permutations of personalities that you know, there might be somebody who you completely vibe with. Like, you could meet somebody who really likes what you consider to be boring, and all of a sudden you're their person that they call when they want to go to a con. You know what I mean? So
no, I really like that way of conceptualizing it, you know, not giving people the chance, you know, not assuming that they're not gonna like you.
I think in general that's just my philosophy.
Really
is like, give people the opportunity to describe you.
Yeah, I like that a lot. But it's obviously, of course, easier said than done. Like, it could be very overwhelming, especially at a con. There's so much going on.
Absolutely.
It is.
I don't feel obligated to. Like, it's hard. I know it's not that simple as just saying it, you know, but if you have a moment to take a beat and think about it, at least consider it from that perspective.
I got 30 seconds left to collect my point winnings. Yeah, congratulations to anyone who did not believe in my 5-hour goal. We're doing all right, but I'm about halfway through the pants, and then I need to do the stands. But I think the stands will be a lot easier than the pants. Sorry, Jamie, what?
I have to commend you quite a bit, because it's like, I thought, you know, like in the past when we've done these, it's been kind of a guided situation. I'm really excited to hear you just making these choices on your own. Like,
thanks.
That's so cool.
Most of it is time saving, and that is the only thing I'm considering.
Absolutely.
Like, which will make pain end fastest.
But when you're done, you're gonna have a cool customized version.
I will say, you guys can't see them because it's off screen, but I will say they already look a lot cooler. Like, this is worth it. It is worth it. They look sick.
I mean, in the long run, like, even if they don't look perfect, they are yours. You made them, and no one else has that.
And they're Chat's too. Chat was here on the journey with me. I'll always think about Chat now when I play Starship Captains.
Exactly.
And that's what it's all about. Just coming up with more ways for Chat to never leave my mind.
Yeah. You can name them after Chat and be like, oh no, Barb just died to pirates again.
I gotta stop looking over there though, because the number of guys that still need pants is very sad. No, not Barb. She would, though. Yeah, Olo says I will die before going back to low-rise jeans. High-rise jeans changed my life, and I don't care if they were just a trend of the 2010s. They are in my closet forever. I hate, like, fiddling with my clothing, and I found that when I wore low-rise pants, I was always, like, pulling them up and fiddling with them. High-rise pants just stay where I want them to stay, and I love them for that. God, there's no method to this madness with these pants painting now. Just going for it. Ray, it's been 5 hours. Uh-huh. Yeah, we just realized that. So GG's to anybody who voted against me. Congratulations. I think I think I can do the rest in an hour. That's my hope.
If
May
not,
be a foolish hope.
I'm here. I'm
Girl,
in for the
thank you
long
so
haul.
much for hanging out with me.
Of course.
All right, chat. You gotta. It's officially time to keep Ray's brain awake. Give me some weird Q&As. I am quite happy I've had a nice chill Ray stream during my slow workday Fractaline. That's my favorite thing. I love knowing what people do during my streams. Like, knowing that you just had like a slow workday with me on in the background, that makes my day, Fractaline. So thank you for spending time here with me, hanging out while I'm painting. Really, really appreciate it. Glad I could make your day better.
I always know, like, I have a very specific niche to fill. Like, sometimes I'm like, oh, what if I had, like, more really high energy interactions and stuff like that? And I'm like, I feel like I'd be doing the chat dirty if I did that, because they come here expecting kind of a chill stream, and I'm okay with that, because that's, like, way more my brand. So I don't want to like just switch things up arbitrarily.
Yeah.
Oh, my dad's asking, do I have Starship Captains? I sure do have Starship Captains.
Heck yeah, she does. Alright. I wonder if I could go at this with... Wait, let me try a bigger brush. Hold up. I wonder if the brush I have is unnecessarily small. Okay.
My instinct is to tell you it probably is.
It probably is. This is the same brush I was using for the face. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. People tend to go really small, like out of like suspicion that that's the way to do it, and honestly, it just makes things harder.
Yeah, Jamie's definitely adding to the chill today too, Fractaline. Yes, I am. Jamie's stream is probably a little more chaotic today because I'm here, but my stream is far more chill because Jamie's here. It's a nice little crazies.
Our stream is plenty chaotic at times. I would say that like we
it ebbs and flows.
We wander into the chaos.
Oh my god, why didn't I switch to this brush sooner? It's definitely not as detailed, but it's hella faster.
Yeah, bigger brushes tend to hold more paint in the belly of the brush. So you get a lot more done quicker.
The belly of the brush, that's cute.
If anyone's interested, I do have a hand-drawn, like, I call it a zine. It's like a zine, kind of like painting basics that I can post in your chat if you want to. Ooh,
it's super helpful. I have it, chat. It is wonderful. Yeah, you have my permission to post that in the Discord if you want.
Okay, cool. I can also link it in your chat if you'd like.
Yeah, that works too.
Just let me know when they give me permission. I'll switch
if
over.
One of the mods could permit, that'd be fantastic. It's a little bit hard. This one model has spread legs, which I don't appreciate. Not a fan of the spread legs situation. I gotta get in there. It's like adds 20% to our surface area.
Ooh, my dad's asking if we can play Starship Captains 2-player. We absolutely can.
You sure can.
And you can also play it solo. So if you'd like, I can lend it to you. You can try it, and then we can play it the following week.
Oh, thank you, Chicken. Jamie, you're good for Link.
Thank you.
God. That base is all messed up, but that's okay. Alright, I'm more than 50% done with the pants. We got this, we got this.
I'll post it in your Discord as well.
Yo, this big brush has changed my life. I'm a changed woman. I'm a convert of ye old large brush.
What size is it? What does it say?
It says it's a 2 flat.
Oh, you got a little flat brush there. Okay.
It is most definitely a brush you gave me, so thank you.
I was expecting a round brush, but that, I mean, listen, whatever works best for you is the most important. That's what I always tell people. I'm like, people are like, well, what brush size should I use? I'm like, the one you like the best.
The one that works with your hand.
I can't sit here and tell you. It's arbitrary. I like a certain size brush, and other people like not that. So.
Do you tend to fall on the bigger or the smaller end of the spectrum?
I tend to use size 2 or 3 round brush, which is like if you look at my screen really quick, they're about this big. I know that's not helpful with context.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, I'm getting black paint everywhere. Hold on. Hold, there's a crisis.
They're on the bigger side compared to, I think, other brushes.
There's a crisis.
But I like them because they hold a lot more paint. I have to go back to my... Whoops. Knocked over my mini. I have to go back to my palette a lot less frequently.
Yeah.
So you can paint for longer before you have to go back in and get more, which is helpful.
No, I feel like I've already doubled my speed since switching to this guy. I just had that other one. I was used to how it like worked. And so I didn't even think to switch to something bigger. But this guy I can just like wipe across the pants and it just gets it all in one go. It's a little annoying to detail around the hand, but I'm also not being very careful at all. So it doesn't really matter. All right, Jamie. Hypothetical for you. We're gonna keep each other awake. I'm gonna ask you questions. Are you ready?
I'm so ready. Let's do this.
All right. You can only play one board game for the rest of your life. What is it?
Pass. I need to think about it.
Pass. No passing.
Okay.
In this very real hypothetical that will haunt you forever. You can take your time. It doesn't have to be rapid fire.
I don't think there's a single board game I could play indefinitely and not.
It's a terrible question. I don't have a good answer either. It's terrible.
My brain is so just so awash with novelty, like being such an important part of my like,
I get that.
You know, my dopamine chase that I just can't envision a game that's so satisfying that I would want to play it forever. But I think, you know, in terms of like a game that has like endless potential, that would be the key, I think. Gosh, I don't know. I feel like, you know, the obvious answer is something like, I don't know, like Gloomhaven or you know, a campaign style game that has like at least some potential for making up your own alternatives or something. Like Frosthaven has a new thing now where you can like make up your own scenarios.
Yeah.
So you can kind of make things up as you go. I feel like something like that's probably a good answer. But I don't know.
I'll take that. Fragline has a great question. Oh yeah, go ahead.
It would have to be something with minis because I would like need to paint them as part of my enjoyment of the game.
Yeah. Well, we have a great next question from Fragile who says, are there any veggies that have a no-go texture for you?
Ooh.
That's a great question. I love it.
I'm going to go with no.
There's no veggies you don't like the texture of? Wow. I wish I could be
squash.
you.
Spaghetti squash.
Ooh, yeah. Too stringy.
Mm-hmm. I won't not eat it. Like, it's not that bad. But it's not my favorite.
I wish I could be like you. I am such a texture-based person. I can like the flavor of something but hate the texture. It's why I don't eat a lot of fruit. I don't like the texture of most fruits. Mm-hmm. Where I could like the taste. Like, I like the taste of orange juice, but I will not eat an orange if you pay me, because it's too squishy. It's squishy, but also, like, hairy and weird. I don't like it. I'm not into it.
That's fair.
It's a no-go.
Yeah, I kind of get freaked out when I realize that people eat kiwis whole.
Okay, yeah, that talk about seriously hairy. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. No, I'm very weird. I get made fun of a lot in my family because I just like don't eat most fruits because I just don't like the texture. Vegetables, I think for the most part, most veggies I can be down with. I like veggies. Fruits, I just don't like that squishiness that they've got going on.
I love veggies.
Veggies are the best.
Oh,
What's your
Rose
favorite
in my
veg?
chat says beans.
You don't like beans?
No, I like beans. Someone in my chat said they didn't like beans.
I can't do like red beans, like legumes, but I can do green beans. I love me a green bean. I
I like beans just fine. I think my favorite vegetable, like the one that I could just eat any day, weirdly enough, is like I think broccoli.
Oh, really?
I don't love it raw.
Yeah, I don't mess with raw broccoli.
But like
Too
I will
crunchy.
I could just eat a whole bowl of steamed broccoli like any day of the week.
Yeah, it's all about getting it soft enough. Same with like green beans. They need to be like really steamed so they're nice and soft. If they're too crunchy, it feels like too much work.
Yeah, it depends on what it's in.
Sure.
Because I like a little crunch if it's in a specific dish where that's like appropriate.
Yeah.
But outside of that, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the crunch.
All right, let me think.
What about you? What's your favorite?
Green beans. Green beans are my go-to.
Green beans. Ooh, okay.
Love me a green bean. I also like broccoli too, but I find that it's typically not cooked enough. Like, I'm very particular about it being soft enough. If it's not soft,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll eat it, but I'm not like, oh, heck yeah. I love, like, the freezer bag green beans, like the pre-cut frozen ones.
Okay.
They taste diffy. They're different. I love them.
Yep.
I don't know if it's like the chemicals or whatever.
I like freezer veggies.
I exclusively eat freezer veggies. When my partner and I first moved in together, my partner's kind of a health nut and loves cooking, and he was very particular about like getting fresh vegetables, but they just kept going bad. And like we cook often, at least he cooks often. And I finally got him over this like moral panic about frozen vegetables. So I was like, listen, it's a green thing. It's just been freeze dried. It's fine. And now we are exclusively frozen veg for the most part. It's so much easier.
Listen, I think at one point, they were not good. I think they were very
bad
not
for you?
good. Not bad for you. They just weren't good.
They
just
didn't know
weren't
how to
good.
actually preserve them. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think people like the flash freezing technology has just like grown.
Yeah, totally.
to such an absurd level that like, people are down with it now, and it's good. It's good stuff. I feel the same way. This might be a little divisive. So I'm a little bit burned from yesterday talking about
the cheese talk yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, I just need chat to chill for a second and hear me out. Because usually when I say this, people like just get very, very taken aback.
Okay, I'm bracing myself.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Powdered mashed potatoes.
Powdered mashed, girl, what is that? I've never heard of that.
So it's boxed potato. It's like boxed mashed potatoes. They're just they're dehydrated, right? Okay. So they make mashed potatoes, and then all they do is dry them out, and then all you do is add like milk and butter and garlic.
All right, this is me having an open mind.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is like at one point, again, nasty. Nobody liked them. They were gross. But then they realized, like, oh, we can just dehydrate real potatoes, and that's just it. Like that's all. It's done. You're done. You just add milk and you're done. And like it used to be very gross, but like they are. I'm not saying they're better than mashed potatoes. Let me be very clear.
Okay.
They're not. Better
as
than
long as that's as long as that's the platform you're on, that's fine.
Of course. No, nothing is better than the real thing. Like nothing will beat the real thing. I'm just saying that like in a pinch.
Yeah.
Like here as an example.
I won't hate on that.
If you're making like a shepherd's pie, like
ooh,
you don't want to go through the trouble of making real mashed potatoes.
It's a lot of work, yeah.
As like a special thing, like if it's a weeknight thing, and you just want to whip it up real quick, boom, there you go. You just make the filling for shepherd's pie. You put the mashed boxed potatoes on top. You're doing it for the filling. You're not doing it for the potatoes. You know what I mean?
Right. I get that. I won't judge you for that. So much
time. My chat didn't like it.
Discovering that frozen veggies were like good and getting over again sort of that moral panic of like, oh, we have to eat fresh vegetables and be extra healthy, like whatever. Getting over that, I mean, I never really cared. It was mostly about getting my partner on board. Life-changing. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're much better than they used to be, honestly.
No, I actively like frozen green beans more than regular green beans.
I think it's because you can get that like mushier texture sooner. Yeah,
you get softer. You don't have to cut them.
And I'm 100%, especially for green beans.
Yeah, totally.
100% too mush.
I love
because like
mush.
This might this might be squiggy, a little squiggy, but like I don't love the squeaky feeling of biting into a green bean.
Oh my god, it's so funny you say that. My brother, when he was little, would always complain that his green beans were squeaky, and my family has made fun of him for years, and I've never met someone else who had that same descriptor, that they're squeaky. Well, we have made fun of him. He's like 40 now. We've made fun of him forever.
Yeah. Well, your brother and I you totally agree on that, and that's you can hilarious. Let him know.
I will, but there's someone out there who understands what he means. Because I do not know what that means when they're squeaky. I've never experienced the squeakiness of the green beans.
Have you ever, like, stepped on fresh snow and it feels
Oh, yeah,
squeaky?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's kind of like that, but your teeth.
That's
like
with your teeth. That's a good descriptor, actually. I know what you mean.
Or, like, you bite into a popsicle. Ugh. I hate it.
Ooh, Fractaline says, how about what's your go-to for an Indian takeout order? I gotta say, having lived in rural Pennsylvania for the last few years, I have never found a good enough Indian restaurant that I have gone to the trouble of getting takeout from there. I've never really grown up around good Indian food because, I mean, even before I lived in rural PA, I lived in rural New Hampshire. There weren't a whole lot of good options where I lived. So it's one of the, like, I guess, types of cuisines that I'm not super well versed in. Like, I've had Indian food before, but it's never been like, a go-to staple the way like Chinese food has been for me.
I'm a big fan of paneer.
Ooh, nice.
Paneer with butter sauce or tikka or something like that. Oh, any day. Like, you're telling me that I can eat cheese as like the primary part of this meal? Are you kidding me? What could go wrong?
Thank you, Steven. I'm excited for my presents. Thank you. I'm almost done. Okay, Jamie. After this one, I have 4 pants left, and then we do bases, and then we're done.
Oh, man. Okay, I better move it a little then.
Get your boot into gear.
Better. Planning on getting more done than I did today, but I've just been having so much fun with these that I just decided to keep going.
Gotta paint our little footsies. Okay.
Oh yeah, you can't forget the wootsies.
The wootsies. Wow, Steven, you can't say you're sending me a present and then immediately follow it up with "don't be too excited." Wow.
Oh no.
Brutal. Truly brutal. All right, let me think about another hypothetical. The texture veggie one was good, Fractaline.
That is a really good one.
What's the best game that you've played recently? Like, what's the game that surprised you recently?
I'm kind of split between my first play of Everdell and my first play of Scythe, both in the past week.
Good choices.
Yeah, Scythe was awesome. It was like so much fun. I really enjoyed it.
Hell
I was
yeah.
expecting it to be good, you know, like it's a beloved classic. And you know, I love that kind of game. I just really, really enjoyed how it played and the mechanics of it, and like, because I don't know, I kind of get tired of like resource collecting games.
Sure.
But that one's a little bit different because you don't actually own the resources that like the hex that you're on does. So if you're not careful, you could just be spending a lot of time farming resources for somebody.
Yeah. No, totally.
And that's cool. That's really cool. We didn't actually there was 0 combat in the game we played. So I'm excited to get back into it again and like feel like maybe that's something we can try.
Cool.
But we wanted to kind of be nice to each other on the first playthrough.
I get that.
It was really fun. And it feels like, you know, so when I played Twilight Imperium for the first time this past year too. And, you know, it's such a fun game. Like, I really, really loved it. But, you know, it's just so hard because of the time commitment and everything.
It's hard to get a group for that game.
I feel like it kind of scratches the same itch.
Okay.
Where it's like, there's combat in it, but it's not the most important part of it. And, you know, like there's some intrigue that has to occur. And I don't know, it's very fun. And I'm looking forward to playing it again and more and get expansions and stuff.
Yeah, I've actually never played Twilight Imperium. That's one of my greatest regrets is I've never played it. I've
lot of
come
people-
so close to playing it multiple times, and every time the group that we're gonna play with falls through. So I've never actually played a game.
A lot of people will cry off of it because it is a huge commitment. Like,
Sure.
I won't lie. I'm not going to pretend like, a long board game like that is not a lot of, I mean, you're wasting at least an entire day. Not wasting, but,
Yeah, spending an entire
you're spending
day.
at least an entire day doing it, at least, right? And, like, the first time we played, we had 2 new people, and we managed to get through a game in 11 hours. But it didn't feel like 11 hours. It felt like, maybe like 4 or 5, but, like, it was so
wait,
much
it was
fun.
11. Hold on, sorry, I'm focusing on getting these pants done. It was 11 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh, that's.
Did not feel like 11 hours though, because we took breaks, we had snacks, we had food. Like it was really fun. It was a whole day. We just made it out of it. Like.
Ugh, I would love that. Yeah, I've gotten close a couple times, and every time it doesn't happen. People drop out when they learn exactly what it entails.
It's good. It's a lot of fun. Court said, I had to take fake mashed potatoes for Thanksgiving one year and forgot to buy milk and the store was closed, so I just subbed in water, and honestly, nobody noticed.
Nobody noticed. You know what? That's the marker of success.
See, Court's on my side. They're I'm just saying, like, they're not a replacement, but in a pinch, they're not bad.
As long
or like
as
a
nobody
like
notices.
a weeknight thing, like you want to make mashed potatoes as a side, you're just craving it, but you don't want to go through the trouble of like making, or you don't have, like, how much easier it is just to have a box in your cabinet rather than
Man,
like
I love food that comes in a box.
It's gonna grow in your basket that you have for them. Not a perfect solution, but for those of us who only have 2 people to feed.
2 people is such an annoying number.
Because you can't, you can buy potatoes, like single potatoes,
It's
but who knows how to
hard,
measure
though.
food?
I only find them in bags at my grocery store, in like the giant.
Yeah, same.
5-pound bags or whatever. We always get them like sprouting in our pantry.
Yeah. Yep.
Which I don't know if that means they're bad, but it freaks me out that they have sprouts.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I mean, a bag of potatoes is fine. I can get down on potatoes, but like, I don't know. It's just a lot. It's a lot.
Oh my god, okay. Fractaline apparently has got a lot to say about potatoes. They say they last forever. I don't know. Once they start growing sprouts, it freaks me out. Is it okay to eat them after they've sprouted? I feel like it's not.
I don't see why not.
Oh my god.
As long as they're not, like,
yeah, go ahead.
As long as they're not like actively rotting, I don't see why not.
Okay, JB, I have some major news.
Okay.
I'm done with the pants.
You did it.
I'm gonna take a second and run to the bathroom, and then we're gonna do these bases lickety split, and we're gonna be done. We're gonna be done.
Not too lickety split. I gotta finish this mini.
Oh heck.
You're gonna have to stay on with me.
Oh heck. All right, I'll be RB.
Okay. Well, I only got 2 minis done. I thought I was gonna get more than that, but like I said, I've been having so much fun painting these up that I just decided to just run with it and see how it goes. Port, I'm glad you affirmed my defense of false potatoes. Eva, hi, welcome in. Also, Raise Chat, how are you? I forgot that Raise Chat could hear me for a second. I want to check in on you guys. How are you? How many of you, just by like a straw poll, and my chat, feel free to answer too, but like how many of you have painted a mini before? If Ray isn't here, does that mean we riot? I mean, listen, if you want to, I'm not going to say no, but good but sleepy. That's fair. That's fair. It's late for you guys, or later at least. Do you guys want to see to raise chat if you want to sneak over here real quick? Do you want to see the mini I entered in my first painting competition this year? Painted a mini once or twice in my day. I've been known to paint sometimes. Yeah, Hack is an awesome sculptor. If you guys have not seen his work before, he's one of my favorite late night shift streamers for me, because he's PDT, but like, so for me that's like later in the evening. But it's always fun to see him messing around in Blender and making really, really cool minis. I've been known to paint a mini or two. Smart Alec.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I was just asking your chat if they want to see the mini I entered in my first competition this year.
Ooh. Yo, what's up, Eva Little? Thank you for joining us. Welcome on in. How's your Friday? All right, chat. We're on to just the bases. Now we're done. Oh my God. Hi, JD. Happy Friday.
Raise back. Everybody panic.
Everybody run. Everybody scram. All right, let's do blue again first.
Thank you, Mila.
They say it's been a long week. Eva, I feel you. It has been a long week.
This is where we're at right now. Not complete, but getting close. Getting close.
I think I have a disproportionate number of like red and yellow minis and not the blue ones. I feel like I'm missing some, but
Let me go grab. I'm gonna go grab that mini. I'm not just gonna tease everybody. Give me a second.
okay. I think this paint is weirdly watery. I don't know how that happened. I must have like mixed some water. I must not have dried off my brush properly.
So I entered a few. Let me go grab the others too.
Yeah. It was a short week for us, and on Wednesday, yeah, because you've got that holiday, right? Yeah, my week is unfortunately not over yet. After this stream, I've got to do some regular work for the secret project TM that I can't tell anyone about. Wow, why is this so watery? What have I done? Why does this look terrible? This is like watercolor texture for some reason. All right, I'm putting this aside. I'm gonna come back to that one. That one something happened there. Oh, thank you, JD. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's a lot easier to manage now that it's shorter. Now I'm gonna just wear it straight and short a lot, so I don't have to waste precious hours of my day curling my hair. I mean, I love how it looks when it's like got those big curls, but I got so sick of it. So bored.
Ray, I have to say, you keep bringing up your haircut idea in the in chat, and I can't scream loud enough when I'm in chat, so I'm gonna do it now.
Okay.
I think you should go for it.
Go for what? The mullet?
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah, I think you should go for it.
Ooh. I'm very susceptible to the opinions of my friends.
I'm currently in the process of healing my hair because I over-processed it last time I dyed it.
Yeah.
I normally don't bleach it when I dye it, so I did this time because I was going so much lighter. I did like a rose gold color.
Yeah.
And it just completely burned the crap out of my hair. So now I'm back to just wearing it like my natural curls, like curl pattern right now. More wavy. So
I would love to wear my natural curls. My hair is very naturally curly. But either I don't have curls that can be tamed, or I just don't feel like putting in the work into taming them. It's just not worth it to me, because they look nice like right out of the shower, and then they get so frizzy, and I just can't. I just don't like how they look, and everyone is always like, oh my god, I wish I had curly hair, you're so lucky. It's like, meh, it's my hair. I'm not doing it.
There's like you have to do like the Konami code of hair products to like get your curls to not just frizz up as soon as
there's so much work involved. It's ridiculous. And like people who do it, I have a lot of respect. It looks really nice.
Yeah,
but
agreed.
I just don't. I mean, I guess I spend just as much time straightening my hair, but I've been doing that my whole life that I know how to do it. Like the educational process into like doing the curly girl method and like learning all that stuff you've got to know.
Oh yeah.
And it's so much trial and error. Also so many products. Like it's also costs a lot of money to buy all those hair products, experiment with them, find some that don't work and then you just have and you can't use, and Ugh.
So I have 3 minis that I entered into competition here, if you want to see them. This was one of the 3.
Oh, hold on, I got an ad. Oh, wait, that looks... Oh my god, that looks so cool.
Thank you.
What the heck? That looks sick.
Thank you. There's one of the arrows I was talking about, too.
Yeah, the base is awesome. That's so
thanks,
cool.
Meryl.
Look at that. That's amazing. That's genuinely so cool. I think it was maybe not that one, but it was one like that that I was showing my friend when I was bragging about you.
Was it this one?
Yeah, I think it was that one. Yeah.
So this is the second of 3.
When you get a chance, Jamie, can you look at my stream? I have a question. I feel like my paint is like acting like a watercolor, like it's pooling in really weird ways and like separating. Yeah. Do you see what I mean?
Is it doing that out of the bottle?
Yeah.
Or have you added water to it?
I didn't add any water to it. It's just doing that.
Okay. I would shake it more.
Okay.
That light blue looks like it's probably got a lot of white pigment in it, and white pigment tends to settle.
Okay, I'll try again.
So, that tends to be.
Cause that's what I thought, so I shook it more, and it like didn't make it better. I'll try again.
And then last but not least, the 2 that I showed you before, the only reason I entered those 2 is because I was using this to distract me from this big model, which I was like beating my head against for months. And like, so whenever I was like getting sick of painting this one, I would work on the other 2 models.
Oh, I love the wings. Look at that. Sheesh.
I have to give major props
wild,
to
dude. How?
Chromatic for the suggestion on the lower wing. I was like struggling so hard to figure out what to do with it, and she recommended going with like a more neutral brown. And it was just what the thing needed. So yeah, this was a lot of fun. Was
that for a competition or?
Yeah, this was my Resin Beast entry, which was like one of the 2 big painting competitions this year. So when I get into competition mode, yeah, I'm spending probably 100+ hours on a mini, but like it is the way I like to paint. I love painting like really, really intense, very long paint sessions.
That's cool though. How do you like approach that? Where do you start? Like the thing for me is I feel so overwhelming. Like looking at the finished product, I'm like, oh, of course she made, this color decision here, et cetera, et cetera. But how, when that whole thing is just like gray, how do you figure out where to start?
I tend to like pick a color that I want to be like featured on the model, and on that one it was obviously purple. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Because I like purple. I like painting purple. It's fun. It's just super neat. So I was like, okay, the skin's gonna be purple, and then from there it kind of informed the other decisions I had to make, because like if that's purple, then you need neutral tones to kind of like make that look more exciting, and like like on the back, orange and purple work really well together. So I did like a little bit of orange. I think the thing is like people kind of get hung up on it because you have your color wheel, a really basic understanding of like contrasting and complementary and tertiary colors and things like that. Even if you don't know it, it's easy to just look at a color wheel and go, okay, like yellow and purple and green and those sort of colors, they all seem to work together well, right? Because they're across from one another. But I think what people tend to forget is that there are so many different permutations of those colors. So it doesn't just have to be like a raw orange color with a raw purple color. You could do a really bright, vibrant purple and then do a really earthy, toned down, like very desaturated orange, almost like a Mars color. You know what I mean? Instead of doing really
I know what you mean.
Orange, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you kind of stick to those conceptually, you can do a lot with just that methodology. And like once you pick one color, the other colors start to kind of pick themselves, or at least it becomes a little bit more easier slowly to pick colors, because you've gone from having to pick 20 different colors that you're putting on your mini to 19, and guess what, 18 and 17 have also picked themselves, because now you know what you want to contrast your your first color with.
Right.
So you kind of have to. I think that's a good place to start. Is just pick one color that you want to paint and just work from there.
Okay.
And if all else fails, like I know when I'm feeling like intimidated by color choices, I start thinking about neutrals like browns, blacks, grays, etc. Because usually what it means is if I'm feeling like I've just run out of colors to use, or like I don't know what to use or something like that, chances are that's just my eye telling me that
Like
there's
it
too
needs more
much color.
grounding neutral colors. Yeah.
Exactly. There's too much color on the mini. Not necessarily too much, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, totally.
It could use a little breathing room. And so at that point I usually take my own advice and just sort of like introduce some neutral colors into the composition just to kind of like let it breathe a little bit.
Yeah, totally. I feel like the red is also doing a similar thing, and I don't know what I've done wrong. It's like acting quite patchy. Maybe the solution is just to do a second coat, but we're not thinking like that right now. We're not allowing our brain to contemplate how it would look better with a second coat. Not allowed. God, the thing is that I'm afraid that these look better when I left the bases white. Like, I think they look cleaner and nicer than these kind of blotchy bases. I'm like regretting it now.
If you give it a second to dry, and go back with another paint or another layer of that color, I think
I'll be happier.
Yeah, it can be easier. I think one of the big things that I also struggle with is like letting a paint reach its level of opacity that it needs to be.
Because this is looking so watery and honestly kind of crappy. I like don't like it. But I think because this is the bases are actually, I've got this big brush, they're really quick. I might go for a second coat. I might have the energy.
You're also painting over white, which is difficult. It's usually why you'll see a lot of people, they'll prime their minis black and start from there, because then if they miss a spot, tends to be in a lower area anyway. So if it's black, nobody's gonna notice because it's already a shadow.
Right. I definitely would have primed these black. The only reason we did white was because we kind of needed to do them all at once because we were priming them in like really quick batches, and because we had yellow shirts, we were like, oh, well, black is going to be a nightmare for that. So we went with white, but yeah, I'm definitely seeing the pitfalls of white priming right now. Because I'm going quickly, I'm not being super careful, and anytime I miss the smallest spot, it shows up so aggressively.
Yep.
I'm just not wild about that.
That's probably the biggest downside of painting of priming white. But that's not to say that priming white doesn't have its uses. Oh, I have a couple questions in my chat here.
Go for it.
Oh, thanks for linking that.
I'll do a second coat, I think
it is the need for detail that intimidates me most. Any tips?
That's a great question.
Use dry brushing to your advantage. A good dry brush, and I don't mean just simply get a big dry brush and just slap some paint on there. Use smaller dry brushes if you can, because you'd be surprised what sort of details you can pick up with a really focused like very, very targeted dry brush, and then you don't have to paint those features, which is the best part. So it's a really, really simple way to introduce some detail by like picking a brighter version of the color that you're using and doing a quick dry brush over an area with a very small brush. You can use a tiny brush. Not that the brush Ray's using is tiny, but you could use a brush just like the one she's using as a dry brush if you wanted to just get a certain area, just to add detail to that spot. But the other thing is brush control. It's something you just kind of have to slowly get used to. It's part of the process. But until then, like if you just want, your D&D minis painted or something like that, it's something that you can, like slowly introduce yourself to. I actually have, that is one of the few things I have on my YouTube, is a dry brush tutorial. And it's just pulled from my VOD, so it's not like super focused. but I did edit it down so that the tangents were less. And I plan on re-recording it in the future to make it a little bit more comprehensive. But if you want just a couple little tips on dry brushing, that is where to find it.
Oh, maybe this is me being a dumb.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I realized that I'm complaining about how thin these are, and then I'm looking at the bottle, and it literally says that these are translucent. These are not like super.
That's another. Yep, that's another.
Not meant to be super opaque. Oh man.
But that doesn't mean that you can't use them or
No!
that they can't eventually. It just means you need to add more layers.
It means
that's
I need to do more work.
But it's fun work.
Ah! Here, I have another red. I have a Citadel red that maybe I'll switch to.
There you go.
Yeah, no, this is translucent. I'm a dumb, chat. I'm a big dumb.
Quit talking about my friend that way.
Alright, let's try this and see if this makes my life better. I mean, I've already painted all the red ones, but I can go back over with this, and I don't think it'll be the end of the world. Wow. I didn't even cross my mind that could be what was happening. Because for some reason it didn't look as bad. Barb, why are you pretending to be a cat? Why is this happening? It didn't like bother me when it was the shirts, but for some reason with the bases, because they're just this wide open, open, big, flat area. They stick out a lot.
Well, the shirts have like molded detail in them too,
Yeah.
so it kind of helps bring out that detail a little bit.
All right, let's try this and see how it looks.
Mela, you are so welcome. You are more than welcome to ask me questions anytime, whether I'm streaming or off stream. I am.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Mini painting is just the joy of my life, so I'm happy to share.
This looks so much better. This Citadel red. The problem is that now it's a different hue than the shirt red.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Okay.
I'll survive.
You're adding color to your world. That's fine.
Oh my god. Oh my god. My light. Oh my god. Jamie, why haven't I been doing this the whole time? No. It's so much easier. It looks so much better. I'm so mad.
Oh, Kit Kat says, Jamie, if you answer my question, I missed it because Barb's cat was chatting in Ray's chat and I got distracted. What was your question, Kit Kat? I guess I could scroll up. Gotta run. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much, Chromatic. I hope you also have a lovely rest of your day. Oh, also JD asked, what is the easiest way to get the minis off of their original base? X-Acto knife. Honestly, I usually just slide it under their foot, and if you can just get a little bit of purchase under the foot, you can just pop them right off usually. Cedric, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, guys. How's it going? Thank you for dropping in today. How was stream? What were you guys up to? Yeah, Kit Kat, I don't think I saw your message. If you don't mind reposting it. Welcome in, guys. Asira and Cribbages. Cedric, how are you? Let me give you a quick shout out. I originally thought I was going to be CJ became a Jedi and killed 3 men. Oh, cool. Okay. Nice job, Cedric. Maybe if they were bad guys. Chat, if you guys want some really fun and often unhinged in a really good way video game playing and just chatting and stuff like that, go check out Cedric's stream. Did a quick unboxing stream for the Jedi Survivor Collector's Edition. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Witty butts. Why does it say witty butts? Oh, Jamie, do you have a Game Envy referral code, or is that witty? I need to get one. I need to get one of their holders too. I would like to try those out. Because not that I'm like not lousy with hobby holders, but like I really like the idea that you can kind of quick swap them. I need to reach out to Kit and ask. But in the meantime, if you want to use Witty's referral code, I'm sure she'd be more than happy to share that with you. And if you can't find it, I'll get it from her and send it to you. Those referral codes help us out a bunch. So if you guys ever want mini paints or any sort of tools or anything like that, don't be afraid to ask us. I mean, I know I can't speak for Witty or anyone else, but I can always let you know what the codes are if you want to get yourself some of the products I'm using or talk about or whatever. I tend to have a referral code. Nothing, unfortunately, for Pro Acryl because I'm not cool enough yet.
Oh my god, this actually opaque paint has changed my life.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's so much more satisfying.
Oh yeah, the one coat method. If you guys want to see, I am co-streaming with my good friend Ray today.
Yo, what's up?
She is painting minis from a board game called Starship Captains that the company she works for, Czech Games Edition, makes. And she asked me to accompany her because it's a lot of work.
You've been amazing. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been
No
so
problem.
nice. I would have devolved so much sooner without you here.
It's hard to accept that that praise because it's like this is just what I do. Not like co-streaming a lot, but like just painting all day. Like this is
I don't know how you do this. How you do this all the time. Like
favorite thing.
I don't get it. I mean, I get it kind of, but I think I prefer playing games because it's, I don't know. I mean, sometimes painting on stream is nice because you get in this meditative spot.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more relaxed. I think my personality just caters more to like high energy content. So it's nice to take a break and do painting every once in a while, but I think I'll always be a game player on stream.
ADH Druid says CJ had to go because he needed to change his pants.
What?
I need to know the context for this.
Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Cribbage? It's nice to see you. Thank you for joining us in chat. What's up?
Which is awesome.
How's your Friday going? Alright, we're approaching the finish line here, chat. Now that with the power of opaque paints on my side.
I better kick it into gear here then.
Yeah, this is your probably 15-minute heads up for finish.
I can do a lot. I can do a lot with 15 minutes. Painting is life. That's right. Oh, you're so welcome, Cedric. Thank you for being here.
Been working and lurking in Jamie's stream. Thank you for stopping over here, Cribbages. I appreciate it.
Yeah, right now, as far as referral codes go, I think the big ones I have are for Conquest and for Huge Miniatures.
Are they actually huge?
They're not. They're just
That's
like
upsetting.
my favorite paint. They're like my favorite paint company though.
Hack/Minis, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Oh. Opening Star Wars stuff. I see. Listen, hey, I think it's worth getting excited about those things. I'd be excited about getting a lightsaber. Are you kidding me?
Oh my, who's getting a lightsaber? Hold up.
CJ, the friend of mine who just raided in, he opened the new Lone Jedi collector's edition, and there was a massive lightsaber in there apparently.
That's cool as hell. You very much deserve to be happy about that.
Agreed.
That's cool as heck. All right, I'm going over with a second coat of blue just so I can get these guys off my plate. Are they dry yet? Yeah, nah. I guess if I have to ask, they're probably not. I'll wait. I'll do yellow first. Aw, Cedric, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Top test captions, hello. God, they
James,
keep crapping out on me randomly.
James, I love your new tradition of cheering 3 bits. I appreciate it.
God, I'm glad
we found out last night.
I'm glad Twitch abandoned that whole thing that they were doing where they were, instead of doing bits, they were doing like actual monetary amounts. I think bits are so much cuter.
Yeah, that feels weird.
It was super weird. It was, I don't know if they just stopped doing it or if just no one uses it anymore or something. But I remember like, I don't know, around the time I went to LA, for some reason that timing lines up in my brain, they were trying out like a thing where you just give people money on the platform, and it felt way weirder because like there's something really cute about like 4 bits, but like 4 cents feels bad, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Weird. Do you think they got rid of it, Chicken? They must have, because I've literally haven't seen it in months. Remember, everyone was talking about how much they hated it, and then I think it just like quietly went away.
That tracks.
Yeah. Twitch loves to do that kind of thing.
Or like they like to screw up rating again without any notice.
Oh, yeah.
Which they've done yet again.
They've done it again, boys.
Yeah, right?
Oh no, I keep getting paint on this guy's boot. No!
Not the boots.
Not the boots!
When you say things like that, it makes me like a little bit excited because it means I have more than 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, these bases with this brush are super quick. I'm also on the yellow shirts now, which are really easy because the white is way more forgiving when it's yellow. So I'm not as, like, you know, picky about spots I've missed because you can't tell. Yo, ADHD Druid, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for that follow.
I can tell, Ray. I can tell. Yeah, I need to get some glass cases for my minis.
Yeah.
I'm tired of dust being on them.
Dust is the worst. I have the same problem with, like, my retro games. I have them on, like, a display shelf, but it's not encased. So, like, every couple months I gotta go in and dust them.
Yup.
I would love to have, like, a display room for my games.
That'd be so cool.
Yo, what's up, Upcast? Thanks for joining us. Welcome back. How are the minis progressing? We are in the final stretch. I think I'm in the last 10 or so minutes. 10, 15 probably. I'm painting the bases. This is what they look like. I gotta do the bases, and then a couple of these models have these books in their hand that I gotta go through and give some fun color to, and then we are done.
Yeah, CJ should try to paint Legion, Star Wars Legion. That'd be cool. I have a bunch of Legion stuff that I just don't think I'll ever get back around to, but I would love. I am going to be painting Shatterpoint eventually. They reached out to me to see if I would paint some of the early stuff.
Ooh.
And of course
nice.
I said yes.
Hell yeah.
So I will be painting Shatterpoint whenever that comes in.
That's such a cool niche that I literally didn't know existed until I was friends with you. Like the fact that, you know, board games that have minis need to hire someone to paint them and make them look good.
I agree.
Like, that's so cool, and I had no idea. I've been in the board game industry for like 5 years, and it never even crossed my mind that was like a subcategory specialty, you know? Like, oh, I
feel like
paint
the counter argument, the counter argument, and it is a decent counter argument, is that like they don't want to present minis, you know, in their marketing that like is kind of intimidating, like to paint. Like, they don't want it to look like they come that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I get that. Trust me, I've worked in customer service enough to know that like people would absolutely like
lose their minds. Oh my
but, like,
glob.
You know, from a marketing standpoint, like I think there's a lot to be I guess gained from having painted minis for your marketing.
Yeah, just to show like, hey, here's the potential. Oh yeah, shoot, right. I just got paint all over this dude.
Well, because that also opens up the opportunity for more for content as well, because you could then have, you know, how to paint things and still have it be branded, you know, and like
yeah,
there's a lot of growth opportunity from that point of like, yes, these minis are painted, yes, you can also do it yourself, and you know, I'll admit that's a little self-serving, but you know.
No, but totally.
I was actually going to be potentially painting at a booth at Gen Con.
That's so cool. Like in how they do in the artist alley where you're just hanging out working and people can come by and like look at you. That's so cool. Oh, I love when artists do that.
It was not successful to convince the powers that be.
That's a bummer.
Unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm working on it. I'm working on normalizing painted minis in our wonderful hobby.
Well, I feel like I think you and I talked about this off stream, but it's something that you wouldn't necessarily know if you're new to the hobby, but like the mini painting and wargaming community is quite separate from board games, like modern board games. And you don't find as many like hobby mini painters in just like regular modern board games. So bridging those two worlds is actually like quite the task. And I know that's something Jamie's working on. But it's something I didn't really understand. I figured it was more of like wargaming and mini painting was a subgenre of board games. It's really not. It's really like its own thing, which I only really came to understand semi-recently.
Yeah, I think I described it earlier as like divorced parents.
Yeah, exactly. No, totally.
Because they do.
They come together for big holidays and then.
Yeah, like Gen Con.
Exactly. All right, that's it for the yellow bases. Time to do a little bit of gray, and then I'm gonna go back over the blue because I don't have a opaque blue. I only have that translucent one, so I'll just do 2 coats of the translucent, and hopefully that will be good enough. And then, chat, I will have a usable copy of Starship Captains. I'm so excited. I can't wait to be able to play this game again.
You get to decide what's good enough. So.
Oh God, don't put that power in my hands because I'll decide it's never good enough. But for our purposes here, I think I'll be happy with it. Where did I put the black? Am I blind? Hello? Hello? What's the heck?
What the heck?
What's the heck? Where did it go? I don't understand.
Oh, how have my minis been going? Well, I brought 10 of them to paint, and I have painted a total of 2 of them. And if that ain't the most Jamie thing you've ever heard in your life, then I don't know what to tell you.
Ooh, kick out.
I've got most of this Deathwalker painted.
Kit Kat wants to know when are we gonna see these minis on stream? Hopefully soon. I've been waiting to do this so that they're usable again. But once they're done, I've been thinking about inviting Peter Hofgaard, the designer, on to play the solo game with me. So like I would play it on stream and he would like advise me on what to do because my score in solo Starship Captains always sucks. And I think it'd be really fun to have him on here, like teaching me how to get good at Starship Captains solo. So I think that'll be the next Starship Captains content we do.
When I started posting my painted Starship Captains 3D prints, he started following me, and he's such a
sweetie.
Yeah.
Peter Hofgaard is genuinely such a sweet person.
I knew he was at PAX last year, I think. Yep. And I'm sad I didn't get a chance to meet him.
Yeah, no, he's a cutie, and I find that a lot of board game designers are not super social. Some of them are, but he is kind of the outlier, and he's quite social. Not to like stereotype board game designers, but I say this out of love. Not always the most social people in the world. Having known many of them, it's a pretty common thread. Yeah, we are 6 hours in, Mela. I think we'll be, oh man, we just hit 6 hours. Yeah, I think we'll be around 6.5. So honestly, I wasn't that far off. 5 hours was not like a horribly overly optimistic pitch.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, this is not bad. Not bad. I'll take it. We did it with the power of friendship and conversation.
Yes. I was expecting, not that I'm disappointed, but I was expecting, when we said marathon paint.
Oh, am I letting you down? Do you want me to, you want me to go back over all of them? Second coat?
Oh my gosh, Spilled Paint Pot, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to so many wonderful people. That means so much to me, thank you. This is my full-time job, so stuff like that helps a ton. Because Twitch is not a very lucrative platform.
Sure isn't.
But that's why I do things like commissions and sponsored streams and stuff like that. But that is so helpful. Thank you so much. We recently had this issue where my partner lost her job. So now I'm doing this full time and kind of making things continue to run around here. So that helps a ton.
Brian says better than the puzzle. Yeah, honestly, not bad. No, but I'm glad we banged them out in like a marathon format though, because I think if I had drawn this out over several smaller streams, I think I would have lost my mojo. Because I'm honestly very happy I did these. These look sick, but it was not particularly like engrossing to do because they're all so similar and they're all so small.
Sure.
So I'm like, this is how I needed to do this. If I was gonna get this done, it needed to be in like an all or nothing, today's the day kind of situation. So thanks
batch
for
painting
coming
like
along
that
with
is
this
so
red.
important when you have so many models like that, because it's just like you, yeah, like you said, you lose steam on them because you just keep painting the same thing over and over again, which is why, like, even though army painting is so much more lucrative from a commission standpoint,
Really?
I very rarely do it.
I wouldn't have thought of that. That it's more
Because
lucrative. I guess because people don't like to do it. So
exactly. So people don't like to do it, so they pay other people to do it, right? But
interesting.
I tried it one time. I had a contract for it, so I could get as much as I wanted, and I was like, I got to a point where I'm like, I hate this, and I don't want to hate painting.
I'm honestly, that's actually really impressive that you were able to recognize that in yourself and walk away from a more like lucrative, a more immediately lucrative version of your hobby, you know? That's impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
Because you don't want to burn out. Like, then you lose the spark that makes it special. And
exactly.
That's not worth it.
Or you injure yourself, like I almost did.
Jeez. Like carpal tunnel or something?
Yeah, like I started getting a ton of pain in the base of my thumb right here, like where it meets my wrist. And
yeah.
over the past week or so, I've been doing like actual exercises to try to get back to normal, because it just got to a point where I was like, I might have to just stop painting for a while, because I don't want this to become worse.
Yikes. Well, I'm glad you made that decision then.
Yeah, and like I said, that this is my full-time gig, so I was like, well, what do I do if I stop painting? Am I gonna have to,
you gotta take that very, very seriously.
Yeah.
If you think there's any possibility of an injury.
Right. And with streaming, it's hard, because if you take a break, like there's the chance that it just like you kind of lose that momentum, you know. And
I talk about that all the time when I have to take either I have to take time off because I'm at a convention or for work, or just I want to take a vacation. It is one of the things that I think makes Twitch the hardest platform to make content for, is because you have to be so consistent. You can't backlog content. It's always so scary when you take a break.
Absolutely.
All right, we're almost done, chat. I definitely need to redo the blue though, because they look really ugly compared to how nice the red, yellow, and gray look, all nice and opaque. So we'll go back and we'll fix that.
I'm gonna go back up because I saw CJ talking about something.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The clone troopers are really cool. That's another one where you feel like you should probably batch paint them, because they're not exactly the same, but like then you can keep them. You can also keep them consistent.
What's the definition of batch painting?
Just kind of what you're doing, where it's like
just doing them all at once.
Yep, exactly, and you're doing kind of like one piece of all the minis at a time.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Because especially like if you're blending your own paints, it's really hard to
match that color. Yeah. Well, that's why I did that with the skin tones, because I was like, I can't recreate this, and I want them to be somewhat, somewhat match.
Yeah.
All right, time to go back to the blues. God, I really hope a second coat fixes this, because they look really bad compared to the others. Oh, have a wonderful night, Meryl and Bloody. Thank you for hanging out for so long. I love you both so much. Have a wonderful weekend. I will see y'all on Tuesday. Or Sunday if you want to come watch me roleplay an old lady.
Out of context, that sounds hilarious.
It's true. All right, that looks, the second coat, I think the second coat helps. It helps a lot. It doesn't look great on camera still, but in real life it's passable. So I will do that.
Yeah.
It's camera weird, they come up way worse on camera than in person.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Is that just like a thing across minis? Is that just how it is?
Well, Ray, I'm glad you asked.
Ooh,
I am
tell us.
I'm in the middle of editing the stream I had Oloplays, our friend Olivia, on, who was formerly a photographer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And she shared her expertise about how to best photograph minis. So I'm editing that down to a sizable YouTube video, but one nonetheless. But yeah, it's there's a lot of tips and tricks that you can engage to get that to look a little bit better. But the long and short of it is you are far from alone in that
that struggle.
Yup.
Because there's something about the lighting is just so unforgiving. Because in person, like, they don't look amazing. Again, I have not spent more than like a cumulative 2 minutes on any one of these minis. They are not very good when you look up close, but like in person, they look fine. They look totally passable, but you show them on camera, it's like, eesh.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I totally get that. That's so often. I'm like, I have a mini. I could pull it up here in a second. I painted it, and I love how it looks. I based it off of a real life, like a real existing crab, but the
A real existing crab. Okay.
Yeah,
you got me. I'm hooked.
A Halloween crab is what it's called.
Okay.
And it itself is a crab, and I was like, I'm gonna use these wild colors because it's super cool and Halloween rules. And I painted it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it looks like a toddler painted this thing on camera, but in person it looks fine.
Yeah.
Like, it looks totally. So it's like it is the only thing I've ever painted that is like eluded me as much as it does. Where I'm like, oh cool, I got a chatter that says want to become famous.
Yo, I got the same one. I got the same one just now.
Oh my god, it's my chance.
Oh my god, I was just waiting for someone to ask me if I wanted to become famous. Yeah.
I'm so glad.
The answer is yes. Just tell me who I need to send money to. Who do I need to give 50 Steam gift codes to?
Right.
Thank you, chicken.
Were they different? Were they different accounts, Eva? I know some of you guys are in both chats, so you'd be able to see.
All right, those blue bases look so much better. Now I'm gonna go in and do our books, which I should pick a different weird color for the books. One that's not blue, red, or yellow. Maybe
so this is the crab in question.
The crab in question, hold on. Oh my god, look at him! He's so cute!
He's based off of a real crab.
Real
a Halloween crab. And they have these just bonkers colors. And
that looks so cool.
I did a lot of work on him, and I'm like, man, I just can't get this guy to look good at all. Sarah, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate you. I'll plug it one more time just because it's appropriate considering that. I'm working towards a pretty significant follower goal. I think it's going to be a little bit hard to get there, I think. I have about a month left, but I'm trying to hit 1,000 followers by my birthday, May 30th. So we've got about a month to go, and
you can. I believe in you. If you push it, you can do it.
Oh my gosh. Matt Yee, what's up?
Yo!
Hi. What's going on, guys? Well, I should have waited a second longer to start
to do the pitch. Yeah, do it again from the top.
My follow, please. Matt, how are you? How's your big old beast going?
A big old beast.
It's looking so good. It's a fired. Oh, shoot, I forget the exact name. It's a Drake from Conquest, and it's this really awesome looking like dragon, proto dragon sort of deal. And he's been painting it to kind of look like a Balrog, and it looks so rad. Remember we were talking about using oil paints earlier, and,
yeah.
And he's been using some oil paints on there, and it's just looking so good.
Hell yeah.
Today we're having a little bit of the Cheeto Cheetah. I love that. How was stream? Yeah, we were. I was just telling everyone this is a bit of an atypical stream for me today. Normally I'm streaming by myself, but my good friend Ray from Tech Games Edition,
off from the disembodied voice in the distance.
Yeah. She asked me to go stream with her. Let me post the multi-stream link so you guys can see both of us painting here.
Painting.
So she's been painting minis from a board game that the company she works for makes called Starship Captains. And she asked me to come on and do this marathon stream with her. So I'm currently painting Frosthaven minis. So I very ambitiously pulled 10 out, but this is more my speed. I did 2 today. But it's been a lot of fun. I didn't feel like I would have you call that painting? These look real nice. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for that follow. I was just telling everybody I am working on a follow goal. It's rather ambitious. I have about a month to hit it because I told my chat that if we hit 1,000 followers by my birthday at the end of May 30th, I will be getting a tattoo that chat does not get to pick. But
yeah, good. Please don't do that. People who do that, no. Do not give chat that power. Maybe
someday, but not for 1,000 followers.
No.
Not for 1,000 followers. But yeah, this was really fun. I probably would not have painted my Frostgrave minis any sooner if I
You
had
said
not.
Frostgrave again.
Oh, I did it
He
again.
did
Oh my god.
it again.
Well, these guys are a little bit more understanding because they're more from the mini painting side of things. So at least they've heard of Frostgrave. Whereas, like, when I went into Bonz's chat yesterday and I said Frostgrave, she's like, "What the hell is Frostgrave?"
Yo, Matt Yee, thank you for
Yeah,
the
always
follow.
the butt tattoo. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I have a friend who has a pizza tattooed on her butt, a little slice of pizza.
That's so
and
cute.
Honestly, I'm a little jealous.
I love silly little tattoos like that. I love that. If I were ever to be a tattoo person, I think I'd get a bunch of little goofy guys.
I started when I got my first tattoo. I'm like, yes, I have all these like really cool tattoos planned, and then like after my first one, I'm like, nah, we're going in. I got a meeple for my finger. I got my dagger on my thumb, and you know my ruler on my forearm.
Oh my god, Chicken said
I went from one tattoo, and then the next time I went in, I got 3 at the same time.
Oh my god, damn. Chicken says that egg in the CGE font would be a great tattoo. I totally agree. It hits my two loves. My job and eggs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 2 very good choices. Glamour Smash Face says, I'll get a tattoo of anyone's choosing for 0 anything. I have no self-respect. Ooh, a tattoo of Batman eating a banana? I'd do it. An I love mom tattoo? I'd do it. I'd do it.
I want tattoos so badly, and I've talked about this on stream before. The thing that gets me is I just don't know what style I want.
Right.
And I want them to all like look the same. I like tattoos that are cohesive, even if they're like different themes, different things. But as long as like whether it's like thin line art or American traditional, or like I like them when they're cohesive.
Sure.
Not necessarily on other people, but like for myself, I think that's what I'd want. And the problem is I like very different tattoo styles, and I can't pick on one. It's not the content that freaks me out. I want them to just match, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of a good approach if you're getting like a sleeve or something like that.
Yeah, because that's what I would want a sleeve. That's what I would want if I ever did it.
Yeah, I want a lot of tattoos, but I don't have tattoo money, so
that's fair. That's totally fair.
That's where I'm at.
Expensive.
They are. I keep lamenting. I'm like, man, if only I could find a tattoo artist that would take painted minis as payment. Then I'd be in the money. I'd be yadded.
What's up? What I'm playing? Or what's on the shelf? I think, right? Welcome on in. I think that's what that acronym is, if I remember correctly. And Jamie, I am done.
I'm a little sad to hear that. I'm very excited for you, but for me, I'm a little sad.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm excited because I can just keep streaming if I want to keep streaming.
We'll just raid into you, and people can come hang out with you. But if y'all want to see, beep 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 beep. I'll get some of them. I'm not gonna get all of them in screen. We'll get some of them. Look how nice. Okay, that's so out of focus. Hold on. All right. Oh, hold on. Let's get a somewhat flattering angle on these.
I do want to say, because Eva made an allusion to a joke that's dirty. I do want to say that once we're off the call with CG, we can go back to not being family friendly.
Thank you. I do appreciate you being you keeping it in check while you're here. But look at how nice those look. I mean, they don't look like amazing, but I think they'll make the game more personalized, and at least it's playable again, because when they were primed white, you couldn't do anything with them. So now I can play the game again.
I love the purple you did for the alien heads. It's so good.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Like I said, when they're all together, you start to you notice the little differences less. So you hit it. You nailed it.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Oh my god, I love that you can. I didn't even think about all these uses for the CGE logo emote, but you can do GG with it. That's super cute. I love that. Y'all are too creative for me. Well, chat, we did it. We done did it. I'm proud of us. Look at those beauts. Look at them. And now I can play Starship Captains on stream again. So you can come and hang out with me next time, and we will have our new custom painted Starship Captains crew minis. Oh my god, I'm proud of us. Let's go.
I love it.
Thank you all for joining me.
I can't wait to see you play a full Starship Captains game with these beautifully painted
I
minis.
am freaking pumped. JB, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to hop out of Discord and do my final stuff for my chat, so your chat doesn't have to hear it, and then I'll send them over to you so you can keep the marathon going.
Okay,
I feel bad for abandoning you. Sorry, my marathon wasn't as marathon-y as you wanted.
Listen, if I were doing a normal stream day, I would probably still be going for at least another hour. So this is no different for me, other than that I started an hour earlier.
Jamie's just
so
built different. She's just like, oh, this is no big deal. This is a normal stream.
I'm
And
just
I'm
saying,
over
like,
here like crying in tears.
Honestly, it's nice because I was like expecting like a 10, maybe 12-hour stream. And I'm like,
really?
Okay, so it's gonna be like a normal day, you know?
Yeah, no, I was never really anticipating 10 hours. I mean, we overshot it a little bit. I was expecting about 5, but we got 6. But I'm happy with that. I feel like that. You know what? That's the respect these minis deserve. They were not really meant to be painted. So maybe someday I'll go back in and add some details. But for today, the goal was to make them usable. And I think we accomplished that. So I am gonna call it here.
I don't say this because I don't believe you, but I do think that saying I will get back and add details to these someday is
a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong.
Yeah.
I want to go paint my Sanctum minis. That's what I want now.
I see that all the time, and I'm wrong every time.
Yep.
I'm like, yeah, you know what? Someday I'll get back to them. And the minis are like, and meanwhile, I'm just sitting there thinking like, I'm never touching those again.
Never coming back to my life ever. But we have accomplished usable minis. JB, I love you so much. Thank you for embarking on this marathon with me. Thank you for putting up with my hour 5 breakdown that I had. I appreciate it. I got you. This was delightful. Anytime. All right, one last time, everybody in my chat, please go follow Jamie, and don't worry, I'm about to make it super easy for you, because I'm going to raid over there so you can go hang out with her. Oh, what about a clear coat? Oh yeah, Jamie, I was actually meaning to ask you this, because some of the minis that my coworkers painted got kind of like chipped and stuff during the flight back from Prague. Is there such a thing as like a top coat for minis to help seal the paint like there is for nail polish?
There is a couple options. You can do like a matte coat if you don't want any shine on there. There is here, let me see if I have it. No, I know I have some around here. I don't know where it is right now. But yeah, it's just it's a matte varnish is what it's called. Matte varnish.
Okay.
And you can paint that on. You could spray it on. There are some spray cans of varnish. But yeah, you could do that. I think it depends on the material that you're using, and I won't go into too much detail because I know it's not as important. But like, there's actually a really good YouTube video from a guy named Goobertown Hobbies.
Goobertown, great name.
He did a really, really great breakdown of like whether or not it's important to varnish your minis after you use them, for the purposes of like keeping them from fading or whatever, right? And he found out, and this is just, again, this is why the plastic I think is the X factor. He found out that like the high impact polystyrene, which is what the kits, like the sprue kits, are made out of, tends to not really make a difference if you varnish it. But I think with this plastic, there might be a little difference there. I don't know. It's maybe softer, and so it chips easier. I don't know.
Yeah, because I found them quite chipped. So I don't know. I will maybe try to coat them. But also the coolest thing is I now have this little container. We did a partnership with an insert maker that does Starship Captains mini, not mini, but just like insert for the whole game. And it includes these nice little holders for the minis so they don't touch anything. So it might not even be necessary. I think they kind of got put through the ringer in my suitcase coming back from Europe. But going forward, they're going to be in these nice little inserts. So hopefully they'll be all right. But
I need to get one of those inserts. They're so nice.
They're so nice. I don't know if we have a code for them or not, but I can definitely, if you want, there's a ton of them. So if you want recommendations, I've tried a few out.
Okay, cool.
But yeah. All right, I'm gonna wrap up. Thank you so much, JB. You're the best. Chat,
you are the best.
We're gonna talk just you and me for a second, and then we'll go hang out with Jamie and her chat for the rest of her stream. But
I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah. All right. Have a wonderful rest of your stream, Jamie. Thanks for hanging out.
You too, Ray. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, chat.
There we go. I said bye before I had the Discord open in order to get out of it. So it was premature. Chat, I love you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Sorry if I seem a little bit low energy or scatterbrained today. I have so much on my mind right now. Zart, love your username. You're the best. But yeah, I just wanted to say I'm sorry if I seem kind of low energy. I have a lot of work stuff going on. Soon I will be able to talk about it, and you'll be like, wow, Rachel, that's so cool. I totally get why you were so stressed out for 2 weeks. But right now, I seem like I'm just stressed and anxious for no reason. There is a reason. I'll be able to share it soon. I'm just working on a really big project. So I'm preoccupied, which is one of the many reasons I'm really, really grateful that Jamie joined me today, because having her here to provide conversation and body double me was amazing. So we're gonna go rate her. Please go follow her. Again, she's trying to reach that 1,000 follower goal. So a great way to thank her. If you enjoyed the stream, great way to say thank you to her is to go follow her. I'm glad you guys still enjoyed it. Is it acceptable to have a low energy stream on Friday? Thanks everybody. I appreciate it. I feel bad. I feel like it wasn't my normal energy, but I got a lot of stuff on my mind. So I'm glad I had JV here to bring the energy, and you all here to just hang out with me and love me regardless. I appreciate that so very much. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I need to go rest. I need to go get some rest this weekend, deal with some stuff. But we will be back and running on Tuesday for Tash Kalar with Eleni. It was supposed to be this Tuesday, but then of course my roof started leaking. Another wonderful thing I have on my mind, the fact that my roof is still leaking. Hopefully that won't be a problem, and I'll be able to stream on Tuesday with Eleni again, just like normal. Before that though, if you want a special bonus stream, I will be playing in a TTRPG that I mentioned earlier. It is a Brindlewood Bay game where we are going to be old ladies fighting crime. I believe the Twitch channel is Sword and Key. But yeah, I'll follow me on Twitter. I'll be posting links to that when that happens. That'll be Sunday evening. I'm going to be role-playing with some really good friends of mine. So if that sounds up your alley, you can come hang out with me for that. Yeah, I love you all very much. Again, sorry for the low energy. I will hopefully get a lot of work done this weekend, so I will be a little bit less in the weeds in all of my stress. But you all are amazing. Thank you for enjoying the stream and hanging out with me anyways. I really appreciate it. Go watch Jamie paint much better minis than what you saw me paint today. And yeah, I'm gonna start the raid. Let's go ahead. This was fun and low-key perfect for the end of the week. Mela, thank you for saying that. Genuinely, I know I tend to be a very high energy streamer, so I equate a lot of like the goodness of my stream to how much energy I brought. Today just kind of wasn't in the cards, but I'm again really grateful I had Jamie here to help me out and hang out with me, because that made it totally fine to have her here. So we're gonna do a raid at Jamie. Do you do the @ symbol for a raid or not? Yeah, you don't do it. You just do raid Jamie Daggers. All right, get that raid started. All right, let's go say hi to Jamie. Let's have our raid message today. If you have them, let's have our raid message be egg. Egg in the CGE font. So if you've got it, you can just copy that and drop that down in her chat when we go to raid. Again, I love you all so very much. I hope you have an amazing weekend. Seriously, I hope everything goes well for you this weekend, and I will see you on Tuesday, if not sooner, on Sunday. Love you all. Bye-bye.